Chapter 175. The ancient city was definitely a place of great danger. At this moment, no one doubted that there was an unfathomable force in the ancient city that was driving the corpse soldiers that had been dead for countless years to attack the intruders. Dozens of corpse soldiers were wearing broken armor and holding ancient spears. Their bodies were not corroded, and when they waved the ancient spears, they did not seem to have any magical power. However, they were able to fight against the experts of the Taishan sect and the Xianxia sect, which was really shocking. Even if immortals died in the ancient city, their bodies would turn into dust, leaving only white bones. No one knew what kind of power kept the bodies of the corpse soldiers from the ancient city from rotting. Every corpse soldier walked with heavy steps, like a moving mountain, pressing toward Dan Shenzi, Li Lingfeng, and the others, making them feel endless pressure. Dan Shenzi performed a Daoist incantation gesture with his hand, and thousands of tiny golden threads of light coiled around him. Those were the golden needles he had refined. Under Dan Shenzi's control, the thousands of golden threads launched an all-encompassing attack on the dozens of corpse soldiers. However, the corpse soldiers did not feel pain, and they did not care about death. They let the thousands of golden needles hit their bodies, but they still held the ancient spears and attacked Dan Shenzi. The thousands of golden needles shot on the lifeless bodies of the corpse soldiers, but they only created some sparks before they were knocked away, unable to pierce into their bodies. Whoosh! A corpse soldier wielded an ancient spear and thrust it directly at Dan Shenzi's abdomen. The rusty spearhead rapidly streaked across the air, giving off a sharp sonic boom. A simple spear thrust was difficult for Dan Shenzi to block, so he could only retreat. After dodging the spear thrust, there was another sound of the air being torn apart, and a few ancient spears stabbed at him from the side. The thousands of golden needles around Dan Shenzi could not block the spears. The rusty ancient spear directly broke through the golden needles and stabbed at Dan Shenzi's body. Fleeting shadow. At the critical moment, Dan Shenzi's body turned into several shadows, and like a puff of smoke, he rushed out of the gaps between the ancient spears of the corpse soldiers. However, someone was not as lucky as Dan Shenzi. There was a scream, and a disciple of the Guangxing celestial sect was picked up by an ancient spear. The disciple suffered a fatal injury. His flying sword immediately became dim and without light. With a clang, it fell from the sky to the ground. The ancient spear pierced through the chest of the Guangxing celestial sect disciple. Blood sprayed out, and the corpse soldier holding the ancient spear was bathed in a rain of blood. Everyone was greatly shocked. The other disciples of the Guangxing immortal sect even cried out in anger and grief. They all commanded their flying swords to attack that corpse soldier. The corpse soldier that was holding an ancient spear and had lifted a disciple of the Guangxing celestial sect into the air shook the ancient spear in his hand. That disciple of the Guangxing celestial sect instantly turned into a bloody mist with a bang, and exploded. The corpse soldier was enveloped in a bloody mist. For sword lights, like flood dragons, broke through the bloody mist around the corpse soldier's body. Chi. The corpse soldier was directly killed by the waste. However, the 4 disciples of the Guangxing celestial sect, who were shocked and angry, did not manage to cut the corpse soldier that killed their fellow disciple into pieces. The 4 rays of sword light killed the corpse soldier's body, but they could not even cut through its deathly white skin. The corpse soldier waved its ancient spear and swept the 4 rays of sword light away. While the corpse soldier was sweeping the sword light away, it was actually absorbing the blood mist around it. In just a few breaths, the blood mist around the corpse soldier seeped into its skin and was absorbed into its body. Roar! After absorbing the essence blood of the Guangxing celestial sect disciple, the corpse soldier actually let out an inhuman roar. That roar made everyone's scalp go numb. Everyone's expression changed. Gu Fei and the old tortoise followed the sound of the battle and rushed over. In an instant, they saw someone being killed by the corpse soldier, and they could not help but be shocked. The inhuman roar of the corpse soldier made Gu Fei feel like he was in hell. Gu Fei and the old tortoise were still dozens of feet away from the crowd. Moreover, the grayish-brown mist was floating on the street, and the people who were surrounded were all attracted by the roar of the corpse soldier. They did not know that Gu Fei and the old tortoise had arrived. Gu Fei and the old tortoise wanted to go forward and meet with the crowd, but heavy footsteps came from the houses on both sides of the street. Corpse soldiers holding ancient spears walked out from both sides of the street and blocked Gu Fei and the old tortoise. The corpse soldiers had gray pupils, wooden faces, and deathly white skin. These corpse soldiers were like puppets, and they surrounded Gu Fei and the old tortoise. These were terrible killing machines without any feelings. They were a group of walking corpses that could attack all creatures that broke into the ancient city. Gu Fei and the old tortoise immediately changed their expressions. Kill. Gu Fei was very direct and straightforward. Without any hesitation, he made his move. The ancient sword's shadow, condensed by the essence of the divine weapon, turned into rays of dazzling sword qi and slashed at the corpse soldiers that besieged them. Qi. 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 The sword qi tore through the void, and 3 corpse soldiers holding ancient spears were immediately cut in half at the waist. There was not a single scream, no splashing of blood, and not even a trace of the smell of blood. Even these evil corpse soldiers could not resist the sharpness of the treasure-grade divine weapon, although the bodies of these corpse soldiers were no longer ordinary flesh and blood. The 3 corpse soldiers were instantly cut into 6 pieces at the waist and fell to the ground. However, these corpse soldiers that were cut at the waist quickly pieced their bodies back together under Gu Fei's shocked gaze. The 2 parts of their bodies actually merged in an instant, and they stood up on the ground again with ancient spears in their hands. Hiss! Gu Fei and the old tortoise gasped at the same time. Were these corpse soldiers really indestructible? The man and the tortoise were dumbfounded. At this time, the people who were besieged by the corpse soldiers also noticed the strangeness on Gu Fei's side and knew that Gu Fei had arrived. However, when they saw the old tortoise next to Gu Fei, they could not hide the surprise in their eyes. Is this the legendary dragon tortoise? Dan Shenzi was very knowledgeable. After seeing the appearance of the old tortoise, he was also shocked and blurted out. However, at this time, the people had no time to pay attention to why the legendary dragon tortoise would appear in this ancient city with Gu Fei, because they were still in danger. Old tortoise, quickly think of a way to deal with these walking corpses. There was a hint of anxiety in Gu Fei's words. With a wave of his hand, rays of sword qi rushed out and dismembered the corpse soldiers that were attacking him. However, in an instant, these dismembered corpse soldiers recovered, stood up from the ground, and continued to attack Gu Fei. This was too terrifying. In the face of a group of extremely evil monsters that were not afraid of death, fighting, and being dismembered, no one could remain calm. How do I know how to deal with these damn things? The old tortoise was also extremely depressed. Bang! 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 The old tortoise waved the stone turtle shell and smashed 5 or 6 corpse soldiers in succession. The 5 or 6 corpse soldiers were either smashed by the stone turtle shell into their chests, or had a large part of their chests caved in, their tendons were broken, and their bones were fractured, or their entire bodies were smashed out of shape. Even so, these corpse soldiers that were smashed by the old tortoise quickly got up from the ground. Then, with heavy steps, they waved the ancient spears in their hands and attacked the old tortoise. At this time, there were more and more corpse soldiers coming out from the streets. This is so strange. Let's not care so much. Breaking out of the encirclement is more important. The old tortoise swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and cold sweat oozed out of his old face. Okay, you and I will work together to blast these monsters away. We will gather first and then break out of the encirclement together. As he spoke, Gu Fei waved the long sword in his hand and cut down a corpse soldier. However, it was useless. It was difficult to destroy the corpse soldiers by relying on the sharpness of the magic weapon alone. The corpse soldiers that were cut down by the sword would instantly get up from the ground again. However, in the few breaths of time that the corpse soldiers recovered, Gu Fei and the old tortoise had created a precious opportunity to escape. Although it took a short time for the corpse soldiers to fully recover, it was enough for Gu Fei and the old tortoise. You brat, I don't know if you're stupid or if you're really loyal. You're still thinking about others at a time like this. The old tortoise shook its head. With that, the old tortoise enlarged the stone tortoise shell to the size of a house and threw it in the direction of Dan Shenzi, Li Lingfeng, and the others who were trapped on the street. The moment the stone tortoise shell was thrown out, the old tortoise and Gu Fei jumped onto the back of the stone tortoise shell. The stone tortoise shell that was as huge as a house slid quickly on the ground, and the corpse soldiers in its path were smashed away like broken sacks. Boom! 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 Many corpse soldiers that were knocked away by the stone tortoise shell smashed into the houses on both sides of the street. Some of the already dilapidated houses collapsed directly, causing dust to fly everywhere. Nothing could stop the stone tortoise shell in its path, not even the powerful and evil corpse soldiers. Soon, the stone tortoise shell rushed to where Dan Shenzi and the others were. Everyone was pleasantly surprised and jumped onto the stone tortoise shell. However, someone was very unlucky. He was intercepted by the corpse soldiers in the process of jumping onto the stone tortoise shell. The result was very tragic. He was surrounded by the corpse soldiers. There was only one outcome for him: death. Another disciple of the Guanxing immortal sect had died in the ancient city. The disciple's flying sword also fell into the dust, its glow dimming. It was a rare flying sword that had been tempered 100 times, but no one dared to pick it up. Li Mengyao and the other disciples of the Guanxing immortal sect all had sad expressions on their faces. The death of 2 of their fellow disciples was hard for them to accept. After all, those 2 disciples were fellow disciples who had cultivated with them since they were young. They had a deep bond with each other. The moment the 2 disciples of the Guanxing immortal sect died in the ancient city, 2 of the 33 green lamps floating above the altar at the entrance of the void sky realm were extinguished one after another. Daoist Li Shang, who was sitting cross-legged at the center of the formation, suddenly opened his eyes. His expression became slightly unsightly, because the 2 primordial spirit green lamps that were extinguished just now belonged to the disciples of the Guanxing immortal sect. In other words, 2 disciples of the Guanxing immortal sect had died in the void sky realm. The old tortoise controlled the stone tortoise shell to carry everyone out of the encirclement. At this time, hundreds of corpse soldiers had already gathered on the nearby streets, but they could not stop Gu Fei and the others. Chapter 176. In front of the stone wall at the end of the sky-splitting valley, a huge formation pattern was glowing with a misty multicolored light. Those mysterious spell symbols seemed to have come alive, flowing with streams of divine light. The enormous altar sat in the eye of the spell formation, gathering the spiritual energy, the sun, the moon, the quintessence of plants and vegetation, and even the power of the heavenly mansions. Over the past few days, in addition to the 2 stars of the monster and the demon that were gradually fading, the 7 mansions of the azure dragon in the east, the 7 mansions of the white tiger in the west, the 7 mansions of the vermilion bird in the south, and the 7 mansions of the black tortoise in the north also appeared in the sky at the same time. Those who paid attention would discover that in the sky, the demon star and the demon star were competing for glory. In the sky, the azure dragon, the white tiger, the vermilion bird, and the black tortoise appeared. Only those old monsters in the Tenglong continent who had been living in seclusion knew what the strange astronomical phenomenon that occurred once every 260 years meant. The Great Formation and the altar gathered endless power in order to support an energy passage to the virtual sky world. Endless spiritual chi of heaven and earth and the power of the azure dragon, the white tiger, the vermilion bird, the black tortoise, and the 4-star mansions converged on the altar, opening the barrier between the real world and the void heaven realm. A vast power locked the ancient stone door in place. The 4-colored passage behind the stone door remained stable. However, this state could not be maintained for long. The effects of the 7 murders of the Devil's Star were gradually fading away, and the world would once again return to peace. It was already the 4th day. Daoist Li Shang, who was controlling the formation at the center of the altar, received the news that 2 disciples of his sect had died. 2 of the 33 nascent soul lamps hovering above the altar had already been extinguished, and there were still 31 nascent soul lamps emitting a misty green glow. 33 nascent divinity green lamps represented the 33 people who had been chosen by the 3 great Daoist sects to enter the ruin heaven realm. Only those who had been chosen could enjoy such treatment. Anyone who entered the void heaven realm with a drop of their blood essence would be able to connect to countless worlds within 10,000 kilometers. No matter where they were or what kind of danger they encountered, as long as they didn't die, their nascent divinity green lamps would never go out. If the nascent divinity lamp went out, it meant that the person in the ruin heaven realm had died. However, the cyan-robed disciples who had rushed into the ruin heaven realm when the stone gate was opened and the passage between the ruin heaven realm and the outside world didn't receive such treatment. Although those disciples had reached the transcending mortality stage, their cultivation bases would be suppressed to the awakening ninth heaven after entering the ruin heaven realm. The cyan-robed disciples who entered the ruined sky realm did not have any advantages, and even if they died, the people outside would not know. Life and death were decreed by fate. After entering the ruin heaven realm, everything would be up to one's luck. Even if one encountered danger and died inside, one could not blame others. Everything was their own choice. The stone door on the stone wall was still open, and the passageway with flowing four-colored light was still serving as the bridge between the great heaven and earth and the void heaven realm. With the end of the demon star-charged 7 murders, the disturbed heaven and earth power began to return to the right track, affecting the passageway. The extinguishing of the 2 nascent divinity lamps alarmed Daoist Li Shang. However, he only raised his head and glanced at the 2 extinguished nascent divinity lamps, then waved his hand. The extinguished nascent divinity lamps immediately disappeared silently from the sky above the altar. Only 31 nascent divinity lamps were left floating above the altar. Then, Daoist Li Shang slowly closed his eyes again, as if he had turned into an ancient stone statue, sitting cross-legged in the center of the formation in the altar. Around the great formation, on the cliffs on both sides of the canyon, stood a group of cyan-robed disciples with solemn expressions. They also had the opportunity to enter the ruin heaven realm, but they had given it up. Among these cyan-robed disciples, there were handsome young men, middle-aged men with black beards that reached their chests, and white-haired old men. Among them, there were disciples from the Taishan sect, the Guangqing Immortal sect, and the Shangqing sect. Each of them had guarded the split sky valley for at least 2 60-year cycles, or 120 years. Some of them were not inferior to Dan Shenzi and the others in terms of cultivation bases. Cultivators in the transcending mortality realm were reborn and had a lifespan of 500 years. Some of them had guarded the split sky valley for more than 2 60-year cycles. In fact, if the dozen or so cyan-robed disciples who entered the ruin heaven realm had any other choice, they would definitely not take this risk. Their lifespans were coming to an end, but their cultivation base was stagnant. Therefore, they had no choice but to enter the ruin heaven realm to search for the opportunity to break through the shackles of cultivation. The disciples of the 3 great Daoist sects who had not entered the ruin heaven realm were all gathered here, guarding the great formation that was in operation. No one dared to relax for even a moment. Endless spiritual chi of heaven and earth converged toward the great formation from all directions, forming a funnel-shaped vortex of spiritual chi in the sky above the great formation. As the spiritual chi condensed, it gave off a bright light, causing the sky above the great formation to shine with thousands of auspicious lights. No one and no formation could conceal the energy fluctuations here, because the spiritual chi of heaven and earth gathered by the great formation was simply too enormous. The 2 old Daoists who presided over the opening of the ruin heaven realm were also very nervous, because they knew that every time the 3 great Daoist sects opened the ruin heaven realm, some old monsters would venture into the 100,000 mountain range to search for the location of the ruin heaven realm. To those old monsters on the Tenglong continent, the existence of the ruin heaven realm was no secret. However, because the people of the 3 great Daoist sects traveled to the ruin heaven realm by teleporting thousands of miles, no one knew where the ruin heaven realm was in the 100,000 mountain range for thousands of years. 6 more days, the 2 old Daoists sitting cross-legged on the cliff felt like a year. Time seemed to have become especially long for them, and they could not wait for the 6 days to pass in the blink of an eye. The sun hung high above the mountains in the west, illuminating the western sky with a fiery red light. As the red sun set in the west, the spiritual chi that converged toward the sky above the split sky valley from all directions became even more dazzling. The dazzling light gave off a vast and terrifying energy fluctuation that could be clearly seen from hundreds of miles away. Ha! At this moment, a long laugh rang out from the mountains in the south. The voice rumbled like thunder, echoing in the mountains for a long time. So it's here. The voice of the newcomer was so loud that it caused the mountains to shake. The few clouds floating in the sky were scattered. The ears of the disciples in the sky-splitting valley were ringing, and their faces were pale. Those with weaker cultivations were on the verge of collapsing. The sudden change made everyone's expression change. Whoosh! The two old Daoists sitting cross-legged on the cliff immediately stood up and soared into the sky. Standing in the void, they swept their gazes in the direction of the voice like lightning. At this moment, the two old Daoists, who were so old that they had only a few teeth left, their hair was almost all gone, and their skin was wrinkled. They seemed to be on the verge of death. What they were worried about had finally happened. Someone had finally found this place. On the summit of a mountain 100 miles south of the sky-splitting valley, monstrous devil chi surged up fiercely. In an instant, the devil chi covered the sky and covered the earth, rushing towards the sky-splitting valley like a galloping horse. Sons of bitches from the Daoist sects, your doomsday is here. A gloomy and murderous voice came from the devil chi, and a tall devil shadow loomed in the billowing devil chi. The gloomy and terrifying aura coming from the devil chi made everyone feel a bone-piercing chill from the bottom of their hearts. The green-robed disciples who were guarding the formation immediately stirred up a commotion. Where did you come from? How dare you boast shamelessly? At this moment, the two old Daoists no longer looked old. With angry roars, the two old Daoists turned into two bolts of lightning and rushed toward the surging devil chi. Cut the crap. Once I kill you, the ruined sky realm will belong to me, the demon monarch of 6 paths. The billowing devil chi directly enveloped the two old Daoists. It turned out that the demon monarch of 6 paths had found this place. Heavenly demon disrupts the universe, devil fire burns heaven and earth. With a loud roar, the billowing devil chi seemed to be ignited, and the pitch-black heavenly demon Een fire swept toward the two old Daoists from all directions. The terrifying devil chi was bone-piercingly cold. Wherever it was enveloped, even the void rippled. You have devilish flames, and I have divine flames. Let's see if your devilish flames will refine us, or if our divine flames will burn you, a devil, to ashes. Heaven's raging fire refines the true devil. The two old Daoists, who were enveloped by the devil chi, shouted in unison. At the same time, a large banner that flickered with fiery light appeared in their hands. The two old Taoists waved their banners, and 6 balls of fire appeared on each of the banners. They were like 6 suns, and they blocked the devil fire that was sweeping towards the two of them. Each of the 2 raging flame god banners released 6 balls of true yang fire. It was as if 12 suns had suddenly appeared in the rolling demonic clouds. The surging true yang chi was like a monstrous wave. Not only did it evaporate the surging demonic flames into wisps of green smoke, but it also caused the overwhelming demonic clouds to show signs of dispersing. 6 yang real fire? A cry of alarm came from within the demonic cloud. Then, a beam of blood-red light shot out from within the demonic cloud like a demonic blood-red dragon. It broke through the 12 balls of true yang chi surrounding the two old Taoists, and twisted around the 2 6-sun banners like a bolt of lightning. The 6 yang real fire banners in the hands of the two old Daoists were twisted into 2 pieces by the blood-red light, and the true yang chi condensed on the banners immediately dispersed. It's the heavenly devil saber. The two old Daoists were shocked. Obviously, they had recognized the origin of the blood-red light. The two old Daoists directly disappeared, rushed out of the devil chi, and flew toward the sky-splitting valley without looking back. The two old Daoists' self-refined magic weapons had been destroyed, and they knew that they could not resist the demon monarch of 6 paths, who had the heavenly devil saber, so they could only retreat. The two old Daoists rushed into the sky-splitting valley as if they were running for their lives. At this time, a strong wind blew in the sky, and the devil chi covered the sun. The 2 6 yang banners were destroyed, and the 6 yang real fire was instantly refined by the devil chi. Then, 2 blood-red demon claws suddenly appeared in the devil chi, grabbing toward the palace of 3 origins at the bottom of the sky-splitting valley. Chilly wind blew, and the devil chi surged. The huge blood-red demon claws were 4 to 5 feet long, which was really terrifying. The disciples who were watching the battle at the end of the sky-splitting valley all felt a chill in their hearts. Such a terrifying scene was really too evil. However, Gu Fei and the others in the ruined sky realm did not know that apart from being trapped in the primordial ominous city, they also had to face a great danger from outside the ruined sky realm. Chapter 177. Demon Emperor of Six Paths had found the sky-splitting valley in the innumerable huge mountains, which shocked all the guards of the sky-splitting valley. The legendary ruined sky realm even made the Demon Emperor of Six Paths jealous. He even entered the innumerable huge mountains which were full of unknown dangers to find the ruined sky realm. Of course, Demon Emperor of Six Paths wasn't the only one who entered the innumerable huge mountains. Undeniably, this peerless demon was really lucky. He had sensed the abnormal phenomenon in the sky-splitting valley. Therefore, he immediately rushed towards the sky-splitting valley with his supreme demonic might. Demon Emperor of Six Paths, who had been severely wounded by Daoist Shaoyang, the first seat of Shaoyang Peak of Taishan sect outside Dragon Emperor City, seemed to have recovered to his peak state in only a dozen days after the Demon Star Rush 7 kills. Demon Emperor of Six Paths broke the Six Sun banner with his saber and scared off the two old Daoists. Then, he descended upon the sky-splitting valley with his supreme demonic might. The demonic clouds covered the sky and covered the earth in an instant. In the sky-splitting valley, the sky turned dark and the earth turned dark. The day turned into night. A bloody demonic claw reached out of the rolling demonic clouds and directly grabbed towards the Palace of Three Origins in the valley. Demon Emperor of Six Paths planned to kill the two old Daoists who had rushed into the palace below before attacking the disciples at the end of the sky-splitting valley. Now that he had found this place, Demon Emperor of Six Paths was not in a hurry anymore. He wanted to get rid of those who could pose a threat to him first before occupying the legendary ruined sky realm. Rumble. A huge blood-colored demonic claw descended from the sky. The space covered by the demonic claw seemed to be on the verge of collapsing as it trembled violently. When the claw was about to smash the Palace of Three Origins into pieces, bang! With a bang sound, that blood-colored demonic claw that came crashing down seemed to have met with resistance and was actually repelled. During this entire process, the blood-colored demonic claw started to crumble and dissipate before disappearing into the void. Transparent ripples appeared above the Palace of Three Origins. There seemed to be a transparent energy cover covering the entire Palace of Three Origins and blocking the attack of the demonic claw. "Who's there?" A loud voice came from the rolling demonic clouds, causing the entire sky-splitting valley to tremble and the broken stones on the cliffs on both sides of the valley to roll down constantly. Demon Emperor of Six Paths felt uneasy. Humph. A mere avatar dares to come out and stir up trouble. Do you really think that there's no one left in the Daoist sect? An old voice came from the Hall of Three Yuan below. The voice was not loud, but it seemed to have spread across the sky and the earth. Everyone at the end of the broken sky valley was shocked to the extreme. Such a terrifying demon was actually just a clone. How powerful was the true body of this demon? Everyone could not help but feel a chill in their hearts. At this moment, Daoist Li Shang, who was sitting cross-legged at the center of the altar like a stone statue, also opened his eyes and stood up from the altar. Demon Monarch of Six Paths. Daoist Li Shang looked up at the rolling demonic clouds in the sky, and his eyes shot out two rays of light as sharp as divine swords. Daoist Li Shang's long hair fluttered even though there was no wind, and his body faintly emitted an extremely obscure sword chi, like a peerless divine sword that had awakened in his body. However, even though Daoist Li Shang's battle intent was like a rainbow, he could not fly into the sky to fight Demon Emperor of Six Paths, because he could not leave the center of the altar. Could it be that you are? Demon Monarch of Six Paths' voice was filled with fear. Then, the demonic clouds surged, and a 1,000-meter tall demonic shadow appeared in the sky. Its huge and ferocious head looked down from the sky. Whoosh! An old Taoist in a white robe, white beard, white hair, and white eyebrows suddenly appeared in front of the huge demonic shadow, as if the huge demonic shadow could crush the old Taoist with one finger. The huge demonic shadow formed a sharp contrast with the thin figure of the old Taoist, as if the demonic shadow could pinch the old Taoist to death with one finger. The old Taoist's body did not emit any fluctuations of power, but he could stand in the sky and face the huge demonic shadow. The right side of the old Taoist's face was as red as a baby's, but the left side of his face was wrinkled, as if the skin of a dried orange was stuck to his face. At first glance, he looked like half a skull. This old Taoist was the one who had sat cross-legged on the roof of the temple that night, the one who had shown interest in Gu Fei. Under the white robe, one could clearly see that the right side of the old Taoist's body was full of muscles, full of vitality. However, the left side of his body was shriveled, thin, and lifeless. Life and death, two diametrically opposed auras, appeared on the body of one person. Anyone who saw this would be shocked and find it hard to believe. It's you. It's really you. You're not dead yet. Demon Emperor of Six Paths suddenly cried out in surprise, as if he had seen through the old Taoist's background. The rolling demonic clouds retreated like a tide, and the huge demonic shadow dissipated instantly, turning back into a surging demonic aura. Demon Emperor of Six Paths, who was hiding in the demonic clouds, did not even show his face, as if his buttocks were on fire, and he fled directly to the south. Where did you come from? Go back to where you came from. The sky-covering demonic clouds retreated in an instant, and the sky above the sky-splitting valley shone brightly. Under the illumination of the setting sun, a mass of demonic clouds was as fast as a galloping horse, and in the blink of an eye, it was dozens of miles away. Everyone thought that a great battle was inevitable, but the Demon Emperor of Six Paths had suddenly fled. This left the disciples of the sky-splitting valley dumbfounded. No one had expected that the menacing Demon Emperor of Six Paths would flee. This was truly out of everyone's expectations. The Demon Emperor of Six Paths was actually afraid of Ku Rong Taoist, who had half a withered body and half a flourishing body. He did not even have the courage to attack. Since you're already here, don't leave. Master Ku Rong said faintly. His hoarse voice was clearly heard by everyone. Then, Ku Rong Taoist took a step in the void and disappeared from where he was. It was as if he had teleported, and he appeared dozens of miles away. Ku Rong Taoist caught up with the fleeing demonic clouds and black aura in an instant. Roar! An earth-shattering roar was heard coming from the demonic clouds that were moving forward rapidly. Subsequently, a 3,000 feet long blood radiance broke through the layers of demonic aura and headed straight for Ku Rong Taoist, who was chasing after it. The 3,000 feet long blood saber radiance was accompanied by saber chi that looked like waves of blood. It emitted a ferocious aura and tore the void apart as if it was going to split heaven and earth in half. It was extremely terrifying. Humph. Ku Rong Taoist sneered. He pinched a Taoist seal with his right hand and unhurriedly pushed it forward. The powers of life and death instantly surged toward the saber radiance like stormy waves. Bang! The saber radiance was instantly shattered by the powers of life and death. It turned into an endless blood radiance that scattered in all directions. Following that, Ku Rong Taoist formed another seal with both hands. Boom! As soon as the Taoist seal appeared, heaven and earth shook violently. Following that, illusory images of flowers, grass, and trees appeared around Ku Rong Taoist. The flowers, grass, and trees withered quickly, but they were instantly revitalized. Life and death changed between Ku Rong Taoist's fingers, from life to death, from death to life, and from life to death. It was as if countless reincarnations were being repeated. Samsara of life and death. Ku Rong Taoist's hoarse voice echoed in heaven and earth. Heaven and earth were instantly shrouded by the power of life and death, and the escaping demonic aura was also devoured by the space of life and death. Roar! Inside the demonic clouds, the demon lord of Six Paths roared furiously. The power of life and death was erasing his demonic aura, causing the clouds to dissipate rapidly. Finally, a red-haired young man with a devilish blood saber emerged from the demonic aura. The demon lord of Six Paths, the great villain from the demon domain who was known throughout the Tinglong continent, was an evil red-haired young man. The mighty power of the cycle of life and death completely confined the demon lord of Six Paths in the sky, causing him to age rapidly. It was as if time in the space of life and death had been sped up by thousands of times. In an instant, the demon lord of six paths turned from an evil young man to a skinny old man. In the end, the flesh and blood of the demon monarch of six paths decayed, revealing a pitch-black demon skeleton. However, there was still a soul fire flickering in the skull of the demon monarch of six paths. He had not been erased yet. Although the demon lord of six paths was only a clone, he still had a body and flesh. The power of the cycle of life and death caused his demonic body to decay quickly, but the demonic bone quickly grew flesh and blood again in an instant. From life to death and back to life again, the demon lord of six paths seemed to have gone through a cycle of life and death. His clone was severely injured, and the fluctuation of his soul had become extremely weak. Under the influence of old Daoist Ku Rong's cycle of life and death, the woodland below was also undergoing a cycle of life and death. The mighty power of the cycle of life and death was erasing the mark of life. After the demon lord of six paths experienced the second cycle of life and death, his clone completely disappeared. Even the shiny black demonic bone turned into bone powder and sprinkled down from the sky. Just like that, the demon lord of six paths' powerful clone was erased by old Daoist Ku Rong. The moment the clone completely disappeared, a red-haired young man opened his eyes in a demonic hall in the northern demon domain. His blood-red pupils shone with a terrifying bloody light. A drop of demonic blood seeped out from between the young man's eyebrows and slid down his face. After old Daoist Ku Rong killed the clone of the demon lord of six paths, he raised his hand and took the sky demon saber, which was floating in the air. Then, he returned to the Three Eons Palace. Everything on the demon lord of six paths was erased, but the sky demon saber was not damaged by the mighty power of life and death. Greetings, Grand Master. At that moment, the two old Daoists, who were forced to retreat into the Three Eons Palace by the demon lord of six paths clone, appeared out of nowhere. Old Daoist Ku Rong turned out to be their martial ancestor, which was really surprising. These two fellas were definitely old monsters, so wouldn't their martial ancestor be an antique figure? Old Daoist Ku Rong nodded and walked into the Three Eons Palace. The two old Daoists exchanged glances before they soared into the sky and flew toward the end of the Rift Valley. The storm outside the ruined Sky Realm had subsided. Meanwhile, inside the ruined Sky Realm, in the primordial vicious city, Gu Fei and the others had temporarily shaken off the pursuit of the undying corpse soldiers and fled into a relatively intact courtyard in the ancient city. Chapter 178. Apart from the indestructible corpse soldiers, there seemed to be nothing in the primordial ominous city that could be called human. There were no lights, no signs of life, and nothing alive. It was a huge city completely shrouded in death. Riding on the stone turtle shell, the old turtle carried everyone on a rampage. Fortunately, they got rid of the siege of the corpse soldiers, and finally rushed into a courtyard that was still in good condition. No one was happy. On the contrary, everyone's heart was extremely heavy, because no one knew what dangers were waiting for them next. However, they were temporarily safe after getting rid of the corpse soldiers, but no one knew how long this safety would last. In this ominous city, no one knew what would happen in the next moment, and no one knew what their fate would be in the next moment. Under the night sky, no stars could be seen in the sky of the ominous city. In the ruined Sky Realm, the stars seemed to be very close to the ground, but in this ominous city, there were no stars. In the courtyard, no one spoke. It was very quiet, except for the occasional sound of chilly wind blowing and the creaking of doors or windows swaying in the wind. However, everyone was very curious about the old turtle, and from time to time, they cast strange looks at it. It had the head of a dragon, but the body of a ghost. No one had ever seen such a demon. Everyone had already regarded the old turtle, who could speak human language, as a demon. It could speak human language, and had intelligence no less than that of a human. If it was not a demon, then what was it? Of course, these young disciples who had left the mountain for the first time had never seen a demon. They had only seen the description of demons in ancient records. However, everyone knew that a demon, who had achieved success in cultivation, was a terrifying existence. However, the old tortoise turned a blind eye to the strange gazes cast at it. It lay down under a withered tree that only had thick branches left. It crossed its legs in a leisurely manner. The old turtle's behavior puzzled everyone. Did it not want to leave this ominous city? Dan Shenzi, Li Lingfeng, and the others did not know that compared to the stone formation that trapped the old turtle, this huge city could be regarded as the difference between heaven and hell. At the very least, in this primordial ominous city, there was no great formation power constantly acting on the old tortoise. Although the immortal corpse soldiers were powerful, terrifying, and seemingly indestructible, if the old tortoise hid in its shell, the corpse soldiers would never be able to rush into the shell and drag him out. The old tortoise was fearless. How did you guys enter this ancient city? In the end, Gu Fei broke the silence and asked Ziyu in a low voice. Among his fellow disciples, only Ziyu and Li Lingfeng could still chat with him. As for the others, they didn't have much interaction with Gu Fei. As for Dongfang Chen and Lei Ao, there was no need to talk about them. They were defeated by Gu Fei during the Nine Peaks competition. Although they were from the same sect as Gu Fei, they only had hatred for Gu Fei and did not have a good impression of him. Among the 3 sword cultivators of the Guanqing Celestial sect, Gu Fei only knew Li Mengyao. The other 2 would not have any friendship with Gu Fei. Ziyu glanced at Dan Shenzi, who was sitting cross-legged in the courtyard, but he seemed to be somewhat embarrassed to speak. Could it be that Dan Shenzi had brought Li Lingfeng and the others into this ancient city? Gu Fei was a little surprised. A person like Dan Shenzi should be very cautious, so why was he so rash this time? Under Gu Fei's repeated questioning, Ziyu finally told him the whole story. It turned out that when Dan Shenzi and the others came to the vicinity of this huge city, they originally did not want to enter this ominous city. However, as they were walking around the city, rays of treasured light suddenly appeared in the city and shot into the sky. With Dan Shenzi's eyesight, he could immediately tell that this was the treasure light emitted by a psychic ancient treasure. Thus, Dan Shenzi determined that there was a psychic ancient treasure in this ancient city. A psychic ancient treasure. If they could obtain it, then the Taishan sect would become the leader of the 3 main Taoist sections. There were not many psychic ancient treasures in the cultivation world of the Tinglong continent. There were definitely no more than 10 known ancient treasures, and they all seemed to be incomplete. This kind of ancient treasure, in the eyes of martial cultivators, was definitely an existence of a rare treasure. If they could refine it into their own life treasure, their strength would definitely increase greatly, and they would probably be invincible among those of the same level. Thus, Dan Shenzi brought a group of disciples and took the risk to enter this ancient ominous city. Originally, after entering the ominous city, although they found that the city was filled with bones and it was not a good place to be, they did not encounter any danger along the way. However, when they reached the center of the ancient city, someone triggered some restrictive formation, and the atmosphere of the entire ominous city changed in an instant. It was as if a sleeping demon had been awakened. Wisps of gray fog began to rise in the city, and the atmosphere became lifeless. Then, those terrifying corpse soldiers jumped out of nowhere, walked out of the streets and alleys of the city, and rushed towards them. Ziyu thought of the situation when he was surrounded by those terrifying corpse soldiers and could not help but shiver. His handsome face, which would make even women jealous, also became pale. Flying swords, magic treasures, Taoist techniques, all kinds of magical powers seemed to be unable to cause any harm to those terrifying corpse soldiers that had already died countless years ago. These ancient corpses seemed to have indestructible bodies. Even a master like Dan Shenzi would find it difficult to fight against them. This was the most terrifying thing, because an enemy that could not be destroyed and could not be defeated was the most terrifying. Encountering this kind of enemy, in the end, it would be difficult to escape the fate of being killed. There are ancient treasures in this ancient city? Gu Fei exclaimed. Then you guys saw ancient treasures in the center of the ancient city? Gu Fei was very curious. What kind of ancient treasure would actually attract Dan Shenzi to take the risk to enter this primordial ominous city? At this time, the old tortoise lying under the withered tree also pricked up its ears to listen to Ziyu. This old tortoise seemed to be very interested in some ancient treasure in the ancient city. Ziyu lowered his voice and said, "There's nothing at all." The center of the ancient city is a huge square. In the center of the square, there seems to be a large cauldron. Large cauldron? Gu Fei could not help but be startled. He was a little surprised. Large cauldron? What large cauldron? Are there countless strange birds, beasts, and strange creatures carved on the body of the cauldron? Suddenly, a dragon head stretched out from the side. The two forked dragon horns almost pierced Gu Fei's and Ziyu's faces. Gu Fei and Ziyu both jumped in fright. You old tortoise, you don't even make a sound when you walk. I was nearly scared to death by you. Gu Fei could not help scolding. It turned out that old tortoise actually arrived beside Gu Fei and Ziyu at no idea when, but the two people actually did not detect it in the slightest. I also don't know what's on the cauldron body. I just looked at it from afar, and those monsters rushed out from all directions, Ziyu answered. When the people by the side saw that Gu Fei actually pointed at that tortoise demon and cursed, they could not help getting a huge shock. Some people even had cold sweat seeping out of their temples. If not for this tortoise demon displaying remarkable abilities earlier, they would probably have long lost their lives. Everyone still felt grateful towards this tortoise demon. Stinking brat, come over. I have something to say to you. The old tortoise was indifferent towards Gu Fei's scolding and pulled Gu Fei to a corner of the courtyard with a mysterious look. Everyone could not help being curious just what this tortoise demon was going to say to Gu Fei. Everyone couldn't help but cast their gazes towards the two people in the corner. Even Dan Shinzi, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, opened his lightly closed eyes and cast a puzzled look at Gu Fei and the old tortoise. This dragon tortoise had an extraordinary origin. In the ancient records passed down on the Tinglong continent, the dragon tortoise was described as the son of a dragon. The dragon gave birth to 9 sons, and each son was different. This dragon tortoise with a dragon's head and a tortoise's body was one of the 9 sons. Of course, this was only something recorded in the ancient records and could no longer be investigated. As for whether this dragon tortoise before them was the son of a dragon, no one knew. Even those old monsters and antiques on the Tinglong continent most likely did not know about this ancient secret history. However, Dan Shinzi could conclude that this dragon tortoise had definitely not entered the ruined sky realm from the outside world. Instead, it had been in the ruined sky realm for a long time, and Gu Fei had encountered it. The dragon tortoise could be said to have an endless lifespan, so it definitely knew many secrets of the ruined sky realm. Dan Shinzi had a feeling that whether or not they could walk out of this ancient city would most likely depend on this dragon tortoise of unknown origin. This matter concerned the life and death of himself and his disciples, so Dan Shinzi did not dare to be careless in the slightest. What the hell is going on? Gu Fei said impatiently. In Gu Fei's heart, he had long believed that this old tortoise was definitely up to no good. The old tortoise glanced left and right with its tortoise eyes before lowering its voice and whispering in Gu Fei's ear, we have to make a trip to the square in the city. What? Gu Fei could not help but exclaim in a low voice. Is this old tortoise crazy? Li Lingfeng, Ziyu, and the others had encountered danger there. If they went back there, wouldn't they be walking right into a trap? Gu Fei hurriedly shook his head. He did not want to die at an early age. Kid, if my guess is correct, there really is a great treasure there. That damned pervert actually left that thing behind. As long as we can control that thing, we might be able to get out of this ominous city, the old tortoise said hastily. Gu Fei could not help but be startled upon hearing this. He looked at the old tortoise doubtfully and asked, we can get out of this ominous city? To be honest, he did not quite believe the old tortoise's words. Oh. What's with that expression? Don't tell me you don't believe an old man like me? The old tortoise was immediately displeased when he saw that Gu Fei seemed to be suspicious of him. Gu Fei thought for a moment and then said, that thing you're talking about, could it be the huge cauldron that Ziyu spoke of? Gu Fei was not stupid. This old tortoise seemed to attach great importance to that huge cauldron. It's that huge cauldron. Are you going or not? If you're not going, then I'll go myself. All of you can stay here and pray for your own luck. The old tortoise was acting shamelessly again. Gu Fei was about to answer when a cry of surprise suddenly resounded from the courtyard. After that, a thump could be heard as if something heavy had fallen to the ground. Gu Fei hurriedly looked towards the courtyard and saw a tall figure surrounded by a horrifying aura of death standing in the middle of the courtyard. The figure was clad in armor, his black hair fluttered in the wind, his gray pupils were devoid of any vitality, and his ghastly pale face was devoid of any expression. This was not a corpse soldier, but a corpse general that had been dead for countless years. This corpse general did not hold any weapons in his hands, yet he was even more terrifying. His appearance caused the temperature in the courtyard to plummet. Chapter 179. Just as the old turtle was pulling Gu Fei to a corner, discussing how to go to the center of the primordial ominous city to retrieve that cauldron, a corpse general emitting a heavy aura of death suddenly leaped into the courtyard. Swoosh! Everyone in the courtyard immediately dispersed. Clang! The sound of swords being unsheathed rang out. Li Mengyao and the other two sword cultivators of the Guangqing celestial sect activated the swords on their backs at the first instant. 3 beams of sword light circled around their bodies like spiritual snakes, emitting waves of cold sword chi. Immediately, gusts of cold wind blew in the courtyard. Dan Shenzi stood up from the ground and stared at this uninvited guest. The mana in his body was stirring, ready to attack the corpse general at any time. Li Lingfeng's purple gold 8 trigrams was already floating above his head. The power of the 8 phases of heaven and earth poured down from the purple gold 8 trigrams, enveloping him within. The 8 trigrams were faintly discernible around him. And in Ziyu's hand, there was also an additional spiritual branch with 7 emerald green leaves that were crystal clear like divine jade. That was the mystic treasure of the Taishan Peak, the 7 leaves treasure tree. The 7 leaves treasure tree in Ziyu's hand was refined from a branch of the spirit root. Misty wood elemental spiritual chi poured out, fusing with the wood elemental power on Ziyu's body. A huge wave of wood elemental mana surged out of Ziyu's body. Emerald green light circled around his body, and green vines actually emerged from the ground under his feet, wrapping around him. This was really surprising. The wood elemental power on Ziyu's body actually dispersed the aura of death in the ominous city around him. The powerful essence of life caused the green aura around his body to flourish. At this time, everyone took out their treasures, ready to attack that lifeless monster at any time. Although the tall corpse general had already been dead for countless years, it still made people feel his power and terror. His black armor was still considered complete, and it even faintly glowed with a layer of black light. Although he had no weapon in his hand, this corpse general was even more terrifying than those corpse soldiers with ancient spears. A pair of gray, lifeless eyes swept across the crowd. Everyone felt a chill from the bottom of their hearts. Who? The corpse general seemed to have locked onto Ziyu and directly threw a punch at her. Instantly, a strong gust of wind was generated in the courtyard. The space in front of the corpse general's fist trembled and twisted. Transparent ripples spread out. That corpse general punched out with a single punch, causing the entire world to tremble. This is... Gu Fei was shocked to see this. There was no fluctuation of magical power, and it was not a divine ability. The punch that the corpse general threw out seemed to be a martial arts battle technique. Retreat. Without any hesitation, Ziyu was like a wisp of green smoke, leaving behind an afterimage where he stood. In an instant, he retreated 100 feet away. Bang! The corpse general took a step forward, the force of his fist remaining unchanged, and it seemed as if he'd teleported as he instantly arrived before Ziyu, and he followed Ziyu like a shadow that was swift to the extreme. Hiss! Everyone who saw this scene gasped. Ziyu was even more shocked. He almost suspected that the monster that attacked him was not an inanimate object, but a living person. Otherwise, how could it be so powerful? Roar! Violet Feather let out a low roar, and vines quickly grew out from his body. Chi! 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 Vines danced around Ziyu's body, and like spirit snakes, they entangled the approaching corpse general. However, the corpse general's fist was like a landslide. The terrifying power directly shattered the entangling vines, and it directly blasted towards Ziyu. It was indomitable and unstoppable. This was a terrifying battle technique that originated from martial arts, but was close to Tao. In an instant, Ziyu was in danger. At this time, everyone had regained their senses. Hum. 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 Following the sound of 3 crisp sword chimes, 3 streaks of sword light that were like waterfalls, with a mighty sword aura, arrived in front of the corpse general like lightning. Bang! Ziyu brandished the 7-leaf treasured tree in his hand and forcefully collided with the corpse general's fist. The ferocious fist energy blasted Ziyu into the air and sent him tumbling backwards. Boom! Ziyu smashed through the wall behind him and fell into the room. Ziyu spat out a mouthful of blood. This monster's power clearly surpassed the self-awakening realm. This monster's power was not limited in the ruined sky realm. Clang! Light scattered everywhere, and in the instant that Ziyu was sent flying, 3 streaks of sword light that resembled dragons landed on the corpse general's body almost at the same time. In the next moment, a vast energy fluctuation suddenly erupted from the corpse general's body, and the 3 streaks of sword light were instantly sent flying by a great force. Li Mengyao and the others immediately felt as if their chests had been viciously smashed by 1,000 catty hammer. Their bodies swayed, and their faces instantly turned pale. A sword cultivator's flying swords were connected to their minds. When the flying swords suffered a fierce impact, as the owners of the flying swords, the minds of Li Mengyao and the others were also impacted at the same time. The corpse general was incomparably powerful, and the flying swords could hardly injure it. It strode forward, and chased after Ziyu in the room. At this time, everyone made their move. All kinds of Dao techniques and divine abilities were launched at the corpse general. For a moment, the courtyard burst forth with all kinds of dazzling light. Magic power surged, and powerful Dao techniques instantly drowned the corpse general. The 8 phases rotated, and Li Lingfeng drove the purple gold 8 trigrams with all his strength. Kuan, Zhen, Sun, Zhen, Dui, Ken, the 8 trigrams of Li, each of which contained the power of one of the 8 phases of heaven and earth. The 8 trigrams of heaven and earth interweaved to form a deadly storm that emitted a heart-palpitating aura of destruction as it obliterated the corpse general. Dongfang Chen's golden moon chakram also transformed into thousands of golden moonlight blades that tore through the air, emitting a sharp piercing sound as they slashed at the corpse general from all directions. Lei Ao's 5 thunders execution directly attracted the 5 elements of heaven and earth. Thunderclaps shook the sky, and 5-colored lightning descended from the sky, striking at the corpse general. This was the true 5 thunder strike. Yin and Yang split heaven and earth, palm and finger overturned heaven and earth. Waves of Yin and Yang power surged out from Qin Daoin's palm, shaking the heavens and earth as it swept towards the corpse general. Roar! With an angry roar, the house that Ziyu was in instantly exploded. In the billowing smoke and dust, a giant emerald green tree appeared, emitting a terrifying wood elemental power, and smashed towards the corpse general's head. Everyone did not hold back and attacked with all their strength. However, just as the energy storm formed by everyone's strength engulfed the corpse general, everyone in the courtyard felt a terrifying ripple spread out from the energy storm. Then, it slowly expanded, and in the end, it turned into a huge wave that reached the heavens. Pung! A vast and unparalleled power erupted, like a stormy sea, directly collapsing everyone's power in an instant. Everyone's magic treasures were the first to be blown away, and everyone was also shaken by the mighty and irresistible power, vomiting blood and flying backward. The power that erupted from it was extremely strong, causing the entire world to shake. Sinister cracks appeared on the ground, as if the end of the world had arrived. The monstrous wave of power swept out, and the entire courtyard collapsed in an instant. The surrounding houses were instantly turned into ruins. Bricks, tiles, wood, doors, and windows were all swept into the air, and then exploded. A tall figure, like a god or a demon, walked out of the energy storm. Everyone was blown away by this power, and all of them were seriously injured. Even Dan Shenzi was no exception. He was sent flying dozens of feet away, and the 365 golden needles around him had already dimmed. The corpse general closed in on everyone like a god of death. Everyone could not help but despair. This monster was too powerful, and the corpse general's power did not seem to be suppressed by the power of heaven and earth in the ruined sky realm. Swish! Gu Fei suddenly appeared in front of the corpse general, and attacked with his strongest combat skill, the 5 elements exterminating seal. The power of the 5 elements surged out of the seal, and the 5 elements intertwined, pushing the power to the peak, and attacked the corpse general. Gu Fei attacked with all his strength, and he clearly felt the pressure from this world. The ruined sky realm did not allow the existence of power beyond the awakening self realm, but it seemed that this rule was specially used to deal with outsiders. Creatures that belonged to the ruined sky realm were not subject to any restrictions. Whoosh! The corpse general punched out again, and the power of the 5 elements was instantly dispersed by this simple and unadorned punch. In the face of absolute power, all skills were useless. The corpse general's fist destroyed Gu Fei's hand seal and slammed into Gu Fei's chest. Gu Fei instantly felt as though his internal organs had been flipped upside down. His entire skeleton felt as though it had been shattered by the fist, and he coughed out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, his body was sent flying like a broken sack. Bang! His figure tumbled into the dust. Rumble! Just as the corpse general sent Gu Fei flying and was about to attack and kill everyone, a huge stone turtle shell the size of a small mountain suddenly appeared above the corpse general's head, and pressed down like a huge mountain. The old turtle made a move. This guy seemed to like to take advantage of others and hit them from behind. Yes. It should be hitting the turtle shell. The corpse general was just a walking corpse without any intelligence. It did not know the danger, did not know how to dodge, and only knew how to fight based on instinct. The corpse general directly punched the stone turtle shell, and the unparalleled fist force made the entire huge turtle shell tremble violently. It actually shook the stone turtle shell that was as heavy as a mountain. This corpse general's battle strength was simply unparalleled. However, even though it managed to shake the stone tortoise shell that was descending from the sky, the corpse general could not escape its fate of being smashed into the ground. The stone tortoise shell that was as large as a mountain was unstoppable, and the corpse general was smashed into the ground like a wooden stake. The old turtle's stone turtle shell was really an extraordinary treasure, and it was always successful. Wherever the turtle shell went, it would be smashed regardless of whether one's battle strength was unparalleled or martial body was indestructible. Chapter 180. Hee, this is a good shell. The old turtle suddenly thought of something, then sat down cross-legged, waved his hand to call back the stone turtle shell on the ground, and suspended it over his head. Then, the old turtle opened his pseudo-world, and the power of heaven and earth poured down from the stone turtle shell, enveloping the old turtle. At this moment, the old turtle exuded an extremely powerful aura. The power of the pseudo-world swirled around him, making the old turtle seem to have jumped out of the 3 realms, out of the 5 elements, and out of the ruined sky realm. The power of heaven and earth in the ruined sky realm could no longer affect him. In this way, the old turtle was no longer suppressed by the power of heaven and earth in the ruined sky realm. Without the restraint of the shackles, his strength rose sharply, and rays of light emerged from his body. Through the hazy light, a hazy space could be seen looming in the huge stone turtle shell. However, there seemed to be no vegetation in that space, and it was barren. When the old turtle opened his pseudo-world and took the 18 incomparably powerful ancient tower fighting souls into it, it seemed that his pseudo-world had been seriously damaged, and the fairyland-like valley no longer existed. The old turtle's figure exuded a powerful and terrifying fluctuation, which made everyone's heart palpitate. It was a tremor that originated from the soul. The terrifying pressure was so heavy that it made it hard for everyone to breathe. Everyone who had been sent flying by the invincible corpse general was stunned by the scene in front of them. The powerful strength that the old turtle had displayed was beyond everyone's imagination. Even when facing the sect leader, it was not so oppressive. Could it be that this dragon turtle is even more powerful than the sect leader? Is it a demigod? Dan Shenzi was equally shocked. This old turtle. Gu Fei stood up shakily from a pile of ruins and stared at the terrible turtle shadow in front of him in shock. Gu Fei was really surprised that this 10,000-year-old tortoise still had such a unique skill. This old guy really knew how to pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger. Under the power of the pseudo-world, the old turtle's cultivation was not suppressed by the ruined sky realm. After all, the old turtle's pseudo-world and the ruined sky realm were both pseudo-worlds created with supreme magic power. In essence, neither of them were truly complete worlds. Both of them existed on the same level. Under the shroud of the pseudo-heaven and earth power, the old tortoise's cultivation was unrestricted. Gu Fei wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He couldn't help but frown as he felt the intense pain from the corpse general's punch on his chest. He clearly felt a clear fist print sink into his flesh. However, no one noticed that under Gu Fei's clothes, where his chest had been punched, there was a yin-yang fish ball emitting a misty brilliance. The dent in the fist mark on Gu Fei's chest was quickly fading and finally disappeared completely. Pung! The corpse general that had been smashed into the ground rushed out of the pit and threw a punch at Old Tortoise, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground. A vast fist force surged towards Old Tortoise like a surging river. This corpse general must have been a formidable martial arts expert when he was alive. He had cultivated his body to the point of being indestructible. Although he had been dead for countless years, the indestructible body of a martial artist still contained great power. A martial artist's power came from his own blood essence. As long as his body was not destroyed and his blood essence did not dry up, his power would not dissipate. Such an indestructible body of a martial artist still contained astonishing power. Humph! Old Tortoise snorted coldly. In the face of the unparalleled fist force that was rushing towards him, he still sat motionless and pressed his right hand forward. Bam! It collided head-on with the corpse general's fist. Old Tortoise was as still as a mountain, but the corpse general was sent flying hundreds of meters away. A house exploded under the corpse general's body. The corpse general had been dead for countless years. Its body did not decay, and it was a free-killing machine. It had no thoughts, and pain, danger, and life and death had nothing to do with it. Boom! The corpse general soared into the sky from the collapsed house. Its black hair fluttered in the air, and the deathly aura that surged from its body became even stronger. This corpse general, who only knew how to fight and kill, walked directly in the air and instinctively displayed the combat skills that it had learned when it was alive. It left a series of afterimages in the air and set off an unparalleled momentum. It pounced towards Old Tortoise again. It was fighting purely on instinct. Although it was already dead, this corpse general was still a powerful martial artist when it was alive. Even in death, its power was still there, and even in death, it still had the instinct to fight. Such an indestructible body of a martial artist was definitely a rare treasure for some evil cultivators. If one could control such an indestructible body with evil arts, it would be more terrifying than any magical weapon. Myriad transformations. At this moment, Old Tortoise actually closed his eyes and muttered to himself. Immediately, thousands of rays of light shone from Old Tortoise's body. Faint shadows floated out from his body. Yes, there were dozens of shadows. Although they were faint and indistinct, it was clear that they were all the Old Tortoise. Soul snatch. The Old Tortoise growled. The tortoise-like shadows that surrounded the Old Tortoise instantly rushed into his body. Then, the divine eye on his forehead appeared and split open. A beam of divine light shot out like lightning towards the corpse general. The divine light was extremely fast. In an instant, it had reached the corpse general. The corpse general waved its hand to block it, but the divine light seemed to be intangible. It directly penetrated the corpse general's palm and instantly hit the corpse general between its eyebrows. The corpse general that was pouncing towards it staggered and directly fell from the air. With a loud bang, it heavily smashed onto the ground. Roar! The corpse general that had not made a sound since its appearance actually held its head with both hands and screamed in pain. It seemed to have gone crazy. What's going on? Everyone was shocked to see the terrifying corpse general screaming in pain for no reason. They did not know what was going on. After doing all this, Old Tortoise seemed to be extremely weak. The incomparably powerful aura on its body receded like the tide. The stone tortoise shell floating above its head began to shrink rapidly. The pseudo-world that had been opened had also closed. The power of heaven and earth of the pseudo-world had disappeared, and the power of heaven and earth of the ruined sky realm had once again acted on Old Tortoise's body. Old Tortoise was drenched in sweat as if he had been fighting for 10 days and 10 nights. He seemed to be extremely exhausted. Waving his hand, he retrieved the stone tortoise shell and tried to stand up from the ground, but ultimately failed. Roar! Yua! That corpse general seemed to have gone mad. It rolled and struggled on the ground. The corpse general's immense strength caused the ground around it to explode. Everyone who witnessed this had a change in expression. Old Tortoise stared at the corpse general in front of him and murmured, "This guy's cultivation when he was alive was absolutely terrifying. I can't believe he still has such a strong resistance." After rolling and roaring for a while, the corpse general gradually calmed down and got up from the ground. Its pair of dead gray eyes seemed to have regained some vigor. Hiss! Everyone was taken aback. Could a corpse that had been dead for countless years still return to life? Only the knowledgeable Dan Chenzi furrowed his brows. He seemed to have thought of something and looked at the corpse general with a hint of astonishment in his eyes. Then, under everyone's shocked gazes, the terrifying corpse general actually walked step by step towards Old Tortoise, who was lying paralyzed on the ground. Everyone thought that Old Tortoise was about to be killed by the corpse general. Gu Fei was even more shocked. Disregarding the danger, he executed the 8 desolation steps and instantly arrived in front of the corpse general like a phantom. He was about to attack the corpse general. Everyone at the scene was seriously injured, and only a few people still had the strength to fight. However, only Gu Fei dared to face the ancient corpse general head-on. After several days of life and death, Gu Fei and Old Tortoise had developed a friendship. Gu Fei absolutely could not watch Old Tortoise be killed by the ancient corpse general without doing anything. "Smelly brat, stop!" Just as Gu Fei was about to form a hand seal, the paralyzed Old Tortoise unexpectedly shouted at Gu Fei to stop. Gu Fei couldn't help but be startled. At this time, the ancient corpse general had already walked in front of Old Tortoise. It didn't attack Old Tortoise, but like a loyal guard, it guarded Old Tortoise. Gu Fei couldn't help but be dumbfounded after seeing this scene. What exactly happened? Why did this terrifying ancient corpse general seem to have become Old Tortoise's subordinate? Gu Fei was about to ask, but at this time, the familiar and terrifying heavy footsteps once again came from the distance. Obviously, the commotion here had alarmed those ancient corpse soldiers. Gu Fei couldn't help but change his expression. That ancient corpse general suddenly bent down and carried Old Tortoise, who was paralyzed on the ground, on its shoulder. Everyone also came from all directions. "Martial uncle, what should we do?" Li Lingfeng asked Dan Chenzi. Everyone was injured. If those ancient corpse soldiers came, perhaps they wouldn't even be able to protect themselves. Dan Chenzi glanced at the disciples in front of him. He saw that Li Lingfeng, Ziyu, Dongfang Chen, and the others were all wearing tattered clothes, messy hair, and their white robes were stained with blood. He couldn't help but feel helpless. Finally, Dan Chenzi suddenly respectfully bowed to Old Tortoise, who was sitting on the ancient corpse general's shoulder, and said, "I hope Senior can point out the way for these juniors." Hee. Of course, of course. Old Tortoise pretended to be aloof and virtuous. He stroked the few dragon whiskers on his chin and nodded. Seeing Old Tortoise acting so pretentiously, Gu Fei was truly speechless. He really wanted to go forward and beat up this old swindler. However, after glancing at the lifeless ancient corpse general, Gu Fei suppressed his urge to go forward and slap the Old Tortoise. At this time, everyone could see that Old Tortoise had definitely done something to this ancient corpse general with unparalleled battle power. However, how did Old Tortoise subdue this ancient corpse general? Everyone was full of questions. It is not that there is no way to get out of this ancient city, but... Old Tortoise wanted to say something but hesitated. Dan Chenzi's eyes immediately lit up and he quickly said, "Senior, please speak." The other disciples were also very surprised. Only Gu Fei vaguely sensed Old Tortoise's intention. Sure enough, Old Tortoise's words directly confronted Gu Fei's suspicions. Old Tortoise said, "If you want to get out of this ancient city, you must first break the ancient city's formation, and the hub of the ancient city's formation is at the center." Chapter 181. At this time, the sounds of heavy footsteps and the clanking of armor came from all directions. Those ancient corpse soldiers were surrounding Dan Shinzi and Gu Fei's group from all directions. Obviously, the commotion here had alarmed the ancient corpse soldiers in this area. There was no more time to think. Right now, there were two paths in front of Gu Fei's group. One was a dead end, and the other was an unknown path of life or death. Blindly rushing out would, of course, result in death. With their injuries, no one had the confidence to break out of the siege of those terrifying ancient corpse soldiers. Since there was a chance of survival, they had to seize it. Therefore, Dan Shinzi and the group decided to follow the old turtle's instructions and return to the center of this ominous primordial city to break the ancient city's formation. Of course, the old turtle was the one who told them about the ancient city's formation. Everyone felt that this ominous city should not be just a simple formation. The ancient city was very strange. It seemed to be a dead city, a dead city. Even an experienced and knowledgeable cultivator like Dan Shinzi had never heard that these ominous formations could control the dead. Ancient corpse soldiers and ancient corpse generals were not undead creatures because their bodies were filled with a deathly aura and did not emit any soul fluctuations. Without any soul fluctuations, it was clear that these ancient corpse soldiers and ancient corpse generals were walking corpses without souls. Since they had decided to go to the center of the ancient city, everyone immediately moved because they could already see the terrifying figures of the ancient corpse soldiers that were approaching. Ancient corpse soldiers holding ancient spears appeared on the distant street. Their heavy footsteps were like heavy hammers pounding on everyone's hearts, causing them to feel an endless pressure. Those indestructible monsters made everyone feel powerless. After identifying the direction, the old turtle, who was sitting on the ancient corpse general's shoulder, commanded the ancient corpse general to clear the way in front. Everyone held their magical treasures and followed closely behind. A hazy purple sword shadow condensed in Gu Fei's right hand. He guided the essence of the divine weapon that had been refined into his body and condensed it into a sword. Although it wasn't a true divine weapon, it was more powerful than any divine weapon. Even these ancient corpse soldiers with indestructible bodies could still be cut in half by Gu Fei with just one slash. There were also ancient corpse soldiers in the direction they were heading. An imposing body, a broken armor, an ancient spear, a wooden expression, and an indomitable momentum. This was the portrayal of an ancient corpse soldier. After walking for 200 to 300 zhang, the group turned onto an ancient street that led to the center of the ancient city. At the same time, they encountered the first batch of ancient corpse soldiers. They were 12 terrifying figures that were as tall as iron towers, pressing towards the group like 12 mountains. Ancient corpse soldiers with ancient spears came out from the surrounding houses. In the darkness of the night, no one knew how many ancient corpse soldiers were in the surrounding buildings. Hee hee. Let these walking corpses come and test the power of my avatar. The old turtle said with a smile. He simply didn't care about these terrifying ancient corpse soldiers. Avatar? Gu Fei was very puzzled. The old turtle's avatar seemed to be very different from the legendary celestial divine technique. Gu Fei didn't know that the old turtle's cultivation had fallen so much that it wasn't even 1,000th of its former self. How could it still display the true avatar technique? The old turtle's avatar technique was actually just a trick. It used great magic power to split a part of the soul and primordial spirit of the original body and directly enter the other party's mud-pill palace to take over the sea of consciousness and brain. In the ancient times, when there were many powerful experts, this technique to cultivate cloning was a common one. Almost every powerful cultivator knew how to use it. When those cultivators encountered a great tribulation that they couldn't resolve, they would capture some powerful cultivators or powerful demons and beasts. Then, they would use a secret technique to erase their divine senses and split a part of their soul and primordial spirit into the other party's sea of consciousness to take over everything. With a little bit of refinement, the target could become an avatar with the same strength as the original body. In this way, there would be an extra chance of survival during the tribulation. Even if the original body was destroyed, the avatar could continue to grow. Because the captured avatars were originally very powerful, they would only lose their spiritual wisdom after refinement. Therefore, once the avatar was successfully refined, it would be equivalent to combining the strength of the original body and the avatar. In other words, the avatar would be even stronger than the original body. The old turtle had used great magic power to split the primordial spirit and consumed a lot of primordial spirit. Therefore, he still hadn't recovered yet. However, his avatar was extremely powerful. The 12 ancient corpse soldiers approached the crowd with the ancient spears in their hands pointed at them. These ancient corpse soldiers were definitely soldiers who had fought hundreds of battles on the battlefield before they died. Even after death, they still exuded a fierce murderous aura. Without any hesitation, the ancient corpse general that had become the old turtle's avatar technique directly pressed its palm forward. A terrifying power immediately surged out from the ancient corpse general's palm. A super hurricane suddenly appeared in front of the ancient corpse general's palm, and the vast palm force directly swept the 12 ancient corpse soldiers into the air. Then, they instantly exploded, and their bones were smashed to pieces. That's right. The 12 impenetrable ancient corpse soldiers, which were impervious to magical treasures and Dao techniques, were blasted apart by the old turtle's clone with one palm strike. However, there was no scene of flesh and blood splattering everywhere. This was because the essence and blood of these ancient corpse soldiers had already solidified. However, an incredible scene really happened, and it still shocked everyone to the extreme. This was not an illusion, nor was it a dream. The indestructible ancient corpse soldiers were blasted into pieces. Let's go. The old turtle did not seem to be very happy about this result. Instead, he solemnly urged the crowd to rush out of the ancient corpse soldiers' encirclement. The crowd did not dare to be negligent. They followed closely behind the old turtle and ran along the ancient street. The ancient corpse soldiers came from all directions and chased after Gu Fei's group with ancient spears in their hands. At this time, the 12 ancient corpse soldiers were blasted into pieces by the old turtle's invincible avatar. The broken pieces of flesh and bones scattered on the ground began to surge. Then, the broken pieces of flesh and bones gradually gathered together, forming 12 piles of flesh and bones without any blood. Finally, the bodies, limbs, and heads were regenerated from the surging flesh and bones. 12 tall figures appeared from the surging flesh and bones. Not only did the 12 ancient corpse soldiers regenerate their flesh and blood, but even the armor on their bodies and the ancient spears in their hands also condensed. Then, the 12 ancient corpse soldiers rejoined the team that was chasing after Gu Fei's group. The ancient corpse soldiers in this primordial vicious city seemed to be truly indestructible. The ancient corpse soldiers were not the same as the ancient corpse general that was seized by the old turtle's avatar. The ancient corpse general was an indestructible body of a warrior. It had flesh and blood, and its essence and blood had not dried up. However, the essence and blood of these ancient corpse soldiers had long dried up and solidified. In other words, these ancient corpse soldiers were, at best, zombies that crawled out of their graves. But what kind of power made these zombies so indestructible? No one knew what was going on, but there was no doubt that the mysterious power that made the ancient corpse soldiers so proud of their indestructible power came from this primordial vicious city. The old turtle seemed to know that these ancient corpse soldiers were difficult to truly destroy, but it would take a certain amount of time for the shattered ancient corpse soldiers to recover. This was enough. The old turtle manipulated the ancient corpse soldier avatar to attack again and again, blasting the ancient corpse soldiers that were blocking the way into pieces. The ferocious power caused the houses on both sides of the street to collapse. Gradually, the number of white bones under everyone's feet began to increase. The closer they got to the central area of this primordial vicious city, the more white bones there were on the street. Golyalu. The crowd quickly moved forward on the ancient street. Suddenly, from the dark street in front of them, in the grayish-brown mist, a skull rolled over. The sparkling, jade-like bone emitted a layer of misty brilliance, as if announcing to the crowd that this was the skull of an immortal god. This skull was blown by the chilly wind on the street and rolled past the crowd. Gu Fei clearly saw that there were 5 finger holes on the skull. Gu Fei was shocked. This person was killed by a claw through the top of his skull. Obviously, there was someone more powerful than an immortal god, powerful enough to kill an immortal god. No one knew what happened in this primordial vicious city, or why so many immortals fell here. All of this was a mystery, a secret that even the old turtle didn't know. The crowd continued to move forward, and the old turtle continued to act as the vanguard. However, as the number of white bones under their feet increased, everyone's mood became heavier. The closer they got to the center of the ancient city, the more ancient corpse soldiers there were. From time to time, ancient corpse soldiers would rush out from both sides of the street to attack Gu Fei's group. It had to be said that this incarnation of the old turtle was truly powerful to the point of being abnormal. Every move it made could shake this part of the world. The ancient corpse soldiers that dared to stop the old turtle were bombarded into pieces. In front of this incarnation, these immortal ancient corpse soldiers had no power to fight back. The strength of ancient corpse soldiers and ancient corpse generals was like a newborn baby and an adult man. They were not on the same level and could not be compared at all. Suddenly, the old turtle stopped. The street under their feet had come to an end. Looking ahead, there was an open space with a grayish-brown mist drifting in the air. In the hazy mist, a huge black shadow loomed in the center of the open space. It was a huge cauldron that was 7 or 8 feet tall and 5 or 6 feet wide. Haha! The mountain and river cauldron, it really is the mountain and river cauldron. I can sense its aura. The old turtle said excitedly. Its eyes lit up like 2 bright stars. At this moment, Gu Fei felt a trace of soul fluctuation coming from the essence of the divine weapon that had condensed into an ancient sword shadow in his hand. Buzz! The sword shadow trembled and let out a faint sword cry. Gu Fei was extremely surprised because he felt that the sword's soul in the divine weapon essence was showing signs of awakening again. Chapter 182. In the center of the primordial ominous city was a huge square surrounded by towering statues of deities. The statues were carved from large stones and were about 7 or 8 zhang tall. They were vivid and lifelike. Some were standing with swords, some were baring their teeth and glaring, and some were raising their magical weapons to attack. There were more than 100 statues standing around the square. Without exception, all of them were facing the 3-legged cauldron in the center of the square as if they were guarding it. Under the guidance of the old turtle, Gu Fei's group rushed out from an ancient street outside the square. The ancient corpse general controlled by the old turtle's avatar technique waved its hand and blasted away more than 10 ancient corpse soldiers that were rushing over. It really is the mountain and river cauldron. I didn't expect this treasure to be in the hands of that damned pervert. After seeing the huge cauldron in the center of the square, the old turtle immediately shouted in excitement. That damned pervert didn't take this treasure away. This time, this old turtle is really lucky. Having said that, the old turtle became spirited as if it had eaten a heavenly treasure. It then jumped down from the ancient corpse general's shoulder. Go! Without any hesitation, the old turtle shouted and pointed at the huge cauldron in the square. Whoosh! The ancient corpse general immediately disappeared from its spot and rushed toward the huge cauldron like the wind and lightning. Bang! 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 Heavy and intensive footsteps came from the direction of the huge cauldron. It was as if countless 1,000-pound hammers were constantly hitting the ground. Everyone felt the ground under their feet tremble. In the gray-brown mist, tall figures appeared one after another. Each of the ancient corpse soldiers was holding ancient spears. They were like an unshakable mountain as they rushed toward the ancient corpse general. Hundreds of ancient corpse soldiers rushed out from the mist. Although the armor on their bodies had lost its luster after countless years of erosion, and the ancient spears in their hands were mottled with rust, they appeared even more frightening. Then, several hundred ancient corpse soldiers rushed out from the street behind Gu Fei's group. Their bodies were covered in pitch-black armor, emitting an oppressive Yin aura. They held rusty ancient swords and battle spears, directly attacking Gu Fei's group from behind. After the baptism of countless years, the broken armors, the rusty ancient swords, and the ancient spears seemed to have merged with the ancient corpse soldiers, emitting a terrifying aura that could frighten people's souls. Not only were Gu Fei and the other young cultivators shocked, but even Dan Chenzi and the other cultivators of the older generation, who were used to seeing storms, turned pale. The old turtle jumped up from the ground and charged forward. Everyone followed closely behind. Although there were only a few hundred ancient corpse soldiers coming from behind, when they gathered and charged together, their momentum was earth-shattering, as if they were a magnificent army with thousands of horses and horses. There were ancient corpse soldiers blocking the way in front and ancient corpse soldiers chasing them from behind. In just a short period of time, everyone was surrounded by more than 1,000 ancient corpse soldiers. Boom! In just a blink of an eye, the charging ancient corpse general fiercely collided with the ancient corpse soldiers coming from the front. The result was very shocking. It was like cutting melons and vegetables. The ancient corpse soldiers in the front were blown away one by one, and some were even broken into thousands of pieces, scattering on the square. Although the pieces of corpses were flying everywhere, there was no scene of blood splashing. The essence blood of the ancient corpse soldiers had long solidified. The battle spears were broken, and the ancient swords were shattered. In that brief moment of contact, more than half of the hundreds of ancient corpse soldiers holding spears and ancient swords were blown away by the invincible ancient corpse general. Everyone was overjoyed by the incomparably powerful ancient corpse general. This ancient corpse general, which was seized by the old tortoise's avatar, had become a protective talisman for everyone. In just 2 or 3 moves, the ancient corpse general had swept away the hundreds of ancient corpse soldiers that rushed out from the depths of the square. Although it couldn't completely eliminate the ancient corpse soldiers, for the time being, these hundreds of ancient corpse soldiers couldn't attack Gu Fei's group anymore. Their flesh and blood were surging. Destruction and regeneration, these two completely opposite phenomena appeared on the bodies of these ancient corpse soldiers. The wounded bodies were rapidly recovering. The broken spears and shattered swords reappeared in the hands of the ancient corpse soldiers. It was as if they were indelible and inextinguishable. One by one, the ancient corpse soldiers stood up from the ground and continued to chase after the crowd with their ancient weapons. At this time, everyone had already rushed past the wounded ancient corpse soldiers. However, when they saw the flesh and blood of the ancient corpse soldiers surging and their wounded bodies rapidly recovering, everyone's scalp went numb. Immortal corpse soldiers, what did this mean? Everyone couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. No one thought that they could safely escape from the siege of these immortal ancient corpse soldiers. Everyone was counting on the old tortoise to rush forward with him. The 3-legged cauldron the size of a small mountain gradually appeared in front of everyone. An ancient aura rushed over. The closer they got to the giant cauldron, the more the sword's shadow condensed in Gu Fei's hand trembled. The soul fluctuations on the sword's shadow became more and more intense, and the illusory sword's shadow began to flicker with a purple-gold light. This made Gu Fei extremely shocked. This situation was similar to the situation when they encountered the primordial ominous saber at the center of the formation in the stone forest. Could it be that the giant cauldron in front of them was a rare divine artifact? Only divine artifacts of the same level could resonate with each other. When the two met, there would definitely be a reaction. This was also the reason why the primordial ominous saber in the formation eye of the stone forest woke up from its slumber when it sensed the sword's soul. Boom! With a loud bang, a vast force suddenly erupted, causing the world to tremble. When everyone approached the giant cauldron, a tall figure standing in front of the giant cauldron suddenly intercepted the old tortoise's avatar. Everyone immediately stopped. They were surprised to find that the tall figure that intercepted the ancient corpse general controlled by the old tortoise was also an ancient corpse general. The armor on its body was the same as the old tortoise's outer body incarnation. There was no difference. The power of the ancient corpse generals was clear for all to see. They were absolutely terrifying existences, there was no doubt about it. Just as everyone approached the giant cauldron in the center of the square, they unexpectedly encountered another ancient corpse general. Everyone couldn't help but be surprised. At this time, ancient corpse soldiers holding ancient weapons rushed out from all sides of the square and besieged everyone on the square. The hundreds of corpse soldiers that chased after Gu Fei's group also closed in. There was no way forward, and there were pursuers behind. For a moment, everyone fell into a dangerous situation where they were surrounded by enemies. Old tortoise, quickly take care of that monster blocking the way. Gu Fei anxiously shouted at the old tortoise. Since the old tortoise could take care of an ancient corpse general, he could also take care of another ancient corpse general. You smelly brat, do you think splitting one's primordial spirit is an ordinary thing? The old tortoise couldn't help but feel depressed. With his current cultivation, splitting one primordial spirit was already his limit. Then what should we do? Gu Fei looked at the approaching ancient corpse soldiers and was sweating profusely. In the face of these immortal monsters, Gu Fei's heart gave birth to a sense of powerlessness. What else can we do? Let's just do it. The old tortoise snappily said. Bang! Boom! Pang! The two ancient corpse generals fiercely fought. Vast waves of yuan qi swept out, shaking the world. Even the giant cauldron was affected and trembled. The two figures moved as fast as lightning, and all kinds of combat skills were unleashed to attack each other. This was a collision of power, a confrontation between warriors, and there was no cost involved. However, the ancient corpse general controlled by the old tortoise's soul-splitting technique was unable to completely defeat the other ancient corpse general for a while. It became a situation where they were evenly matched. This was not a good thing. Time, for them, was a matter of life and death. Once they were delayed, their fates could be imagined. Roar! The ancient corpse general controlled by the old tortoise's soul-splitting technique roared and leaped into the sky. Then, it wielded its palms like a blade and slashed at the opponent in front of it. The dazzling saber light was like a long rainbow, piercing through the sky, tearing apart the air. The materialized saber chi was more than 10 feet long, and the terrifying energy rippled through every inch of the square. The ancient blue bricks on the ground of the square, which had stood for countless years, all burst open, and the white bones on the ground were lifted into the air. The power of one blade was so powerful that it was terrifying to the extreme. Although the ancient corpse general had no consciousness, it instinctively turned into a phantom and quickly retreated. At the same time, it used its fingers like a sword and shot out rays of bright sword energy to meet the blade light. Rumble! The blade energy and sword energy fiercely collided in the air, bursting out dazzling lights as if several lightning bolts were crossing the sky. The horrifying blade energy and sword energy intertwined in the air, forming a dense shadow of the blade energy and sword energy. The two immortal cultivator bodies had unparalleled combat prowess. The blazing saber light and the unparalleled sword chi in the air wreaked havoc everywhere. The ancient limestone ground below quickly melted. Dust flew up and drifted down like dust. The ancient corpse soldiers near the battlefield were also blown away by the storm of energy that had burst out like raging waves. Fortunately, the old tortoise's avatar deliberately blocked the surging power. Otherwise, Gu Fei and the others would also be swept away. In the end, the ancient corpse general controlled by the old tortoise's soul-splitting technique gained the upper hand. After all, this indestructible body was equivalent to the old tortoise's avatar. It had the same intelligence and soul fluctuations as the old tortoise. The old tortoise's avatar was a notch stronger than the soulless corpse that only knew how to fight based on instinct. The ancient corpse general was forced to retreat after clashing with the old tortoise's avatar dozens of times. At this time, the ancient corpse soldiers with spears and iron swords had already approached from all directions. They mercilessly raised their rusty spears and dull ancient swords toward Gu Fei and the others. Chapter 183. Looking at the approaching ancient corpse soldiers, everyone's faces were ashen, but the old turtle remained calm. Whoosh! After forcing back the ancient corpse general's avatar, it suddenly turned around and strode back. A dazzling saber light burst out from its hand as if it wanted to tear the void. With a wave of its hand, an unparalleled saber energy suddenly rushed out and swept toward the ancient corpse soldiers that were coming from all directions. Without any suspense, all the ancient corpse soldiers that were swept by the saber energy were blown away by the unparalleled saber energy. There was no saber in its hand, but it was better than having one. The old turtle seemed to have picked up a treasure. His avatar was extremely tyrannical. Swoosh! The ancient corpse general that was forced to retreat rushed out from the gray mist again and directly approached Gu Fei's group. Each step was as heavy as 1,000 caddies, and each step forward caused the entire ground to shake. The long sword shattered the sky. The terrifying ancient corpse general unleashed an unparalleled sword energy toward the old turtle's avatar that was also an ancient corpse general. With its disheveled hair fluttering in the wind, the old turtle's avatar raised its long saber to the sky and moved forward. The saber energy seemed to be able to pierce through the heaven and earth and instantly shattered the terrifying sword energy. It then took a step forward, causing the earth to tremble. The entire ground shook violently, and the bricks under its feet collapsed and then exploded in the air. The momentum of the old turtle's avatar had risen to the extreme. It waved its hand again and unleashed another saber attack. This time, the power of the saber energy was vast and unparalleled. Wherever the saber energy went, the world seemed to be torn apart and the void was shattered, emitting a dazzling light. The powerful saber slashed down from the sky and shattered the endless sword energies unleashed by the ancient corpse general. The extremely ferocious saber energy directly sent the ancient corpse general flying. Bang! The ancient corpse general that was sent flying flew backward for more than 100 zhang and directly hit the giant cauldron in the center of the square. The giant cauldron suddenly trembled violently. In the next moment, the giant cauldron emitted an extremely powerful and terrifying fluctuation. The ancient corpse general was once again sent flying by the terrifying power that erupted from the giant cauldron. Then, a scene that left everyone dumbfounded happened. The countless strange beasts carved on the cauldron seemed to have come to life at this moment. They rushed out from the ancient cauldron, and ferocious phantoms lingered around the ancient cauldron. The old turtle's avatar was killing in all directions. For the time being, there was nothing nearby that could pose a threat to the group. Although the repelled ancient corpse soldiers rushed toward Gu Fei's group again, they were still far away from Gu Fei's group and could not stop them from advancing. The distance of 100 zhang was covered in the blink of an eye. The old turtle anxiously controlled the avatar and directly rushed toward the giant cauldron. The right hand of the old turtle's avatar pressed forward, and the vast yuan qi condensed into a huge palm of light that directly grabbed the giant cauldron. The old turtle wanted to directly take away the giant cauldron, but it miscalculated. The shadows that rushed out from the body of the ancient cauldron seemed to feel threatened. They all soared into the sky and rushed toward the giant hand that was descending from the sky. Boom! The countless shadows that rushed out from the giant cauldron instantly collided with the palm of light that shrouded down and burst out a dull thunderous sound. The surging power shook the heaven and earth, and the dazzling light illuminated the entire square. The countless shadows actually shattered the giant hand that was descending from the sky. The huge burst of air caused a tornado to blow in the air. A great pressure shrouded all directions, and the mighty aftermath caused the entire square to tremble. Everyone was shocked and quickly retreated. Everyone who saw this scene was extremely shocked. Although the shadows that rushed out from the body of the giant cauldron seemed tangible and intangible, they did not seem to be illusory existences. A desolate and simple divine sense circled around the cauldron. It was clearly formed by the origin embryos of ancient strange beasts, and they were extremely fierce. My goodness, it is indeed worthy of being one of the rare ancient treasures. It can actually defend itself without anyone controlling it. This is really surprising. The old turtle saw this and looked at the giant cauldron with even more ferocious eyes. Although these ancient strange beasts had lost their physical bodies and their primordial spirits were transformed by the cauldron, they did not have much intelligence. However, after being nourished by the spirit power of the cauldron, their strength became a bit more powerful than when they were alive. Just when everyone was in a state of extreme shock, the ancient corpse general that was blown away once again closed in on them. Like the ancient corpse soldiers, this corpse general also had an indestructible body. It could only be completely destroyed by a special method. Stop him. The old turtle directly ordered the ancient corpse general clone. The ancient corpse general that had become the old turtle's external incarnation immediately disappeared and directly appeared in front of the ancient corpse general that was closing in on the crowd. Old turtle, hurry up and break the formation. Why are you still dilly-dallying? Gu Fei felt a headache coming on as he looked at the countless ancient corpse soldiers closing in from all directions. The The old turtle sneered and did not answer. Instead, he threw the stone turtle shell in his hand into the air and directly sat down. When the stone turtle shell flew up from the old turtle's hand, it quickly grew in size. When it flew above the giant cauldron, the stone turtle shell had already become the size of a small mountain. What is this old turtle trying to do? Everyone's hearts were filled with questions, but under such circumstances, even Gu Fei was not in a position to ask. He could only watch the old tortoise's actions. The old turtle muttered something and pointed at the stone turtle shell that was floating above the giant cauldron. A ball of light the size of a fist immediately shot out from the old turtle's fingertip and shot toward the stone turtle shell. The ball of light shot into the stone tortoise shell and silently sank into it. Then, the entire stone tortoise shell began to tremble. In the next moment, a hazy space appeared from the stone turtle shell. A strange fluctuation came down from the space inside the stone turtle shell and shrouded the giant cauldron below. Rumble. Just when the strange fluctuation shrouded the giant cauldron, a muffled thunderous sound came from the giant cauldron. Then, the entire giant cauldron shook violently. The countless rare birds and strange beasts on the body of the cauldron suddenly emitted endless light. Strange beasts that seemed to have come from ancient times emerged from the body of the giant cauldron. A ferocious tiger with a single horn and a pair of wings on its back roared at the sky, its voice shaking the vast sky. The immortal phoenix let out a long cry to the 9 heavens. There was also an unknown fierce beast that bared its fangs and brandished its claws as if it wanted to devour someone. The countless strange beast souls on the giant cauldron were awakened at this moment. Each of the beast souls emitted a terrifying fluctuation of power that completely blocked the mighty power from the sky. The mighty power from the stone turtle shell could not shake the giant cauldron. On the other side, the old turtle's corpse general avatar had already begun fighting against an opponent that was also an ancient corpse general. The battle between the two martial artists had begun fiercely. For a time, a gust of wind blew in the square, rolling up thousands of bones on the ground and scattering them in all directions. Chi rays shot everywhere and violent energy flows filled every inch of space. Outrageous, I don't believe that I can't subdue you. The old turtle could not help but become angry when he saw that the power of his pseudo-world could not absorb the giant cauldron into the pseudo-world. He desperately drove the stone turtle shell suspended above the giant cauldron to suppress the giant cauldron below. At the same time, he guided the power of heaven and earth out of the pseudo-world and wrapped it around the giant cauldron. Under the old turtle's full force, the countless strange beast souls around the giant cauldron suddenly showed signs of being suppressed back into the cauldron. The giant cauldron was gradually pulled off the ground by a huge force. After all, the mountain and river giant cauldron was only an automatic defense. Without anyone controlling it, the power displayed by the mountain and river giant cauldron was actually just the tip of the iceberg. Otherwise, even when the old turtle was at his peak, he would not have been able to absorb the mountain and river giant cauldron into his pseudo-world. The moment the mountain and river giant cauldron left the ground, the countless ancient corpse soldiers that were pressing towards the crowd all fell to the ground and no longer made any sound. Huh! Gu Fei and the others could not help but be stunned. After a short pause in their thoughts, everyone could not help but be overjoyed. The old turtle was right. The giant cauldron was indeed the key. The ancient corpse general that was fighting endlessly with the old turtle's corpse general doppelganger was also blown away by the corpse general doppelganger's punch and could no longer get up. After the mountain and river giant cauldron left the ground, the ancient corpse soldiers and the ancient corpse general lost their power. The mysterious force that controlled these monsters seemed to have disappeared. However, the mountain and river giant cauldron seemed to be unwilling to be taken away by the old turtle's pseudo-world. Countless beast souls struggled and roared on the body of the cauldron, emitting bursts of powerful energy fluctuations. Bang! The mountain and river giant cauldron that had left the ground fell back to the ground, and everyone immediately felt a tremor coming from the ground. The moment the mountain and river giant cauldron fell to the ground, the ancient corpse soldiers that had fallen to the ground were once again shrouded by a mysterious force and crawled up from the ground. Whoosh! The ancient corpse general immediately rose from the ground and launched an attack on the corpse general doppelganger. With a wave of its hand, rays of dazzling sword chi surged out and attacked the corpse general doppelganger. Hiss! Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. This was truly too strange. Old Turtle, put in more effort. When Gu Fei saw the giant cauldron falling, his entire heart seemed to have fallen into a bottomless abyss. He could not wait to rush over and lift the giant cauldron off the ground. Fight! The old turtle suddenly opened its mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood essence toward the stone turtle shell that was pressing down from the sky. The blood essence seeped into the stone turtle shell, and the next moment, the blood essence seemed to have stimulated the terrifying power of the stone turtle shell. After spitting out that mouthful of blood essence, the old turtle's expression immediately became weary. Using blood essence as a guide to guide an even more powerful and terrifying power was a secret technique mastered by the old turtle. This secret technique also caused great damage to the body. Rumble. The huge stone turtle shell emitted a monstrous wave of energy fluctuation. Then, the power of heaven and earth in the pseudo-world became many times stronger. The powerful beast souls that rushed out from the mountain and river giant cauldron were suddenly suppressed into the body of the cauldron. Then, the mountain and river giant cauldron, which was shrouded by the pseudo-world power, was once again pulled off the ground. The ancient corpse soldiers that were approaching Gu Fei and the others fell to the ground again. The ancient corpse general was also blasted away and could no longer climb up. Chapter 184. Under the veil of night, the mist was hazy, and a scene that caused everyone to be astounded was occurring on the square at the center of primeval vicious city. An enormous cauldron that was around 20 m tall and 15 m wide was being sucked up into the air by an unfathomable force that mightily descended from the sky. Amid the rumbling, heaven and earth shook. The entire square, and even the entire city, were shaking. It was a gigantic cauldron that seemed to have existed since the beginning of time, as if it had existed since the beginning of the world. A terrifying energy fluctuation was released from it, and the souls of countless ancient beasts were roaring on the cauldron. Unfortunately, the pseudo-power of heaven and earth from the stone turtle shell floating above the mountain and river cauldron was too strong. The mountain and river cauldron shook violently, trying to shake off the suction force from the pseudo-world, but it was all in vain. The mountain and river cauldron, a rare treasure of the primordial era, had a great origin. Unfortunately, no one was controlling it, so its power was limited. Unable to resist the suction of the old turtle's pseudo-world, it was slowly moving toward the hazy space. The stone turtle shell floating over the huge cauldron had already grown to the size of a mountain. After the old turtle sprayed a mouthful of blood essence onto the stone turtle shell, it immediately burst forth with dazzling light. The power of heaven and earth pouring down from the pseudo-heaven and earth inside the cauldron suddenly increased. Beams of divine light tore through heaven and earth and blocked the power of the pseudo-realm in the void heaven realm. The old turtle didn't hesitate to damage its own blood essence and primordial chi to get the mountain and river cauldron. The pseudo-world's power turned the void around the mountain and river cauldron into a separate world, independent of the ruin heaven realm, completely cutting off all connections between the primordial fierce city and the mountain and river cauldron. The ancient corpse soldiers and ancient corpse generals guarding the fierce city seemed to have lost all their strength in an instant. They were completely turned into lifeless objects and fell on the square covered with white bones. The strength of the ancient corpse soldiers and ancient corpse generals was unquestionable. If it weren't for the abnormal old turtle, they would have been killed by these monsters many times over. It seemed that the power controlling these corpse soldiers and ancient corpse generals came from the mountain and river cauldron. Once the mountain and river cauldron left the ground, even if the ancient corpse soldiers and ancient corpse generals were still alive, they would completely lose the ability to move. Everyone's crisis was temporarily resolved. However, if the old tortoise could not successfully take the treasured cauldron of mountains and rivers with the power of the fake world, everything would return to normal. Therefore, everyone hoped that old tortoise could successfully obtain the mountain and river cauldron. They were even more nervous than old tortoise. Controlling a heavenly abode, this dragon turtle. Dan Shinzi looked at the hazy space inside the stone turtle shell and was shocked to the extreme. Legend has it that the ancient almighty beings were able to create their own heavenly abode. Who would have thought that it was actually true? After all, Daoist was a cultivator of the older generation. He was experienced and knowledgeable. At this moment, he had already vaguely guessed what kind of existence the space within the stone tortoise shell was. Could this dragon turtle really be one of the 9 sons of the ancient true dragon? Daoist was seriously suspicious of this old turtle's identity. After all, someone who could control a heavenly abode was definitely not simple. Even demigods and supreme saints did not have the ability to split the heavens and split the earth. Perhaps only a true immortal god would have the supreme power to create chaos and reopen the heavens and earth. The huge mountain and river cauldron slowly rose. The old turtle's fake world power seemed to have the upper hand as it slowly pulled the mountain and river cauldron into the fake world inside the stone tortoise shell. Everyone watched this scene anxiously. Old Tortoise, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, was sweating profusely. He seemed to be extremely strenuous and his eyes were almost popping out of their sockets. The sparkling dragon whiskers hanging in front of his chest were trembling continuously. Swoosh! Old Tortoise's corpse general avatar appeared beside him to protect him. It was a mighty black-haired middle-aged man. He was 9 feet tall and emitted an extremely powerful aura. He raised his head and his gray eyes were no longer lifeless. Instead, they were filled with vigor. Old Tortoise's avatar had complete control of the indestructible warrior body. The avatar withdrew his gaze and sat cross-legged behind Old Tortoise. He stretched out his right palm and pressed it on Old Tortoise's back. A vast amount of yuan qi began to surge toward Old Tortoise. Roar! With external help, Old Tortoise immediately roared at the sky. His entire body seemed to have been injected with endless power and became vigorous. A powerful aura emanated from Old Tortoise's body. The surging power made the crystal white bones that were scattered around float up. They then revolved violently around Old Tortoise, who looked like a peerless old demon. Divide the chaos, split the heavens and earth, swallow the universe. Old Tortoise shouted. With the help of the terrifying power transmitted by the avatar, he performed a secret technique and shot rays of dazzling divine light at the huge stone tortoise shell floating in the sky. Rumble. The hazy space inside the stone tortoise shell started to become clearer as it trembled violently. The endless power of the pseudo-realm poured down and formed a huge funnel-shaped whirlpool below. The strong suction force instantly enveloped the mountain and river cauldron below. The speed of the mountain and river cauldron's ascent suddenly increased. It was no longer slow. At the same time, the stone tortoise shell also descended from the sky. The fake world inside expanded and shrouded the mountain and river cauldron. It really had the momentum to swallow the universe. It seemed that the mountain and river cauldron could not escape the fate of being absorbed into Old Tortoise's pseudo-world. However, at the moment when the mountain and river cauldron was about to be devoured by the pseudo-world, an accident occurred. Boom! Like a flash flood, or like the Milky Way pouring down from the 9 heavens, the cauldron of mountain and river seemed to have sensed danger, and suddenly released a surge of power, a terrifying power that could shake the heavens and the earth. Then, under everyone's shocked stares, the rising cauldron of mountain and river stopped. In the next moment, the souls of countless beasts rushed out of the cauldron like wild horses. Not only that, but a hazy world actually appeared around the mountain and river cauldron. Within the hazy image, the top was clear and the bottom was turbid, just like the real world. Above, there were countless suns, moons, and stars, as well as the weather of wind and rain. Below, there were mountains, rivers, and seas. Then, a fist-sized ball of light slowly rose from the mountain and river cauldron. The illusory world began to revolve around this ball of light. The suns, moons, stars, the heavens, the earth, the mountains, and the rivers continuously appeared around the ball of light, and even everything in the world. Tens of thousands of beasts' souls rushed into the hazy world at the same time. Then, the beasts seemed to be reborn in an instant, and their faint figures became incomparably real. The aura emitted by each of the beasts became even more powerful. The huge barbaric dragon's figure appeared in that world. It raised its head to the sky and let out a long roar. The terrifying sound waves scattered the clouds in the sky and spread out from that hazy world. The sound was deafening. However, the hazy world projected by the ball of light seemed to be extremely unstable and constantly changing. The mountains, the sun, the moon, the stars, and even everything in the world gradually disappeared, returning to the primal chaos. After a while, the mountains, rivers, and the endless starry sky reappeared. This magical ball of light interchanged between the primal chaos and the universe, as if it was showing everyone the formation of the primal chaos and the universe. Roar! It's the innate chaotic nascent embryo. When the old tortoise saw the ball of light rising from the mountain and river cauldron, it could no longer keep calm and roared in excitement. Gu Fei had no idea what the chaotic embryo was. Not only Gu Fei, but everyone present also did not know what the magical ball of light that could transform the primal chaos and the universe was. But without a doubt, the ball of light rising from the mountain and river cauldron was definitely an extraordinary treasure. Otherwise, the old tortoise would not be so excited and nervous. As soon as the chaotic origin fetus appeared, it manifested a projection of a real world and emitted a strange energy wave. The wave did not appear to be very powerful, but it managed to freeze the stone turtle shell that was descending from old tortoise in the air. At the same time, Gu Fei felt his hand shake, and the long sword condensed by the essence of the magic weapon flew out of his hand. It turned into a purple sword light and rushed into the chaotic embryo. Gu Fei could not help but be shocked. The moment the sword light rushed into the chaotic embryo, he could no longer sense the existence of the sword soul. The faintly discernible connection between him and the sword soul had been completely severed. What's going on? Gu Fei was stunned. He could not believe that he had lost his greatest support in such an inexplicable manner. The funnel-shaped vortex formed by the fake world could no longer pull the mountain and river cauldron. Not only that, but the mountain and river cauldron actually began to slowly fall. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help turning pale with fright. They knew that when the mountain and river cauldron fell to the ground, the powerless ancient corpse soldiers would stand up once more. When that happened, everyone would most likely die without a burial site. How dare you! The old tortoise roared again and again. The corpse behind him desperately guided a vast amount of yuan qi into his body. Boom! With a loud explosion, a monstrous wave of energy rippled out of the old tortoise's body. The white bones around him all exploded into powder and scattered on the ground. Beams of strong light shot out of the old tortoise's body. The space where he was located, under the cover of his fake world, became a world of its own. Inside, the old tortoise's power was not limited by the ruined sky realm and could grow infinitely. All kinds of great restrictive spells were formed in the old tortoise's hands and swept toward the mysterious light ball in the sky with a vast power. The old tortoise wanted to imprison the light ball. However, when the various restrictive spells that were powerful enough to shake a world rushed into the hazy world outside the light ball, they were all absorbed by the hazy world like clay oxen entering the sea. Hiss! The old tortoise sucked in a breath of cold air. This chaotic embryo seemed to be able to absorb everything in the world, which made it extremely tricky to deal with. Rumble. Like 100,000 mountains slowly pressing down from the sky, the mountain and river cauldron's falling momentum seemed to be irreversible. Chapter 185. The innate chaotic embryo that rushed out of the mountain and river cauldron instantly reversed the situation. The power of the chaotic embryo was enough to contend against the old turtle's pseudo-world. The mysterious power emanating from the chaotic embryo stopped the falling stone turtle shell and caused the mountain and river cauldron to fall back to the ground. Seeing this, everyone's expression changed dramatically. The mere thought of the terrible consequences of the mountain and river cauldron falling back to the ground sent chills down their spines. At this time, the old turtle was extremely anxious. He made up his mind and spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood essence in succession. The blood did not spill to the ground, but turned into 3 clouds of blood mist in the air that swirled around the old turtle. Obviously, the old turtle was using a secret technique. The 3 clouds of blood mist around him burst into a dazzling blood-red light that illuminated the entire sky. 3 blood-red divine dragons, each more than 100 feet long, quickly condensed in the air. They were not in the form of a dragon turtle, nor were they real divine dragons with flesh and blood. Instead, they were divine dragons formed by a cloud of blood, mist and light. Seeing this, Dan Shenzi had vaguely guessed that this dragon turtle was very likely one of the 9 sons of the dragon. The old turtle's blood essence contained the aura of the true dragon. The 3 blood dragons emitted a bright blood-red brilliance, which was particularly dazzling in the dark night. A heavy sense of oppression emanated from the blood dragons, and the great pressure made everyone pale. A dragon roar suddenly came from the old turtle's mouth. The 3 blood dragons also threw their heads back and roared. The tremendous dragon roar shook the heavens, and the aura of the true dragon surged mightily between heaven and earth. Even the spirits of the primitive beasts that rushed out of the mountain and river cauldron trembled in fear under the dragon roar, somewhat afraid of the aura of the true dragon emitted by the 3 blood dragons. The powerful aura of the true dragon spread in all directions, and all beasts were frightened. The blood-red true dragon was condensed from the drops of true dragon essence that the old turtle had desperately spat out. Very similar to the doppelganger disintegration technique, it consumed the old turtle's vitality. The old turtle's originally incomparably powerful vitality had been worn away by the formation in the stone forest for countless years, and there was no vitality left in its body. Otherwise, the dragon turtle, a mighty expert of the antiquity times and a headache for the master of the ruined heaven realm, would not have been so weak. Now that it was using its life essence again, it was practically asking for the old tortoise's life. Its heart was bleeding. However, for the cauldron of mountain and river, it was definitely worth it. Roar. The dragon roars shook the heavens and the earth. The enormous roars were like raging waves beating against the shore, and also like thunder from the 9 heavens. They resounded in the heavens and the earth, and the entire primeval vicious city seemed to tremble. Although there were only 3 blood dragons and they weren't real divine dragons, the sight of them roaring at the same time was even more majestic than a magnificent army. The huge sound wave caused everyone's chi and blood to surge. Those with weaker cultivation even lost their balance and fell to the ground. Everyone was shocked. 3 blood dragons that were over 100 feet long, emanating a blood-red light that looked like waves of blood, let out roars and transformed into 3 blood-red dragon shadows, swooping towards the chaos origin embryo in the sky. Enveloped by the power of heaven and earth emitted by the old turtle's pseudo-heaven and earth, the old turtle's cultivation was not restricted at all. The 3 blood dragons formed by the 3 mouthfuls of essence blood emitted a terrifying energy fluctuation. The blood dragons directly broke through the hazy yet real-world projection that lingered around the chaos origin embryo, and with the momentum of 3 dragons fighting for a pearl, they swooped towards the chaos origin embryo above the mountain and river cauldron. At this moment, no one noticed that in the sky above the square, streaks of black and white light were converging, and a huge yin-yang diagram that covered the entire sky above the square was emerging. The yin and yang qi of this part of the world was disturbed. The moment when the chaos origin embryo was about to be devoured by the 3 blood dragons, a giant claw the size of a mountain and covered in green scales suddenly reached out from the hazy world and slapped at the 3 blood dragons. Pung! 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 After 3 loud sounds, the 3 blood dragons were directly smashed by the giant claw, and blood rained down from the sky. Ah! The old tortoise, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. The 3 blood dragons were smashed by the giant claw, and the old tortoise suffered a great blow. Even the corpse general doppelganger had blood seeping out of the corner of its mouth. The corpse general doppelganger's right palm was still pressed against the old tortoise's back, and streams of primordial chi continuously flowed into the old tortoise's body. The power of the corpse general doppelganger seemed to be endless. After the giant claw smashed the 3 blood dragons, it once again retreated into the world projected by the chaos origin embryo. Indistinctly, the silhouettes of ancient dragons could be vaguely seen in that hazy world. Not only the ancient dragons, but the silhouettes of other primitive beasts also appeared in the world projected by the chaos origin embryo. The hazy world seemed to be a miniature version of the real world. The sun, moon, stars, lakes, seas, mountains, rivers, wind, thunder, and rain all appeared on the chaos origin embryo. Everything in the world seemed to be in the chaos origin embryo. However, in the next moment, the chaos origin embryo would return to its chaotic state. The mountain and river cauldron actually contains the soul of an expert of my clan. The old tortoise was very surprised. The giant claw that was covered in green scales earlier was not a real claw made of flesh and blood, but an illusion formed by a spirit. However, the old tortoise sensed the aura of the true dragon chi from the giant claw. In other words, the giant claw belonged to an expert of the dragon clan. Rumble. Heaven and earth shook violently as the mountain and river cauldron slowly pressed down from the sky. The void around the mountain and river cauldron seemed to be on the verge of collapsing as ripples spread out. Damn it, if only I was at my peak. The old tortoise was filled with hatred and regret. The chaos origin embryo was something that the mountain and river cauldron had continuously gathered the chi of lakes, seas, mountains, and rivers over the years to form. This was something that the old tortoise could not have imagined. If the old tortoise could obtain the chaos origin embryo, his pseudo-world would one day grow into a real world, a truly perfect world without any flaws. When everyone saw this scene, they could not help but feel despair. The old tortoise seemed to be powerless to stop the fall of the mountain and river cauldron. The pseudo-world inside the stone tortoise shell was powerful enough to stop the mountain and river cauldron from falling. The chaos origin embryo also seemed to be a world of its own. The two were existences of the same level, so the old tortoise's pseudo-world could not do anything to the chaos origin embryo. At this moment, Gu Fei suddenly looked up into the sky, and his expression suddenly became a little strange. Everyone followed his gaze, and then, everyone was stunned. Above the square, there was an overwhelming yin and yang diagram of the yin and yang diagram that covered all directions, slowly rotating. The yin and yang diagram in the sky was no stranger to the disciples of the Taishan sect. On a night a year ago, the demon lord of six paths had attacked. At that time, the yin and yang diagram of the yin and yang diagram had shown great power. Not only had it broken the protective array of the Taishan sect, but it had also indirectly let the demon lord of six paths go. It could be said that after experiencing what happened that night, no one could easily forget the situation of the night when the demon lord attacked. And now, this mysterious yin and yang diagram of the yin and yang diagram had appeared again. How could the disciples of the Taishan sect not be shocked? What's going on? How did this thing appear here? Dan Shinzi was shocked. However, no one could answer his question. Because no one knew the origin of the yin and yang diagram of the yin and yang diagram of the yin and yang diagram. Of course, among the crowd, the person who was most shocked was Gu Fei. The yin and yang diagram of the yin and yang diagram did not seem to rush out of his chest. How did it appear in the sky? After the yin and yang jade pendant merged into Gu Fei's chest, this time, without any warning, it ran out on its own and shrouded the stone tortoise shell floating in the sky and the mountain and river cauldron that was falling. This made Gu Fei inexplicably shocked. The yin and yang diagram of the yin and yang diagram silently rotated in the sky, and the fluctuations of the yin and yang chi that it emitted surged like stormy waves, and then directly shrouded from the sky. The huge yin and yang diagram of the yin and yang diagram covered the sky above the square, and the endless yin and yang chi began to surge toward the stone tortoise shell and the mountain and river cauldron. At this moment, the entire archaic vicious city was truly trembling, as if the end of the world had arrived. The power of the yin and yang diagram of the yin and yang made the world tremble. The vast and incomparable yin and yang chi made the world lose its color, and the terrible power sealed the world. The stone tortoise shell floating above the mountain and river cauldron trembled violently, and there were signs of it being sucked in by the yin and yang diagram. This thing again. The old turtle could not help but curse, and then quickly called the stone tortoise shell back. The huge stone tortoise shell quickly shrank and flew into the old turtle's hand. The old turtle had seen the power of the yin and yang diagram of the yin and yang diagram of the yin and yang diagram. It was a ruthless character that had completely absorbed the power of an archaic great array. The old turtle was not arrogant enough to think that he could compete with this mysterious yin and yang diagram. The clone corpse continued to guide Yuan Qi into the old turtle's body, and the huge Yuan Qi temporarily suppressed the old turtle's internal injuries. The yin and yang diagram in the eye of the stone forest formation had absorbed an unknown amount of yuan qi. This yin and yang diagram was much more powerful than it had been a year ago. It directly sealed the sky and the earth, completely sealing off the entire square. Then, it slowly enveloped the area in an attempt to devour the chaotic embryo. The chaotic embryo seemed to be somewhat afraid of the yin and yang diagram, and the hazy world surrounding it was immediately absorbed by the yin and yang diagram. The chaotic embryo seemed to have a mind of its own. It struggled left and right under the yin and yang diagram's blockade, trying to break through the divine diagram's blockade. At the same time, the mountain and river cauldron emitted a brilliant light and shook violently. Phantoms of ancient beasts rushed out of the cauldron, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws at the yin and yang diagram. The souls of the ancient beasts were incomparably powerful, and their roars were deafening. However, in the face of absolute power, their struggles were powerless. The phantoms of the ancient beasts had already been annihilated by the yin and yang qi descending from the diagram before they could even reach the yin and yang diagram. Chapter 186. The beast souls on the mountain and river cauldron were indestructible. Although they had been imprisoned on the cauldron for countless years, they had also been nourished by the mountain and river cauldron's essence from all directions. Thus, they had long become one. Unless the mountain and river cauldron was destroyed, the beast souls on the cauldron would never be destroyed. The Tai Chi yin and yang diagram enveloped the world, releasing energy waves as vast as the sea and as heavy as the mountains. The space seemed to have collapsed, and space cracks that looked like black lightning flashed in the void. The space cracks were filled with the aura of destruction. Anything that was touched by them would turn into the most primitive matter and dissipate between heaven and earth. The mountain and river cauldron, which was enveloped by the yin and yang qi of the Tai Chi yin and yang diagram, shook violently and buzzed. Even the space cracks couldn't destroy this primeval treasure. The spirits of the strange beasts that were annihilated by the yin and yang qi dissipated into the yin and yang qi. In the next moment, they reappeared on the body of the cauldron, and then rushed out from the body of the cauldron. Although the Tai Chi yin and yang diagram stopped the mountain and river cauldron in the air, thousands of beast souls rushed out of the cauldron and circled around it. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws, and their roars shook the world. The Tai Chi yin and yang diagram couldn't completely suppress the mountain and river cauldron for a while. Everyone was shaken by the sound waves, and their blood surged. Their faces turned pale, and they all retreated, unable to stand still. Only when they reached the edge of the square did they stop feeling so uncomfortable. Only the old turtle and his corpse general doppelganger were still nearby, eyeing the chaotic embryo in the sky, which was trying to break out of the Tai Chi yin and yang diagram. However, the two treasures were still fighting fiercely. The pressure from the collision was earth-shattering, and an energy storm blew around them. The old turtle was also affected, so he had to release the stone turtle shell and let it hover above his head. The power of the fake world surged out and covered the old turtle and his corpse general doppelganger. The old turtle stared at the chaotic embryo with bright eyes. The embryo would occasionally create a virtual image of a world, and from time to time, it would replay the primeval chaos. However, no matter how strong the energy fluctuation from the chaotic embryo was, it couldn't break out of the terrifying domain created by the Tai Chi yin and yang diagram. At the same time, the Tai Chi yin yang diagram was unable to devour the chaotic origin embryo and the mountain and river cauldron into the diagram. The two treasures seemed to be in a stalemate. However, in the eyes of the crowd, the mysterious godly diagram seemed to have gained the upper hand and was completely on the offensive. On the other hand, the chaotic origin embryo and the mountain and river cauldron were on the defensive. The entire primordial vicious city was shaking at this moment. The power that erupted from the violent clash of the two treasures was so great that even the ruined heaven realm could not suppress it. The ominous city was trembling, and the world seemed to be trembling as well. The layer of gray mist above the ominous city had long been dispersed, revealing the stars in the sky. Those countless stars didn't seem to be far from the ground. The starlight that shone down seemed to be different from that of the outside world. However, no one could tell what the difference was. Gu Fei had already learned from the old turtle that the so-called ruined heaven realm was nothing more than a false realm created by an almighty expert in ancient times to recreate the chaos. It was not a real heaven and earth. Although Gu Fei felt that something was strange, he couldn't say what it was. A perfect major world was not like this. Although there were all kinds of things in this world, including the sun, the moon, and the stars, on a cliff dozens of kilometers away from the primordial vicious city stood a group of people who were looking up at the primordial vicious city in astonishment. The person in the lead was a middle-aged Daoist wearing a blue Daoist robe and carrying a sword on his back. "What's that?" The middle-aged Daoist looked at the slowly revolving Taiji yin-yang diagram in the sky above the primordial vicious city and murmured. There was an unconcealable shock on his face. The middle-aged Daoist was Lu Ruhai, a sword cultivator from the Guanxing immortal sect who had refused to help and circled the city. Behind Lu Ruhai stood 5 young men in white robes. The people of the Guanxing immortal sect and the Xianxia sect had circled around the primordial vicious city. Under Lu Ruhai's lead, the disciples of the Guanxing immortal sect had circled around the primordial vicious city and arrived at the cliff. Even Lu Ruhai had never seen the Taiji yin-yang diagram before. However, he believed that it was a Daoist divine treasure and an unparalleled Dharma artifact. No wonder Dan Shinzi was willing to take the risk to enter the primordial vicious city. He must be jealous of this divine treasure. Lu Ruhai naturally thought that Dan Shinzi entered the primordial vicious city for the Taiji yin-yang diagram. However, he was wrong. Although Dan Shinzi entered the primordial vicious city to obtain the divine treasure, it wasn't for the Taiji yin-yang diagram. Whoosh! The Taiji yin-yang diagram in the sky above the primordial vicious city spun slowly. The vast power of yin and yang caused the sky in front of Lu Ruhai to shake. Even though he was dozens of meters away, he was still extremely shocked. The terrifying vibration emitted by the divine diagram made everyone's heart palpitate. It was a shudder that originated from the soul. It filled everyone with fear and made them feel as insignificant as ants in front of it. "Let's go." Lu Ruhai stared at the divine diagram in the sky, turned around, and walked down the cliff. If Lu Ruhai said that he wasn't jealous of the divine diagram, he wouldn't believe it either. However, if he had to choose between entering the primordial vicious city and continuing to Heaven Burial Valley to pick the 9-colored immortal herb, Lu Ruhai would still choose the latter. After all, the primordial vicious city was too dangerous. Although the trip to Heaven Burial Valley was equally dangerous, there was still a chance of success. Entering the primordial vicious city, on the other hand, was a hopeless situation. At least, that was what Lu Ruhai thought. Otherwise, the divine treasures in the city would have been taken away by countless Daoist experts who had entered the ruined sky realm over the past thousands of years. Lu Ruhai headed east with Ren Wuming, Lu Yunhe, and the other 4 disciples. Soon, their figures disappeared into the dense forest at the bottom of the cliff. On another relatively open slope, the people from the High Clarity sect also sensed the strange vibration coming from the primordial vicious city. Ding Yangzi and the others also saw the Taiji yin-yang diagram in the sky above the ancient city. Dan Shinzi, that guy. When Ding Yangzi saw the yin-yang diagram in the sky above the primordial vicious city, his eyes could not help but burn with passion. Ding Yangzi was shocked. He also thought that it was an incredible divine treasure. If Dan Shinzi obtained it, then the balance of power among the 3 great path sects would be completely broken, and the Taishan sect would become the leader of the 3 great path sects. This was something that the Guanxing immortal sect and the High Clarity sect did not want to see. After all, no one wanted either of the other 2 forces to be superior to the Ling family. However, Ding Yangzi was not a fool. He could already tell that Ding Yangzi must have encountered great trouble in the primordial vicious city. Divine treasures were not that easy to obtain. If he was not careful, he might pay with his life. Ding Yangzi also did not want to enter the primordial vicious city that was full of unknown dangers to fight for some divine treasure. After all, a divine treasure could only be enjoyed if one was alive. Ding Yangzi made the same decision as Lu Ruhai. He continued to lead a group of disciples east to Heaven Burial Valley to obtain the longevity grass. If he could make such a great contribution, perhaps the patriarch of the sect would grant him a longevity grass. The longevity grass could increase a cultivator's lifespan by 200 years. If he could take it, 200 years would be enough for his cultivation to break through the bottleneck of the ninth heaven of the transcending mortality realm. Thinking of this, Jianghu could not wait to go to Heaven Burial Valley, collect the longevity grass, and then leave the ruined sky realm. The ruined sky realm was full of danger. It was definitely not a good place. The figures of Jianghu and the others also disappeared into the eastern woodland. In addition to Jianghu's and Lu Ruhai's groups, some mysterious figures also appeared outside the primordial vicious city. They were the green-robed disciples of the three great path sects who had entered the ruined sky realm first. Some of these people were even more powerful than Jianghu and Lu Ruhai. They were the terrifying cultivators who had 1 foot in the void-controlling realm. Although some of these people already had 1 foot in the void-controlling realm, seeing that their lifespans were coming to an end, they had no choice but to take the risk and enter the ruined sky realm for a slim chance of survival. Therefore, these people cherished their lives even more, and were absolutely unwilling to take risks. Some of these people were watching, and some had directly retreated, but no one dared to step into the primordial vicious city. No one was unafraid of death, especially these cultivators who pursued immortality and lived much longer than ordinary people. At this time, every inch of space on the central square of the vicious city was filled with vast power. Gu Fei and the others were forced to retreat again and again, and had long since retreated to the street outside the square. The mountain and river cauldron had been completely suppressed, and the chaotic origin embryo that had been struggling here and there also showed signs of being suppressed back into the mountain and river cauldron. The mountain and river cauldron shook repeatedly, and the souls of the desolate beasts that had rushed out of the cauldron hissed in unison. The vast and terrifying soul power that surged out tore the heavens and split the earth, turning the space around the mountain and river cauldron into a dead zone. The power of the world that surged out of the chaotic origin embryo was also doing its best to resist the yin and yang qi that surged down from the sky. The thousands of yin and yang qi that descended from the sky were continuously dispersed by the chaotic origin embryo. The entire primordial vicious city shook, and cracks began to appear on the ground. Outside the square, there was a continuous rumble of buildings collapsing. The old turtle was like a pillar that stood firm in the middle of the terrifying energy storm. He still did not retreat, and the stone turtle shell that hung above his head emitted a vast amount of pseudo-worldly power that enveloped the old turtle and his avatar. Although there was a terrifying energy storm in all directions, the enormous power also impacted the stone turtle shell greatly and caused it to tremble repeatedly. However, he didn't know what kind of treasure that stone turtle shell was. Even the remnant energy from the 2 treasures couldn't break it. But one thing was certain, the stone turtle shell was definitely not the old turtle's shell. This was because the old turtle's shell was still intact on his body. The old turtle clenched his teeth and endured. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. If not for the corpse general avatar behind him that was continuously channeling Yuan Qi into his body, he would have already collapsed. He was waiting for the opportunity to strike. Chapter 187. The suppression of the mountain and river cauldron seemed to be irreversible. Standing outside the square, Gu Fei's heart was in turmoil when he saw this scene. What secrets did the mysterious yin-yang jade pendant have? No one knew the details of the yin-yang diagram, but Gu Fei at least knew one thing. The yin-yang diagram was formed by the yin and yang energy contained in a yin-yang jade pendant. A small jade pendant was actually able to condense a Tai Chi yin-yang diagram that could devour the universe. Gu Fei found it incredible and unbelievable. The yin-yang fish jade pendant definitely had a shocking secret. There was no doubt about it. The Tai Chi yin-yang diagram that enveloped the square seemed to have materialized into a tangible object. The diagram was extremely clear, and the 2 black and white Tai Chi eyes were like 2 divine wells that connected the yin and yang of heaven and earth. Endless power was surging out of the 2 black and white Tai Chi eyes. The mountain and river cauldron, the perfect seat of the world. A faint voice came from the huge diagram, which made everyone present feel inexplicably frightened. Gu Fei's face turned green. It was not the first time he had heard this voice. Could there be someone living in the yin-yang jade pendant? Gu Fei was startled by the thought that popped up in his mind. But when he thought about it carefully, it didn't seem impossible. It was possible for some people with great divine power to open up a world like a mustard seed space. Didn't the old turtle have his fake world? The ruined sky realm was also a fake world created by an almighty in the ancient times. F***CK. Which dead guy from the ancient times did this belong to? The old turtle's expression changed drastically when he heard the voice. Only the almighty in the ancient times knew the secret of the mountain and river cauldron. There seemed to be a remnant soul in the Tai Chi yin-yang diagram, which made the old turtle very afraid. Boom! At this moment, the Tai Chi yin-yang diagram suddenly shook violently. The two black and white Tai Chi eyes spewed out a vast yin and yang energy as violent as a volcanic eruption. Then, a huge palm the size of a mountain condensed under the diagram and grabbed at the chaotic origin embryo and the mountain and river cauldron below. The void within a radius of 1,000 feet was completely enveloped by the giant hand, shaking the heavens and the earth. Pieces of the void were shattered by the giant hand. The giant hand grabbed the chaotic origin embryo and the mountain and river cauldron in an instant. Rumble. The gigantic hand shook violently. Rays of chaotic light broke through the gigantic hand and shot out. Bestial roars came from the gigantic hand. The mountain and river cauldron was struggling intensely, trying to break free. Treasures that had given birth to an artifact soul were the hardest to subdue. Such treasures could not be controlled without great power or divine abilities. Although the hand had grabbed the mountain and river cauldron, it seemed to be in trouble. The Tai Chi yin-yang diagram shook continuously, and a powerful yin-yang force surged out from the black and white Tai Chi eyes. With the support of this power, the huge hand formed by the yin-yang force immediately suppressed the mountain and river cauldron. However, just as the huge hand was about to grab the mountain and river cauldron, the hundreds of tall stone statues around the square suddenly shone brightly. Then, a faint figure appeared on top of each stone statue. 108 figures that looked like gods and devils walked out from the stone statues. Each figure emitted a terrifying aura that was like a mountain. No one had expected such a scene to happen. The person who had built the ancient ominous city had left behind a backup plan. No one could easily take the mountain and river cauldron away. Gu Fei and the rest, who had already retreated out of the square, could not help but gasp. The terrifying aura emitted by the 108 blurry figures was too powerful. It's even more terrifying than the stone tower fighting souls in the stone array. Gu Fei and Old Tortoise simultaneously recalled the day when they broke the formation and fought against the 18 fighting souls in the stone tower. The aura exuded by the 108 hazy figures in front of them was much more powerful than the 18 fighting souls in the stone tower. Among them, a figure holding a long sword took a step forward and instantly closed in from outside the square. Then, with a swing of the sword, 1,000-foot-long sword light swept out. Wherever the sword light passed, the space was torn by the sword and the stormy sword chi immediately filled every inch of space in the square. Chi! With a soft sound, the huge hand that had grabbed the mountain and river cauldron and was retreating towards the Tai Chi yin-yang diagram in the sky was cut off by the 1,000-foot-long sword light. When the huge hand was cut off by the sword, a faint sigh came from the Tai Chi yin-yang diagram. Strong, it was really strong. The faint figures that walked out from the stone statues were abnormally strong and beyond everyone's imagination. Although the huge hand was cut off, it did not dissipate. The mountain and river cauldron was still in the hand. However, in the next moment, another figure appeared near the huge hand and punched out. The terrifying power shook the heavens and the earth. The space in front of the fist was collapsing and collapsing. Without any suspense, the huge hand that was condensed from the endless power of yin and yang collapsed. The strength of the stone statues made Old Tortoise tremble in fear. He felt an unprecedented strong pressure and he knew that it was absolutely impossible for him to fight against these monsters. Where did that damn pervert capture so many powerful fighting souls? Old Tortoise was shocked. He wanted to retreat. He did not want to die. If he stayed here and was targeted by those fighting souls, he would definitely die. However, just as Old Tortoise was about to retreat, a chaotic light rushed out from the huge hand that had exploded. Here's my chance. Seeing this scene, Old Tortoise was suddenly excited. He hurriedly rushed to the sky and opened up his pseudo-heaven and earth to meet the chaotic divine light. He took a risk. The chaotic divine light was caught by Old Tortoise. He opened up his pseudo-heaven and earth and absorbed it. Haha. Old Tortoise laughed and rushed into his pseudo-heaven and earth. Old Tortoise's corpse general doppelganger also rushed into the pseudo-heaven and earth at the same time. The huge stone turtle shell floated in the sky. Muffled sounds that sounded like muffled thunder came from inside the stone turtle shell. The stone turtle shell shook violently as if there was a primitive beast ramming inside. At this moment, the mountain and river cauldron fell out of the huge hand and fell to the ground. The faint spiritual souls of the wild beasts around the mountain and river cauldron seemed to have dimmed a lot. The Tai Chi yin-yang diagram and Old Tortoise that shrouded the sky above the square seemed to have their eyes on the chaotic embryo. As for the mountain and river cauldron, they did not seem to care too much. Outside the square, everyone watched the scene in fear. The chaotic divine light that Old Tortoise had absorbed into his pseudo-heaven and earth should have been formed by the chaotic embryo. The huge stone turtle shell flickered and seemed to be in a mess. The chaotic embryo seemed to be difficult to control and still wanted to rush out of Old Tortoise's pseudo-heaven and earth. Bang! The mountain and river cauldron, which was as heavy as a mountain, fell heavily on the ground. The entire ground shook. Everyone's hearts beat violently with the loud sound. Everyone subconsciously stepped back. Sure enough, what they were worried about happened. The immortal corpse soldiers that had fallen on the square seemed to have suddenly gained strength and stood up one after another. The sound of metal rubbing against each other made people's scalps tingle. Holding ancient spears and ancient swords, the corpse soldiers stood on the square like huge mountains. After the 108 fighting souls destroyed the huge hand and seized the mountain and river cauldron, they all rushed into the sky and rushed toward the divine diagram in the sky above the square. Boom! The 108 fighting souls attacked the Tai Chi yin-yang diagram at the same time. The extremely terrifying energy shook the divine diagram. The divine diagram suddenly became blurry and showed signs of collapsing. This was too unbelievable. From Gu Fei's point of view, the Tai Chi yin-yang diagram had been successful ever since he had brought it out from the mysterious cave under the icy azure lake. But now, the divine map had been shaken. Although the person who had shaken the divine map could not be considered a human, it was enough to show how powerful the 108 fighting souls were. It was no wonder that no one had been able to take the mountain and river cauldron away for thousands of years. With the protection of the 108 fighting souls, even if an immortal came, he would be killed. Bang! At this moment, the stone tortoise shell suddenly shook violently, and rays of dazzling light shot out from within. After that, a part of the void shattered, and a fist-sized ball of chaotic light shot out from the stone tortoise shell. Old Tortoise in the stone turtle shell roared angrily. Obviously, his pseudo-heaven and earth could not trap the chaotic embryo and it had escaped from the pseudo-heaven and earth. As soon as the chaotic origin embryo appeared, the 108 battle souls immediately stopped attacking the Tai Chi yin-yang diagram. Instead, they immediately surrounded the chaotic origin embryo. Swoosh! 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 The 108 fighting souls moved so quickly that one could not even see their shadows. They all displayed their divine powers and surrounded the chaotic embryo that had rushed out from Old Tortoise's pseudo-heaven and earth. The Dharma power and divine powers that these fighting souls displayed were all powerful. However, it was difficult for them to seal the chaotic embryo into the mountain and river cauldron in a short period of time. The chaotic origin embryo turned into a streak of chaotic divine light and shuttled between the 108 faint battle souls at an incredible speed. Roar! A fighting soul holding a large bell roared angrily at the sky and then threw the large bell into the air. The ancient large bell immediately enlarged and shrouded the chaotic divine light. The other fighting souls attacked at the same time and sealed the heaven and earth, forcing the chaotic divine light towards the large bell. At that moment, the Tai Chi yin-yang diagram in the sky seemed to be unwilling to let the chaotic embryo be taken away. It slowly pressed down from the sky, and in the midst of the rumbling, the entire sky shook violently. Both sides were extremely powerful, and Old Tortoise could no longer intervene. He could only kill his way through the square with his corpse general doppelganger and retreat in the direction of Gu Fei and the others. The mountain and river cauldron landed and the corpse soldiers rose. However, the countless corpse soldiers that climbed up from the ground did not attack Gu Fei and the others. Instead, they held their spears and metal swords and pointed them at the Tai Chi Yin-Yang diagram in the sky. Looking at the posture of the countless corpse soldiers, if they could soar into the sky, they would have long charged towards the Tai Chi Yin-Yang diagram. Countless corpse soldiers regarded the sacred diagram in the sky as a great enemy and were filled with hostility. Chapter 188. The square of the primordial ominous city was in complete chaos. A tall fighting soul emitted a terrifying aura as it raised the godly bell in its hand and shrouded the chaotic origin fetus that was charging around in the square. A powerful suction force immediately formed inside the divine bell. Rays of divine light shot out from the divine bell, creating a myriad of rays. The chaotic origin fetus immediately slowed down. The other 107 fighting souls also attacked at the same time and blocked all the escape routes of the chaotic origin fetus. They wanted to force the chaotic origin fetus into the godly bell. Although the godly bell was not a real giant bell and was just a faint weapon soul, the power it displayed was extremely powerful. The area that was enveloped by the dazzling divine light from the godly bell shook violently. The suction force of the godly bell was so strong that it seemed to be sucking the entire void into the godly bell. It was a foregone conclusion that the chaotic origin fetus would be sealed again. The 108 fighting souls could easily kill a celestial or a god, let alone seal a chaotic origin fetus. It was imaginable how much effort that person had put into building the primordial ominous city. These 108 fighting souls could be considered as experts even in the Archean age. The fighting souls of the primordial era's experts were immortal, but they were trapped in the stone statues and became the slaves of others. It was undeniably a tragedy for them. The 108 fighting souls wanted to seal the chaotic origin fetus again, but someone did not agree to it. It should be said that a precious divine treasure did not allow them to do as they wished. Rumble. The heavens and earth shook. The Tai Chi Yin-Yang diagram that sealed the heavens and earth was filled with supreme power. The Yin-Yang force that caused the heavens and earth to tremble enveloped the area. Black and white lightning flashed from the two Tai Chi eyes on the divine diagram. Then, they tore the void apart soundlessly and intertwined to form a yin-yang lightning net that struck at the 108 fighting souls below. There was no clap of thunder or even any sound. This was the soundless yin-yang divine thunder. However, its power was not inferior to the ninth heaven divine thunder that could shake the ninth heaven. Thousands of soundless yin-yang divine thunder struck not only at the 108 fighting souls but also at the ancient corpse soldier that was holding the ancient spear. Oh my turtle mom. A few bolts of yin-yang divine thunder brushed past the old tortoise, who had retreated to the edge of the square. The space was torn apart silently. The old tortoise was so shocked that it trembled and rushed out of the square. The corpse general doppelganger followed old tortoise like a shadow. Old tortoise had long since put away the stone turtle shell. Old tortoise, what should we do? Why don't we take advantage of the chaos and rush out of the city? Gu Fei grabbed old tortoise who was rushing to the front and said anxiously. Old senior, I think we should leave this ominous city. Dan Shenzi said hurriedly. At this moment, every inch of space in the square was filled with yin-yang lightning. It was impossible to obtain the mountain and river cauldron no matter what. Dan Shenzi had long since given up on the idea of seizing the treasure. That was because the fighting souls that rushed out from the towering stone statues around the square were too powerful. Moreover, Dan Shenzi's cultivation had been suppressed by the power of the ruined sky realm to the ninth heaven awakening realm. Even if Dan Shenzi's cultivation had not been suppressed, he knew that he was definitely no match for these fighting souls. Not to mention the 108 fighting souls, even one of the fighting souls would be able to kill him as easily as killing an ant with a flick of its finger. The invincible fighting power displayed by the fighting souls had definitely surpassed the limits of the human world. They were even more terrifying than the legendary immortals. If you want to leave, you can leave. Old Tortoise stared at the square and said to Dan Shinzi without turning his head. He had not completely given up on the chaotic origin embryo. Then, Dan Shinzi could not help but look at Gu Fei. After all, Gu Fei's friendship with the dragon turtle was much deeper than theirs. When Gu Fei saw Dan Shinzi looking at him, he knew what Dan Shinzi meant. Thus, he said to Old Tortoise, "Old Tortoise, let's go. If you want to leave, then leave. No one wants you to stay." Old Tortoise was a little impatient. "Martial uncle, you guys leave first." Seeing that Old Tortoise was determined to stay, Gu Fei had no choice but to say to Dan Shinzi helplessly. Dan Shinzi looked at Gu Fei and then at Old Tortoise and said, "That's all we can do." Dan Shinzi made this choice because he had to be responsible for his disciples. The power of the primordial ominous city had all been stimulated by the Tai Chi Yin-Yang diagram and gathered in the central square of the city. It had already become a dead zone. On the contrary, the periphery of the primordial ominous city was not dangerous. This was the best time to break out of the primordial ominous city. If the Tai Chi Yin-Yang diagram was no match for the power of the primordial ominous city, the immortal ancient corpse soldiers would target them. That would be a nightmare. Dan Shinzi was not willing to put his disciples in danger again, so he decided to leave. Gu Fei, on the other hand, had no intention of leaving with them. "Junior brother Gu." Ziyu looked at Gu Fei and said with a bit of reluctance and worry in her eyes. This ominous city was really evil. If the corpse soldiers were not destroyed, Gu Fei would most likely die if he stayed in the city. "Haha. My life is very tough. I'll be fine." Gu Fei smiled. He was pretending to be relaxed. Everyone knew that as long as the ancient corpse soldiers could free up their hands, even 10 Gu Feis would die. Li Lingfeng, Guangqing's junior sister Li Mengyao, and the others did not make a sound. Dong Fangchen looked at Gu Fei with a hint of ridicule in his eyes, as if he was mocking Gu Fei for acting recklessly. In the end, everyone followed Dan Shinzi along the ancient street and rushed out of the city. This was one of the main roads of the ominous city. Along this road, they could directly rush out of the ominous city. Soon, the figures of Dan Shinzi and the others disappeared into the night and the fog. "Humph. Kid, why didn't you leave?" Old Tortoise said with some surprise. Gu Fei glanced at Old Tortoise and said with a smile, "Old Tortoise, do I look like someone who is afraid of death and disloyal to friends?" Old Tortoise glanced at Gu Fei and did not comment. Then, his eyes fell on the square again. At this time, thousands of Yin and Yang thunderbolts had broken through the power of the 108 battle souls that had sealed the chaotic origin embryo. The divine bell that had sucked in the chaotic origin embryo was greatly impacted by the Yin and Yang thunderbolts. Its light suddenly dimmed and the terrifying suction force was greatly reduced. Boom! The chaotic force suddenly erupted and the chaotic origin embryo shook continuously. Finally, taking advantage of the moment when the divine bell's power was greatly reduced, it broke through the shackles of the divine bell and rushed out. The silent Yin and Yang thunderbolts tore the sky and the earth apart. They indiscriminately bombarded the bodies of the 108 battle souls and the countless ancient corpse soldiers on the square. The battle souls roared and shook the mountains and rivers. The Yin and Yang thunderbolts seemed to pose a threat to the 108 battle souls. After being struck by the thunderbolts, each battle soul became blurry and almost turned into a cloud of mist. However, the 108 stone statue battle souls seemed to be existences that could not be erased. After being struck by the thunderbolts, their figures immediately became clear again. However, the ancient corpse soldiers were not so lucky. Their bodies were directly torn into pieces by the Yin and Yang thunderbolts and scattered on the ground. The scene of bones and flesh exploding into pieces was extremely shocking. Even Old Tortoise, who had lived for countless years, felt a chill in his heart. On the other hand, Gu Fei was dumbfounded and his mind stopped working. The ancient corpse soldiers that were torn apart by the thunderbolts could not recover in a short period of time. Roar! The 108 terrifying battle souls roared at the sky and emitted an earth-shattering momentum. Their majestic figures stood on the square like mountains. A total of 40 to 50 battle souls simultaneously attacked the Tai Chi yin-yang diagram that was pressing down from the sky. The vast and unparalleled power shattered the void and annihilated the endless yin and yang thunderbolts that bombarded from the sky. It even directly shook the diagram in the sky. The other dozens of battle souls soared into the sky and chased after the chaotic divine light. The square was instantly in chaos. The broken bodies of the ancient corpse soldiers that were scattered on the ground surged. The ancient corpse soldiers that were torn apart by the yin and yang thunderbolts were rapidly recovering. Such powerful yin and yang thunderbolts still could not completely obliterate the indestructible ancient corpse soldiers. Rumble. The Tai Chi yin-yang diagram displayed great power. The yin and yang chi surged violently. Of the two Tai Chi eyes on the diagram, one emitted endless black light and vast yin chi, while the other emitted bright white light that illuminated the heaven and earth with monstrous yang chi. The two Tai Chi eyes seemed to be connected to a mysterious world, and the mighty yin and yang chi that blasted out seemed endless. The yin and yang chi completely dissolved the terrifying power of the dozens of battle souls below. As the divine diagram shook, the endless yin and yang chi condensed into a giant hand and grabbed at the fleeing chaotic original fetus. The dozens of battle souls immediately intercepted it. Fight, fight. The more chaotic, the better. The old turtle muttered to himself and nervously observed the changes in the square. When the sandpiper and the clam fought, the fisherman would benefit, but the old turtle wanted to be the fisherman. On the square, flesh and blood surged. The ancient corpse soldiers once again stood up from the ground with their ancient weapons in their hands, pointing their ancient spears and swords at the divine diagram in the sky. A fierce battle broke out. The giant hand that was condensed by the endless yin and yang chi shattered the void and directly shook away the dozens of battle souls. Its power was unparalleled. However, under the attacks of the other battle souls, the giant hand also became dim, as if it could dissipate at any time. However, as the divine diagram shook, it emitted rays of yin and yang divine light. In an instant, the giant hand released an extremely powerful wave of energy and fought with the 108 battle souls. The chaotic divine light dashed left and right, and suddenly, it was caught by the yin and yang hand. However, in the next moment, a blurry battle soul directly punched the yin and yang hand. The chaotic original fetus that was caught by the giant hand was immediately shaken away by the powerful force. Swoosh! The chaotic origin embryo turned into a beam of chaotic divine light and rushed out of the square at an incredible speed, as if it had broken through the void. The old turtle seemed to be very lucky, and the chaotic original fetus happened to shoot in his direction. However, the speed of the chaotic divine light was too fast. It rushed past the old turtle in an instant as if it had teleported. The old turtle did not even have time to intercept it. Roar! Just as the chaotic original fetus rushed past the old turtle, almost at the same time, a terrified roar suddenly came from behind the old turtle. Chapter 189. Brat, what's wrong with you? Old Tortoise turned around and saw Gu Fei holding his head and screaming. His face was distorted and he looked like he was in extreme pain. Chaotic divine radiance was emitting from his forehead. Wah! Gu Fei rolled on the ground, constantly banging his head against the ground as if he had gone mad. Furthermore, he was extremely strong. Bang! Bang! Amidst the banging sounds, the hard ground was completely shattered, and small pits were created by his head. Gu Fei's head seemed to be made of fine iron. It was not damaged at all under the violent impact. Brat! Old Tortoise hurried forward and wanted to help Gu Fei up. However, just as his right hand touched Gu Fei's shoulder, a strong force came from Gu Fei's body and shook off Old Tortoise's hand. This. Old Tortoise was shocked. It was the chaotic force. Gu Fei's body was shrouded in a layer of chaotic force. How could this be? Old Tortoise was inexplicably shocked. However, Old Tortoise did not have any time to think about this problem. Because from the direction of the square, there was a powerful aura that made Old Tortoise's heart palpitate. 108 fighting souls charged forward. 108 illusory figures exuded a mighty force that caused the heavens and earth to shake violently. Old Tortoise dodged to the side immediately. Even his corpse general doppelganger retreated with him. These fighting souls were extremely powerful. If he did not retreat, he would die. Just as the 108 fighting souls rushed to the front of Gu Fei suddenly stopped screaming and struggling. He raised his head. Chi! A streak of chaotic divine radiance shot forward the moment Gu Fei raised his head. The dozen fighting souls that were charging at the forefront were instantly annihilated by the chaotic divine radiance. The other fighting souls dodged the chaotic divine radiance that swept towards them. Some of them could not dodge in time and were swept by the chaotic divine radiance. The parts that were swept by the chaotic divine radiance instantly disappeared in the void. Hiss! Old Tortoise could not help but gasp when he saw this. If he did not dodge just now, he would be the one who was swept by the chaotic divine radiance. Roar! Gu Fei roared at the sky. Dazzling divine light radiated from between his eyebrows. It was as if a divine eye had appeared between his eyebrows. Beams of chaotic divine light shot out continuously. Pung! Pung! Another two powerful fighting souls were destroyed by the chaotic divine light. Everywhere the chaotic divine light passed through, everything turned into nothingness. It was as if nothing could stop it, and it was extremely overbearing. However, those undying fighting souls did indeed possess the undying divine sense. The dozen fighting souls that had been destroyed by the chaos divine light reappeared from the 108 stone statues around the square. They rushed out of the stone statues and continued to attack Gu Fei. Gu Fei seemed to have fallen into madness. The divine light between his eyebrows kept flashing, and the chaotic divine light shot out randomly. One of the divine lights hit the mountain and river cauldron in the center of the square. The moment the mountain and river cauldron was hit by the divine light, it disappeared into thin air. No one could clearly see how the mountain and river cauldron disappeared. The disappearance of the mountain and river cauldron caused the countless corpse soldiers that had stood up on the square to fall to the ground in disorder. They had completely lost the ability to move. Gu Fei stood up from the ground in pain. A virtual world appeared outside his body. In the hazy virtual world, there were thousands of stars above and a boundless land below. Between heaven and earth, there were mountains, rivers, lakes, seas, and mountains. It was a representation of everything in the world. Although these were virtual images and not real existences, they were projections of the real world. The hazy world that lingered around Gu Fei's body did not last long. In the next moment, the image of the world began to blur. In the end, it turned into a mass of chaos. This brat is so lucky. Old Tortoise's eyes almost popped out of their sockets when he saw the real image of a world surging out from Gu Fei's body. If he had guessed correctly, the chaotic origin fetus must have entered the brat's Naiwan palace. Old Tortoise could sense the aura of the chaotic origin fetus from between Gu Fei's eyebrows. However, no one knew that at this moment, Gu Fei was enduring inhuman pain. He had been very unlucky to have been hit by a fist-sized ball of light. This should not have been a big deal, but unfortunately, the ball of light had struck Gu Fei's forehead. Then, the chaotic origin fetus had actually burrowed into his brain. More accurately, it had entered Gu Fei's spiritual sea. A person's spiritual sea was located in the Naiwan palace between the eyebrows. This was what cultivators referred to as the location of a person's spiritual soul, as well as the place where the primordial spirit resided. Given Gu Fei's current cultivation base, there was no way he could open the Naiwan palace, which was a great treasure of the human body. However, now that the chaotic origin fetus had burrowed into his Naiwan palace, it was equivalent to opening the Naiwan palace in disguise. In this sense, not only was Gu Fei not unlucky, but he was actually quite lucky, which could be considered a blessing in disguise. However, Gu Fei felt like his brain was being stuffed with a foreign object, causing his brain to feel like it was about to explode. His mind was in a complete mess. The tearing pain drove Gu Fei crazy. It was a pain that originated from the depths of his spiritual sea. Nothing in the world could be more intense than this kind of pain. That was because this kind of pain was directly applied on the mental level. Compared to the physical pain, it was many times more intense. This was the reason why Gu Fei seemed to have gone crazy. The forceful opening of his Naiwen palace had caused Gu Fei to enter a frenzied state. It was as if thousands of lightning bolts had exploded in his head, causing him to want to smash his head. However, he could not do as he wished. As a cultivator, Gu Fei's body was far too strong, and his body was also enveloped by chaotic energy. Rumble. Gu Fei's Naiwen palace was originally in absolute darkness. However, after the chaotic origin fetus burrowed into his Naiwen palace, it brought the first ray of light to the endless darkness. If one cultivated to an extremely high level on the path of cultivation, the Naiwen palace would eventually be opened. However, Gu Fei had taken a shortcut that he had never imagined. Gu Fei howled crazily. The endless tearing pain from his Naiwen palace drove him into a frenzy and almost caused him to have a mental breakdown. Streaks of chaotic divine light shot out from the crack between his eyebrows, becoming more and more intense as it swept out in all directions. For a moment, the 108 fighting souls that were closing in on him were unable to get close to him. Some of the fighting souls attacked Gu Fei with their most powerful forbidden skills, and an endless torrent of energy drowned him in an instant. However, Gu Fei, who was in a frenzy, broke through the empty space and dashed out. This was not his own power, but the power of the chaotic origin fetus. However, just as Gu Fei dashed out of the torrent of energy, the Tai Chi yin-yang diagram that was enveloping the sky above the square shrank rapidly and dashed towards Gu Fei. The yin-yang chi wrapped around the Tai Chi yin-yang jade pendant and, as if it had teleported, it appeared in front of Gu Fei in an instant. Then, without any hesitation, it entered Gu Fei's body. Boom! The Tai Chi yin-yang diagram directly appeared on Gu Fei's body, and the power of yin and yang exploded in Gu Fei's body. At that instant, Gu Fei's eyes instantly turned fierce. He suddenly quietened down, stopped screaming, and stopped going crazy. There seemed to be a ball of burning divine fire jumping in his eyes, and two streaks of black and white divine light shot out from his eyes towards the two fighting souls that were closing in on him. Clang! The two faint fighting souls raised the weapons in their hands to block. When the two streaks of divine light that shot out from Gu Fei's eyes collided with the weapons in the hands of the fighting souls, the sound of metal colliding was heard. At this moment, Gu Fei seemed to have become a different person. With a raise of his hand, he directly shattered the sky and cracked the ground. He was extremely powerful. He soared into the sky and fought endlessly with the 108 undying fighting souls in the air. The mighty aftershock of the battle shook the entire primordial savage city. The old tortoise was extremely shocked. He never thought that things would develop like this. Gu Fei seemed to be controlled by the soul and the Tai Chi yin-yang diagram. The Tai Chi yin-yang diagram was definitely a taboo item before the primordial age, but even an antique like the old tortoise could not see the origin of the Tai Chi yin-yang diagram. However, the existence of a soul and the Tai Chi yin-yang diagram was an indisputable fact. This made the old tortoise very afraid, and he was even more worried about Gu Fei's safety. Because no one knew whether the mysterious soul and the Tai Chi yin-yang diagram would harm Gu Fei. Such a person could control the divine diagram. Wouldn't it be as easy as flipping his hand to erase Gu Fei's spiritual consciousness and turn Gu Fei into a walking corpse? The palm points to heaven and earth, the world is in my hands. Gu Fei shouted. Under the control of the Tai Chi yin-yang diagram, his hands moved. Two vortexes, one black and one white, emerged in his palms and then spread out. The power of the yin and yang of the world seemed to have gathered on Gu Fei's hands. Amidst the monstrous energy fluctuations, two huge vortexes, one black and one white, appeared between the heaven and the earth. The endless power of the yin and yang seemed to be able to swallow the heaven and the earth. It emitted a terrifying fluctuation and swallowed the 108 fighting souls, as if it wanted to devour their spiritual souls. The 108 fighting souls were completely engulfed by the two yin and yang vortexes. The 108 fighting souls continued to roar and emit terrifying energy fluctuations. They constantly bombarded the two vortexes, violently resisting the devouring of the vortexes formed by the yin and yang qi of the world. However, the endless power of the yin and yang continued to surge out from the huge energy vortexes. The space it covered became wider and wider, and it gradually surrounded the 108 fighting souls. Above the sky, the endless black light and white light completely enveloped the sky. Half of the sky was dark, while the other half was white. The mighty divine radiance drowned the 108 battle souls. At this time, Dan Shenzi and the others had already successfully escaped from the ancient ominous city and came to a forest outside the city. They raised their heads and looked into the city. When they saw the two black and white vortexes in the sky, everyone was incomparably shocked. In the primordial vicious city, another unimaginable change seemed to have occurred. Amongst the crowd, other than Dongfang Chen and Lei Ao, the two senior and junior brothers, everyone could not help but be a little worried about Gu Fei and the turtle demon, who were still in the city. Chapter 190. The ancient ominous city was shaking. Gu Fei stood in the air above the central square of the ominous city. His long hair fluttered in the wind, making him look like both a god and a demon. The crack between his eyebrows was like a divine eye, flashing with dazzling divine light. Beams of chaotic divine light shot out from the divine eye from time to time, shattering the void and tearing the heaven and earth apart. The 108 extremely powerful immortal fighting souls were unable to get close to him. At the same time, under the control of the Tai Chi Yin-Yang diagram, Gu Fei displayed the terrifying power of controlling heaven and earth. The yin and yang power of heaven and earth gathered in Gu Fei's hands, forming two yin-yang vortexes that shrouded the heaven and earth. Gu Fei was unaware of all this. His consciousness had long fallen into a coma. It was the power of the divine diagram that temporarily controlled his body. The endless yin and yang power in his palm caused the heaven and earth to collapse, and the chaotic aura seeped out from the cracks in the void. The two huge yin-yang vortexes seemed to be sucking in the heaven and earth. The terrifying suction force greatly reduced the speed of the 108 powerful fighting souls in the air. Gu Fei actually wanted to swallow the 108 fighting souls into the energy vortex in his palm. The heaven and earth shook, and the rumbling sound was like muffled thunder. Not only the 108 battle souls, but even the white skeletons on the square and the countless ancient corpse soldiers on the square were also sucked up into the sky and thrown into the two terrifying vortexes. Whether it was tangible or intangible, material or intangible, everything in the heaven and earth was pulled into the vortexes by the terrifying suction force produced by the energy vortexes. Terrifying. Old Turtle's eyes bulged out when he saw the scene in front of him. He could not imagine that Gu Fei, who was controlled by the Tai Chi Yin-Yang diagram, was so powerful. However, the 108 fighting souls were not to be trifled with. They suddenly roared at the sky, and a terrifying power fluctuation suddenly spread out from their tall figures. The 108 fighting souls directly attacked at the same time, bombarding the two energy vortexes that sealed the heaven and earth. The 108 fighting souls attacked at the same time, and the power was so great that it could split the heaven and earth. A terrifying energy storm suddenly erupted high up in the sky. Space was annihilated, the void shattered, and more than half of the two huge energy vortexes collapsed. Without a doubt, the 108 fighting souls were enough to fight against Gu Fei, who was controlled by the Tai Chi Yin-Yang diagram. Amidst the rumbling sounds, it was as if the sky was falling and the earth was shattering. A terrifying destructive energy swept out. The indestructible ancient corpse soldier and the shattered immortal god skeleton were instantly turned into nothingness. As the aftershock descended, the heavens and earth shook violently. Hideous cracks continuously appeared on the plaza, spreading to the surroundings. Old Tortoise quickly retreated further away with his corpse general clone. He didn't want to be caught in the crossfire. The 108 fighting souls were forced back by Gu Fei, and Gu Fei took the opportunity to make use of the strong rebounding force. His body turned into a ray of light and rushed out of the square. Gu Fei was in a terrible situation right now. The Chaos Origin embryo had entered Gu Fei's Naiwan Palace and was controlling the sea of consciousness within. On the other hand, the mysterious Tai Chi Yin-Yang diagram had occupied Gu Fei's body. The power of chaos and yin-yang interacted in Gu Fei's body. The mighty power of the Tai Chi yin-yang diagram seemed to be trying to force the chaos origin embryo out of his Naiwan palace. The divine eye between Gu Fei's eyebrows. A powerful energy wave surged out. As it opened and closed, rays of dazzling light shot out, shattering the void between heaven and earth. However, apart from Gu Fei's head, which was occupied by the chaos origin embryo, every other part of his body, including every inch of his skin, was filled with the power of yin-yang. In other words, there were two forces in Gu Fei's body. These two forces constantly collided and divided Gu Fei's body into two different forces. Brat, wait up. Old Tortoise saw that Gu Fei had started to rush out of the square. He couldn't help but rush towards Gu Fei. The two mysterious and heaven-defying treasures were on Gu Fei's body. Old Tortoise was very interested in Gu Fei's body. Gu Fei, Old Tortoise, and Old Tortoise's corpse general doppelganger moved extremely fast in the air. In an instant, the three of them rushed out of the square. Behind them, the 108 fighting souls with earth-shattering energy waves rushed towards Gu Fei, Old Tortoise, and the others. Swoosh! Gu Fei suddenly turned around. A ray of chaos divine light immediately shot out from his divine eye. The terrifying power of chaos swept through everything. Oh my God! The unlucky one who bore the brunt of the divine light was Old Tortoise, who was following closely behind Gu Fei. This made Old Tortoise's hair stand on end and he had goosebumps all over his body. Then, Old Tortoise didn't have time to think about other things. Swoosh! Old Tortoise disappeared from where he was like a cat that had its tail stepped on. The Old Tortoise reacted quickly and managed to escape. However, the corpse general avatar behind the Old Tortoise was not so lucky. As the chaotic divine light passed by, half of the indestructible martialist body's body immediately turned into nothingness and silently dissipated in the void. The indestructible martialist body that had become Old Tortoise's doppelganger was destroyed. Even such an extremely powerful martialist body couldn't withstand the attack of the chaos divine light. Old Tortoise's ancient corpse general doppelganger only had a head, a left arm, the left half of its body, and a left leg left. No blood flowed out of the horrifying wound. The everlasting essence blood was bound by the immortal warrior body. Ancient corpse generals, whether they were alive or dead, were people with flesh and blood, so their flesh and blood were immortal. Flesh and blood surged, muscles and bones were regenerating, and half of the corpse general doppelganger's body was rapidly growing. This was a horrifying scene. That chaos divine light annihilated half of the ancient corpse general doppelganger's body, but its momentum didn't diminish. It continued to sweep toward the 108 battle souls that were chasing behind. Several faint and unreal tall figures attacked at the same time, blasting away this chaos divine light. Those battle souls that attacked were also shaken and sent flying. Gu Fei turned around and shot out another chaos divine light. Then, ignoring the Old Tortoise and the battle souls that were chasing after him, he directly rushed out of the city. Under the hazy night sky, the gray and brown death fog floated in the sky above the primordial ominous city. Streaks of chaos divine light shot out and dispersed the death fog. A figure with black and white yin and yang energy quickly streaked across the sky, tearing a long hole in the sky above the primordial ominous city and instantly disappearing. After the figure with yin and yang energy passed by, another huge tortoise shadow quickly flew over the primordial ominous city. Behind the tortoise shadow, however, was a lively scene. A large group of faint and unreal figures were chasing after the tortoise shadow in front of them and bombarding it from time to time. Surging energy burst out in dazzling light, instantly illuminating the sky and the earth. These people could all fly in the air. Conservatively speaking, their cultivation bases were all above the void-controlling realm. In the cultivation world of the Tenglong continent, void-controlling realm cultivators were called grand cultivators. On the Tenglong continent, under the situation where the peerless experts of the demigod realm and supreme saint realm were extinct, the great cultivators of the void-controlling realm had become the strongest cultivators in the Tenglong continent. Moreover, the cultivation bases of the people chasing above the primordial ominous city didn't seem to be suppressed by the power of the heaven ruin realm. Some of the people who were wandering outside the primordial ominous city were shocked to see this scene. The demon-like figure at the forefront rushed out of the primordial ominous city as if it had teleported. Then, like a bolt of lightning, it plunged into a dense primitive forest in the south. Immediately after, a huge stone tortoise shell also rushed out of the city and chased after the figure in front of it to the south. However, the large group of faint and unreal figures emitting terrifying auras seemed to be unable to leave the primordial ominous city, and they all landed on the city wall. There were as many as 108 faint figures. Each of them gave off an extremely powerful aura, standing on the city wall like insurmountable mountains. The people who were watching from outside the city were all shocked by the overwhelming fighting spirit emitted by those fighting souls, and their hearts palpitated. Dan Shenzi, Li Lingfeng, and the others who had rushed out of the east gate of the primordial ominous city did not see anyone rushing out of the city in the air. Because Gu Fei and the old tortoise had retreated to the south. Only the people who were watching the primordial ominous city from outside the south gate were able to see this shocking scene. The primordial ominous city gradually calmed down. The strange phenomenon in the sky above the city square had already dissipated, and the huge city had once again returned to its former tranquility. Roar! The 108 fighting souls suddenly roared at the sky. Their voices shook the heaven and earth, and even the grayish-brown deathly fog above the huge city was dispersed by the sound. Everyone was inexplicably shocked, and then they saw the faint figures begin to retreat into the city. Seeing this, everyone could not help but let out a sigh of relief. Those phantoms brought them endless pressure. No one dared to take a step into the primordial ominous city again. Because no one would joke around with their own lives. It was obvious to everyone that the figures in the city were absolutely terrifying existences. Dan Shenzi and the others looked at the streets of the city from the east gate. They were anxiously waiting for Gu Fei and the old tortoise to appear. At the same time, a forest in the south of the city welcomed its guests. A huge stone tortoise shell fell from the sky and smashed into the forest. The forest was instantly destroyed by the stone tortoise shell. Dust and tree fragments rushed into the sky. Swoosh! Swoosh! Two figures suddenly rushed out of the stone tortoise shell and revealed themselves. One of them was very strange. He had the head of a dragon, but he carried a tortoise shell on his back. The other person was an extremely mighty middle-aged man who was over 9 feet tall. This middle-aged man was the corpse general clone of the old tortoise. The dragon-headed, tortoise-bodied fellow who was standing like a human was the old tortoise. The old tortoise kept the stone tortoise shell and rushed to the top of a short hill with the corpse general clone. He raised his head and looked at the primitive dense forest that Gu Fei had rushed into. The dense forest in front of them rippled with boundless energy. The forest began to tremble, and rays of chaotic divine light shot out from the dense forest from time to time. The shadow of a giant cauldron could vaguely be seen in the forest. Chapter 191. For 3 days in a row, the old tortoise waited outside the primitive forest. He did not dare to set foot in that part of the forest because it had been enveloped by the yin and yang qi of heaven and earth. Moreover, within the yin and yang qi, a huge figure loomed. Although it was an illusory figure, it exuded an extremely frightening aura. This made the old tortoise very afraid. Which antique's remnant soul is this? The old tortoise stood on the short mountain and looked ahead. However, he could not see anything except for the frightening phantom that towered between heaven and earth like an ancient divine mountain. Someone had sealed the space in front of him. That person was very frightening. The old tortoise knew that it must be the antique in the Tai Chi Yin and Yang diagram who had not died completely. In the old tortoise's memory, among the almighties he knew in ancient times, no one seemed to have a divine diagram as their divine treasure. Could it be a reclusive expert from ancient times? What on earth does he want? The old tortoise was very worried. He did not know whether Gu Fei, who was sealed in that space by the yin and yang qi, was dead or alive. Behind the old tortoise stood a black-haired middle-aged man in ancient armor. He was 9 feet tall and had a majestic appearance. He was the ancient corpse general whose Mudpill Palace was occupied by the old tortoise's divine sense clone and became his outer body incarnation. This ancient corpse general was different from the other ancient corpse soldiers. When he was alive, he must have been a frightening warrior who had cultivated to the indestructible body realm. Even after death, his body remained immortal after countless years. This was all because the flesh and blood of this indestructible body realm was immortal, its blood essence was inexhaustible, and it also contained a vast power. For the old tortoise, this was a perfect cauldron. The old tortoise used these 3 days to completely consolidate the divine sense clone. The wisp of divine sense that was separated from the old tortoise's primordial spirit completely fused with the ancient corpse general and began to gradually transform the death chi on the ancient corpse general's body, revitalizing the indestructible body realm. Of course, this process was very difficult. It could be said to be a heaven-defying act. The others who had entered the ruined heaven realm also noticed the strangeness of this place. However, no one dared to approach this area. The terrible shadow looming in the middle of the yin and yang qi deterred all those who wanted to peep at it. No one was willing to take risks, especially in the ruined heaven realm. The yin and yang qi enveloped a part of the world. At the center of the yin and yang qi, a Tai Chi yin-yang diagram was slowly rotating. The endless yin and yang qi were surging out from the two Tai Chi eyes of the Tai Chi diagram. A figure sat cross-legged in the air above the Tai Chi diagram. That figure was Gu Fei. At this moment, Gu Fei's eyes were tightly shut. On his forehead, between his eyebrows, there was a slit that resembled a divine eye that was constantly opening and closing. The divine eye seemed to be connected to another space, or it could be said to be a world. Streaks of chaotic divine light shot out from it and then dissipated into the yin and yang qi. One leaf, one world. One flower, one world, a faintly discernible voice came from the Tai Chi diagram below Gu Fei. An extremely faint psychic fluctuation came from the Tai Chi diagram, as if it was communicating with Gu Fei. Right now, Gu Fei's divine sense seemed to have fallen into the boundless chaos, as if it was flying above the 9 heavens. In the hazy haze, it seemed like it could not grasp any point to exert force on. Like a dream and yet not a dream, like being awake and yet not awake, Gu Fei fell into a mysterious mental state. Who are you? Gu Fei did not say anything, but asked in his mind. He was communicating with that illusory person in his mind. There was no need for words, but it was better than talking. Who? Who am I? Such a psychic fluctuation came from the Tai Chi diagram. The person seemed to be very confused, as if he did not even recognize himself. You. Have you forgotten the past? Gu Fei asked. Have you forgotten? Sort of. That illusory voice sounded in Gu Fei's mind. It was very calm and emotionless, as if it was indifferent to everything. Where are you? Gu Fei asked in his mind. I am temporarily residing in your body. The voice answered. Strangely, Gu Fei did not have any strong emotional fluctuations. He was still in a state of half dreaming and half awake. His heart was incomparably calm, as if nothing could wake him up from this state. You are the person in the jade pendant? The jade pendant? Yes, sort of. The person did not deny it. What do you want to do? Gu Fei's mind was still as calm as a mirror. There was no joy, no sorrow, no shock, and no fear. Everything seemed to be as it should be. I don't want you to die. Your body is suitable for me to temporarily reside in, and I don't want to see a perfect world seed wither. The voice sounded in Gu Fei's mind as it answered. World seed. I will die. Hearing this, Gu Fei's mind was still strangely calm. Even he began to feel incredulous. The mountain and river cauldron, after countless years, has absorbed an endless amount of world origin chi and nurtured a seed. This seed has been taken by you. The Tai Chi diagram transmitted this mental wave. Use your heart to sense the world in your heart. Imagine the world in your heart and then merge with that seed. You will open up your world. After the Tai Chi diagram transmitted this mental wave, it completely fell silent and did not appear again. As for Gu Fei, he did not ask any more questions. Everything was so harmonious, so natural. The world in my heart. Gu Fei's thoughts sometimes soared above the nine heavens palace, sometimes looked down at the mountains and rivers of the earth from the sky, sometimes felt like he was immersed in a boundless flood, and sometimes felt like he was in a blazing flame. Sometimes he felt like his soul was blown away by the strong wind in the nine heavens and dissipated into nothingness. Sometimes he felt like he fell on the ground and was covered by the endless soil. At this moment, within Gu Fei's Naiwan palace, the endless darkness that was illuminated by the chaotic nascent embryo began to surge. Chaos, that's right, the silent, soundless, and absolutely peaceful world began to turn into a boundless chaos. The chaotic aura was exactly the same as the aura of the chaotic embryo. There was no difference at all. Boundless primordial chaos engulfed the chaotic nascent embryo. At the center of the primal chaos zone, the primal chaos nascent embryo began to manifest the elements of earth, water, wind, and fire according to Gu Fei's senses. Boundless water, raging flames, astral winds from the nine heavens, boundless earth, a seed was germinating and growing. Moreover, this was not an ordinary seed, but a seed that could be said to be a perfect world. The boundless sea of consciousness in the Mud-Pill Palace was an undeveloped world that was always silent and dark. It was a world in absolute silence and darkness. The chaotic embryo was both a seed and an inducement. However, with Gu Fei's cultivation, if the yin and yang qi released by the Tai Chi yin-yang pattern did not trap the chaotic embryo in his Mud-Pill Palace, Gu Fei's Mud-Pill Palace would be broken by the power of the chaotic embryo. If the Mud-Pill Palace was broken and his spirit was destroyed, Gu Fei would die. His spirit would be destroyed and he would disappear from this world forever. The earth, water, wind, and fire in the center of the sea of consciousness, which had turned into chaos, were like sparks of fire. There was no chaotic embryo there. A space gradually appeared where the chaotic embryo used to be. It was a space with a radius of less than 3 meters, surrounded by chaos. Is this the pseudo-world? I seem to have sensed it. In the chaos, the earth, water, wind, and fire formed a space. Immediately, Gu Fei's divine thought arrived in this small space. Gu Fei sat quietly in the air above the Tai Chi yin-yang pattern. The yin and yang qi surged out from the Tai Chi eye and surrounded him. It was this vast power of yin and yang that sealed the chaotic embryo in Gu Fei's Mud-Pill Palace. At this moment, Gu Fei's state of mind was still as calm as a mirror. The magic skill in his body was running naturally. The real essence qi was not violent, but flowed through his meridians, flesh, tendons, and bones like running water. Gu Fei's inner space was too small. It was less than 3 meters in radius and was surrounded by chaos. Only a piece of yellow sand existed. The existence of the sand made Gu Fei feel that it was real. Gu Fei knew that the inner space needed to be refined like a magic weapon, so it could gradually expand. His Mud-Pill Palace was like an endless chaos, and Gu Fei was the person who created the world. The bigger one's heart was, the wider one's world would be. The inner space could be turned into a pseudo-world, and the pseudo-world could be turned into a pseudo-world. As this continued to evolve and refine, Gu Fei believed that this inner space would eventually grow into a world that belonged to him. On the afternoon of the 4th day, the yin and yang qi that had sealed off this part of the world began to retreat like the tide. The tall shadow within the yin and yang qi also disappeared, as if it had never appeared in the first place. A figure sitting on the Tai Chi yin-yang pattern in the air appeared. Then, the spiritual qi in the world suddenly surged wildly and gathered toward Gu Fei from all directions. The dense spiritual qi formed a whirlwind that revolved around Gu Fei and quickly rushed into his body through the vertical line on his forehead. The old tortoise, who was still guarding the short hill and paying close attention to the movements in the dense forest ahead, jumped up from the ground. The scene in front of him startled him, but he did not cry out. At this moment, sitting cross-legged in the air above the Tai Chi yin-yang pattern, Gu Fei's divine sense was still immersed in his inner space. However, an astonishing change had taken place in this small space. Endless spiritual qi kept pouring in, causing the chaotic zone in this space to shatter and the whole space to slowly expand. F***CK. This kid is plundering the spiritual qi of this pseudo-world. Endless spiritual qi surged toward Gu Fei from all directions, which made the old tortoise dumbfounded and frightened. The primitive forest below Gu Fei, which was full of vitality, began to wither and turn yellow. Roar! In the distance, in the ancient fierce city, the fighting souls were roaring, and in the ancient battlefield of bones, countless undead creatures were roaring. In the depths of the ruins' heaven realm, the unexplored areas were giving off terrifying fluctuations. For a moment, the entire ruins' heaven realm was in chaos. The old tortoise's expression changed. Chapter 192. Sitting cross-legged on the Tai Chi Yin and Yang diagram, Gu Fei was gathering spiritual qi from all directions. The vertical slit between his eyebrows was like a bottomless pit, constantly devouring the endless spiritual qi that was converging towards him. This was a predatory devouring of the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. The primitive forest that was brimming with vitality down below began to wither and yellow. Endless wood power was being sucked away, and the vitality of countless plants was gradually cut off. In the ruined heaven realm, both the areas that had been explored and the areas that hadn't been explored were experiencing unusual movements. In the primordial fierce city, invincible battle souls were roaring, and the entire city was trembling. In the ancient battlefield, undead creatures were roaring, and terrifying fluctuations were coming from unknown areas. "This kid seems to have gone too far," murmured the old turtle on the short mountain. He looked up at the ever-changing wind and clouds in the sky, his face growing extremely grim. The old turtle vaguely sensed that a terrifying power from heaven and earth was gathering. He had a very bad feeling that it was a power that could make even the common people tremble. However, Gu Fei seemed to be unaware that danger was approaching him. He was still devouring the endless spiritual qi, the essence of the sun, the essence of the moon, the essence of the wood, and all kinds of energy at the same time. In the endless chaotic area in his mud pill palace, the small space formed by the chaotic origin embryo was gradually expanding. The yellow sand that was 3 meters in circumference was gradually turning into soil. Although the surroundings were still chaotic, and there was no distinction between heaven and earth, the earth, in the small space was gradually taking shape. In the end, the space that was only 15 meters in circumference slowly stabilized. For a person who had cultivated a pseudo-space in his body, the significance of this was no different from splitting heaven and earth. The foundation had been laid, and the future depended on the cultivator's development. Without a doubt, Gu Fei's starting point was much higher than anyone else's. Before others knew about the existence of the pseudo-heaven and earth, he had already taken the most crucial step in a cultivator's life. Among his peers, there was probably no one who could compare to him. After all, there probably wasn't another mountain and river cauldron or chaotic origin embryo in this world. All of Gu Fei's soul sense was immersed in the pseudo-space that he had opened up. He was unaware of everything happening in the outside world, let alone that the outside world had been completely messed up. The reason was very simple. The predatory devouring of the spiritual qi of heaven and earth seemed to have triggered some kind of taboo in the ruined heaven realm, causing heaven and earth to change color. The power of heaven and earth in the ruined heaven realm began to gather in the sky above Gu Fei, and a huge hand gradually took shape. Sure enough, I was wondering why that freak would abandon this pseudo-realm. It turns out that he left a spiritual imprint in this world. Seeing this scene, Old Tortoise knew that the freak from back then had a backup plan. That psychic brand had reacted the moment the ruined heaven realm's foundation had been threatened. If this spiritual imprint was not erased, no one would be able to take away this world. The old turtle's idea of going to the depths of the ruined heaven realm was immediately shattered. Although he had not really opened up a world, Gu Fei was already very satisfied. As his cultivation improved in the future, he would definitely be able to expand this pseudo-space. If he could open up his own pseudo-world, he would be able to replace himself to gather endless spiritual qi of heaven and earth. For a cultivator, this was equivalent to opening up a place in his body that could store endless spiritual qi of heaven and earth. It went without saying what this meant for a cultivator. Moreover, in the space that he had opened up, he would be the maker of all the laws. All the laws of heaven and earth were created by him. Whatever he wanted to, it would happen. If he devoured the enemy and fought in the space that he controlled, the result of the battle could be imagined. Of course, the most important thing was that the chaotic origin embryo bred from the mountain and river cauldron was a perfect world seed with infinite potential. It could grow into a real world. In the sky above Gu Fei, the power of destruction was gathering. The hand of destruction began to emit extremely terrifying fluctuations, causing the world to tremble. On the short mountain, the old turtle could not help but be anxious when he saw this. Obviously, the spiritual imprint that pervert had left behind had begun to attack Gu Fei. Gu Fei's behavior had destroyed the balance of this world and threatened the foundation of the ruined heaven realm. This was intolerable, because if Gu Fei continued to absorb the spiritual qi of heaven and earth, this pseudo-world would also suffer irreparable damage. Below the Tai Chi Yin and Yang diagram, the withering of the vegetation was still spreading. Within 100 miles, the rivers were cut off, the lakes were dried up, and the earth lost its greenery. The vitality of this world was gradually being cut off. However, at this moment, Gu Fei's divine sense was still immersed in his pseudo-space. Endless spiritual qi continued to pour in, completely stabilizing the space. Watching the space that he had opened up gradually growing was like watching his child slowly grow up. The joy was indescribable, and could not be expressed in words. He suddenly noticed that at the edge of his space, in the hazy chaos, there seemed to be the vague figure of a huge cauldron. In another direction, Gu Fei sensed another familiar fluctuation. In the chaos, it was a hazy, blurry sword shadow. That's... Gu Fei was very surprised. In the chaos, he discovered the aura of the sword soul and the mountain and river cauldron that had been taken away by the chaotic origin embryo. These two treasures seemed to be using the power of the chaos to nourish themselves. This discovery shocked Gu Fei. The power of chaos was extremely powerful, and could be said to be the source of all power. It was really unbelievable that these two treasures could use the power of chaos to strengthen themselves. Rumble. At this moment, the hand of destruction condensed from the endless power of heaven and earth above Gu Fei's head began to fall down. The sky immediately shattered, turning into the most primitive state of chaos. As soon as the hand of destruction moved, it immediately displayed a terrifying power that could destroy everything. Swoosh! Swoosh! On the short mountain, the old tortoise and his corpse general doppelganger immediately fled into the distance. No one knew better than the old tortoise how terrifying the huge hand that shrouded a part of the world was. If the ruined sky realm was a world, then the hand of destruction was the embodiment of heaven and earth. It could destroy anything in this world, and had the power to destroy heaven and earth. This power was difficult to resist. At least, it was not something that the old tortoise, whose cultivation had dropped greatly, could resist. Because to fight against the hand of destruction was to fight against the entire ruined sky realm. If the old tortoise still had the power to fight against this pseudo-realm, he would have long shattered the void and escaped from this pseudo-realm. He would not be in such a sorry state now. The hand of destruction slowly pressed down. Wherever it passed, the space collapsed and then shattered. Everything turned into chaos, destroying everything. Nothing could stop it. Under the cover of the hand of destruction, Gu Fei was still sitting cross-legged on the Tai Chi Yin-Yang pattern. He did not sense the approaching danger at all, and his life was on the line. The old tortoise's decision was definitely the wisest. Before the hand of destruction really hit the ground, the area covered by the huge hand began to crumble. The short mountain that the old tortoise was on melted and dissipated like snow under the scorching sun. Not even a speck of dust was left. Everything on the ground, including flowers, trees, stones, and even soil, was crumbling and melting. The divine pattern vibrated and released endless power of yin and yang to resist the terrifying power of destruction coming from the hand of destruction. The power of the Tai Chi Yin-Yang pattern seemed to be suppressed by the hand of destruction. Gu Fei. The old tortoise and his doppelganger rushed out for hundreds of miles before they stopped. When he turned around, the old tortoise saw an unbelievable scene. The hand of destruction falling from the sky was about to envelop Gu Fei and the divine pattern. The power of destruction seemed to be difficult to resist. The power of the Tai Chi Yin-Yang pattern was completely suppressed and could only barely protect Gu Fei. The space above Gu Fei's head was collapsing. It was caused by the terrifying power of the Tai Chi yin-yang pattern. However, the old tortoise was surprised to find that the space in front of Gu Fei was also collapsing. The chaos rift between Gu Fei's eyebrows flashed with chaotic divine light. Under the sweeping of the chaotic divine light, a space hole appeared in front of Gu Fei, and the hole slowly expanded. Just as the mountain-like hand of destruction in the sky finally came crashing down, the expanding spatial hole actually enveloped Gu Fei and the divine diagram below in the nick of time. Then, the huge space hole suddenly closed. Gu Fei and the Tai Chi yin-yang pattern suddenly disappeared into thin air, leaving nothing behind. The next moment, the space where Gu Fei was originally located was replaced by the power of destruction and turned into chaos in an instant. With the sudden disappearance of Gu Fei and the Tai Chi yin-yang pattern, the embodiment of heaven and earth, the giant hand of destruction, immediately lost its target. It gradually faded in the void and dissipated. This, how is this possible? That brat Gu Fei actually cultivated a pseudo-heaven and earth? In just 4 short days, he cultivated a pseudo-heaven and earth in just 4 short days? The old tortoise was stunned the moment he saw Gu Fei being wrapped in the huge space hole. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets. To him, this was absolutely impossible. If the news of cultivating a pseudo-heaven and earth in 4 days were to spread, it would be enough to shock the world. Even in the prosperous ancient times, no one could cultivate their own pseudo-heaven and earth in 4 days. This was because the first condition needed to open up a pseudo-heaven and earth was to understand heaven and earth. Understanding the nature of heaven and earth was the precipitation and accumulation of one's cultivation base, followed by sublimation. It could be concluded that Gu Fei was far from even meeting the first condition to open up a space and create a pseudo-heaven and earth. Could it be the chaotic origin embryo? The old tortoise seemed to have figured out the key to Gu Fei cultivating a pseudo-heaven and earth in just 4 short days. The old tortoise's guess was completely correct. At the juncture of life and death, Gu Fei successfully entered the space he had opened up, and his consciousness returned to his body at the same time. In this space with a radius of only 15 feet, there was only yellow sand and soil under his feet. Gu Fei stretched out his arms and shouted at the endless chaos above his head, "I have my own heaven and earth." Chapter 193. At this moment, Gu Fei was extremely excited. He was envious of the old tortoise's pseudo-world. Now, he also had his own pseudo-space. Soon, this pseudo-space would expand into a pseudo-world. Of course, this was only the beginning of a world. It was just a seed that was germinating. Whether this germinated seed could grow into a towering tree depended on Gu Fei's continuous refinement in the future. Gu Fei was confident that this pseudo-space would grow. At this moment, the Tai Chi yin-yang diagram that had re-entered Gu Fei's body rushed out of Gu Fei's chest and directly rushed into the chaotic zone at the edge of Gu Fei's pseudo-space. Vaguely, one could see a yin-yang jade pendant looming in the divine diagram. The misty chaotic chi began to gather towards the 2 Tai Chi eyes of the Tai Chi yin-yang diagram. Gu Fei still had some scruples about the Tai Chi yin-yang diagram. After all, there was a remnant soul in the divine diagram. The divine diagram was absorbing the chaotic chi to nourish itself. The birth of divine treasures in the chaos was equivalent to the birth of divine treasures before the world was formed. If they could truly grow and transform, the yin-yang jade pendant, the sword soul, and the mountain and river cauldron would become supreme treasures of the chaos. It was undeniable that whether the materials used to refine the 3 treasures were formed at the beginning of the world or were chaotic items before the world was formed. However, whether it was the yin-yang jade pendant, the mysterious sword chi, or the mountain and river cauldron, they were all refined by powerful figures in ancient times and were not naturally formed. The space that Gu Fei opened up was the embryonic form of a world, a seed that could grow into a world. The chaotic zone outside the space was no different from the state before the world was formed. The birth of the 3 treasures in the chaos might once again enhance the power and grade of the treasures, making them truly supreme treasures of the chaos that existed before the world was formed. However, Gu Fei didn't think that far ahead. With his current cultivation, he hadn't reached that stage yet. What he was thinking about now was how to retrieve the treasures in the primal chaos domain and how to get out of this space. Gu Fei sat cross-legged on the ground between the yellow sand and the soil and began to communicate with the sword soul in the chaotic zone. However, he was shocked to find that his divine sense could not penetrate the chaotic zone. The chaotic force had completely blocked out his soul. In other words, his soul could not even come into contact with the sword soul. Of course, he could not sense the existence of the sword soul. Gu Fei was not discouraged. After trying more than 10 times, he had no choice but to face reality. His spiritual will was not strong enough, so it was impossible for him to break through the barrier of primal chaos. Thus, Gu Fei could only accept this reality. Not only did he lose the divine weapon essence qi and sword soul that he had refined into his body, he also lost the yin-yang fish jade pendant. Of course, this was only temporary. Gu Fei vaguely felt that as long as his spiritual will was strong enough, he would be able to control the 3 treasures one day. Since he couldn't retrieve the 3 treasures for the time being, Gu Fei began to think about how to get out of this space. After all, this was a pseudo-space that he had refined himself. If he was trapped here until he died, it would be too embarrassing. He recalled how the old tortoise opened his pseudo-space, but he still had no clue. The old tortoise seemed to be very simple to enter and exit his pseudo-space. He could either tear the void and take a step out, or he could just disappear in the pseudo-space. Gu Fei felt as if he was grabbing onto something, but it was always separated by a layer of hazy veil, making it difficult for him to see the real scene behind the veil. It was hazy, as if it was right in front of him, but it also seemed to be far away. This feeling simply made Gu Fei have an impulse to go crazy. It was really torturous. Heaven and earth are created in the Mudpill Palace, and heaven and earth are in the Mudpill Palace. Gu Fei fell into deep thought about the pseudo-space, as if he had forgotten the passage of time. At the critical moment of life and death, Gu Fei escaped into the void and entered the space that he had created himself. While the old tortoise breathed a sigh of relief, he couldn't help but sigh at Gu Fei's luck. The giant hand of destruction that represented the incarnation of heaven and earth in the ruined sky realm began to dissipate after losing its target. Unable to sense the existence of any threat, the extremely terrifying power of heaven and earth that had gathered here returned to heaven and earth again. The hand of destruction finally completely dissipated in the void, and the terrifying pressure that came from the ruined sky realm, which was enough to intimidate all living beings in the world, also gradually disappeared. After Gu Fei entered the space that he had created, it was tantamount to him jumping out of the ruined sky realm and no longer being suppressed by it. Even the power of heaven and earth in the ruined sky realm could not sense Gu Fei's existence. He had completely disappeared from the ruined sky realm. Why is that brat's luck so good? He's a perfect seed of the world. The old tortoise asked the heavens speechlessly. His pseudo-heaven and earth had been moved out of his body by a special method and melted into the stone tortoise shell. Although the old tortoise didn't completely cut off his connection with the pseudo-heaven and earth, moving the pseudo-heaven and earth out of his body had made it impossible for the pseudo-heaven and earth to grow into a world again. Without the pseudo-heaven and earth that could grow into a world, it was as good as useless. However, if he hadn't done that at that time, the old tortoise's yuan qi would have long been completely exhausted by the formation that trapped him in the stone forest, and he would have died. How could he have survived until now? Melting the pseudo-heaven and earth into the stone tortoise shell was a last resort, and it turned out that the old tortoise's choice was right. The stone tortoise shell was indestructible, and was indeed the most powerful defensive treasure in the world. As long as the stone tortoise shell was not destroyed, the pseudo-heaven and earth would not be destroyed. This eventually allowed the old tortoise to survive in the stone forest formation, and he even met Gu Fei, who actually had more than one treasure on him. Treasures were not the weapons in the mortal world, nor were they the Dharma treasures of cultivators. In the entire Tinglong continent, divine treasures that could be called treasures were even rarer than phoenix feathers and qilin horns. The old tortoise's luck had taken a turn for the better. With the power of the treasures, he and Gu Fei had successfully escaped. Since then, the god of luck had been on the old tortoise's side. The old tortoise had found the mountain and river cauldron in the primordial ominous city. As a super antique, the old tortoise more or less knew some of the secrets of the mountain and river cauldron. The mountain and river cauldron was breeding a chaotic origin embryo, a perfect seed of the world. If the old tortoise could obtain this seed of the world, his pseudo-heaven and earth would once again have the potential to grow into a real world. This was also the reason why the old tortoise was unwilling to leave the ominous city even at the cost of his life. However, the god of luck did not favor the old tortoise this time. The chaotic origin embryo was not suppressed in the mountain and river cauldron again, nor was it taken away by the remnant soul in the Tai Chi Yin and Yang diagram. Instead, it had unfortunately burrowed into Gu Fei's Naiwen palace. While the old tortoise was shocked, he could not help but feel jealous. However, since things had come to this, he had no choice but to accept the reality. Why hasn't that kid come out yet? Even the old tortoise himself did not know how many times he had said this. He stood on a boulder by the stream, and from time to time, looked at the void where Gu Fei had disappeared. According to Gu Fei, they could only stay in the ruined sky realm for 10 days. Once the time was up, the spatial passage in and out of the ruined sky realm would close. At that time, they would be trapped in the ruined sky realm with no way out, and could only wait for the ruined sky realm to open again in 260 years. It had been 8 days since Gu Fei and the others had entered the ruined sky realm, and there were only 2 days left before the ruined sky realm closed. However, Gu Fei had entered the space he had created at this time, and no one knew when he would come out. This made the old tortoise anxious. They no longer had any time to waste. The old tortoise decided to wait one more day. If Gu Fei still did not show up, he would randomly grab someone and have them take him out of this damned place. That damn pervert actually left a spiritual brand in this false realm. It will be as difficult as ascending to the heavens to take this false realm, the old tortoise muttered to himself. I can only come back after my cultivation base has recovered. At that time, this false realm will be mine. After he broke free, he had wanted to take the risk of heading to the central area of the ruined sky realm to try to take this false realm and refine it into his own false realm. However, after discovering the contingency plan left behind by the Archean Almighty, he completely dispelled this idea. The spiritual brand left behind by that damn pervert was enough to kill him countless times over. Thinking of this, the old tortoise did not want to stay in this false realm for even a moment longer. He could not wait to get out. However, Gu Fei did not tell the old tortoise how to get out. Moreover, the old tortoise and Gu Fei had gone through life and death situations together, and had experienced many dangers together. Unless it was absolutely necessary, the old tortoise would not leave Gu Fei behind and leave alone. The red sun was setting in the west, and the western sky was dyed red by the afterglow of the setting sun. On the horizon, a flock of birds formed a V formation and flew toward the mountains in the south. In a dense forest that had not lost its vitality and the essence of plants had not been plundered, tiger roars could be heard from time to time. This forest was the territory of a ferocious tiger. Swoosh! A tall figure suddenly appeared outside the forest. Then, the ferocious tiger in the forest seemed to have sensed danger and stopped roaring. The mountain forest became quiet. This was the silence of the coming storm. Swoosh! With a swoosh, the tall figure blurred and rushed into the dense forest, leaving an afterimage on the spot. Soon, another tiger roar that shook the forest was heard, and the forest became quiet again. Then, a strange sound came from the forest. Then, the tall figure carrying a saber-toothed tiger walked out of the forest. He went out to hunt for some game for so long. My doppelganger is really efficient. The old tortoise held a green foxtail grass in its mouth and lay on a big rock by the stream. It crossed its legs and sighed. The old tortoise did not think that the aura on its body was the nemesis of all birds and beasts. After sensing the aura of this great monster, which living thing would dare to stay nearby? As long as it could still move, it would stay far away from the great monster, the old tortoise. You're finally back. As soon as the old tortoise finished speaking, a stalwart figure carrying a ferocious tiger appeared beside the stream. Chapter 194. Night fell, the moon was bright, and the stars were sparse. A cool breeze blew gently in the mountains. Between the rolling mountains, there was a withered yellow, and the flowers and trees had lost all vitality. This was the result of Gu Fei's sacrificial refining of the pseudo-space and the predatory devouring of the world's essence energy. There was still no movement in the sky above the completely devoid of greenery. Outside the lifeless mountain forest, a bonfire was lit next to a stream. The flames danced in the trees next to the stream. A large piece of golden beast meat was being roasted on the bonfire. Sizzle. 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 Oil was constantly dripping from the roasted golden beast meat, an tempting aroma of meat wafted by the stream. Next to the bonfire, a guy with a dragon head and a turtle body was staring at the roasted meat on the bonfire. Saliva oozed out of the corner of his mouth and almost fell to the ground. How many years has it been since I smelled meat? Old Tortoise swallowed a mouthful of saliva, then stretched out his hand and tore off a piece of roasted golden beast meat. He tossed it into his mouth without caring if it was hot or not, chewed it a few times, and swallowed it. Then, the old turtle directly grabbed the piece of roasted beast meat that was dripping with oil and chewed it in big chunks. After a while, the 7 or 8 kilograms of tiger hind leg meat was stuffed into the old turtle's stomach. He was like a hungry ghost in hell that had been starving for thousands of years. 7 or 8 kilograms of roasted meat could not satisfy his appetite at all. Therefore, the old turtle put another piece of tiger meat on the bonfire and concentrated on roasting the tiger meat. Behind the old tortoise stood a 9 feet tall man in battle armor. He looked extremely mighty. This was the ancient corpse general that the old turtle had refined into his outer body incarnation. The old turtle stared at the roasted meat on the bonfire and murmured, "Gu Fei, Gu Fei, if you still don't come out of your pseudo-space by tomorrow, this old turtle will have to leave." In Gu Fei's pseudo-space, Gu Fei was still coiled on the ground, as if he had turned into a stone statue. He was motionless as if he had existed since ancient times. His divine sense spread out and filled the space within a radius of 5 meters, merging with this space. Here, he was the sky and he was the earth. Gu Fei felt like he was in control of the world. He could control this space completely. The laws of heaven and earth were born from his heart. The universe was in his palms. In this space, he was the master. However, this was not the main point. At that moment, Gu Fei was only thinking about how to get out of this space. Since he could come in, he could also get out. He had grasped the way to come in, but he had no idea how to get out of this space. The primal chaos rift on his forehead kept opening and closing, emitting rays of primal chaos divine light. Since it was the power in his Naiwan palace that allowed him to enter his own space, then the way out should also be from this aspect. After thousands of attempts, Gu Fei finally discovered the aura of the outside world between his eyebrows. The passage connecting this pseudo-space to the outside world was the chaos rift on Gu Fei's forehead. Gu Fei tried to use his divine sense to touch the passage connecting to the outside world and tried to unblock it. After a lot of effort, Gu Fei gradually sensed that the exit that was sealed by the aura of primal chaos was connected to the outside world. As the dazzling primal chaos divine light swept across, the space in front of Gu Fei shattered and the aura of the pseudo-space surged in. He saw the scenery outside and the stars in the sky. Gu Fei was overjoyed and stood up from the ground. However, the moment Gu Fei moved, the passage in front of him turned into primal chaos and dissipated into the void with a loud bang. Did I sense it wrong? The moment Gu Fei connected to the outside world, Old Tortoise in the distance sensed an extremely weak and strange fluctuation in the air. However, this extremely weak fluctuation soon disappeared, which made the Old Tortoise bewildered. Gu Fei, who was in the pseudo-space, did not know that Old Tortoise had sensed the strange fluctuation caused by his brief connection to the outside world. However, this fluctuation did not mean anything. It only meant that Gu Fei was trying to come out of his pseudo-space. When the passage collapsed, Gu Fei's divine sense was once again trapped in this space. Such a strange fluctuation did not happen again. Even when the stars receded from the sky, the bright moon sank below the horizon, and the eastern horizon turned white, there were no more strange movements in the sky above the withered forest where Gu Fei had disappeared. When the sun rose from the eastern horizon, Old Tortoise took his corpse general avatar and headed in the direction of the rising sun. Without any hesitation or reluctance, Old Tortoise had fulfilled his duty as Gu Fei's friend. The 9th day was a special day. However, not long after Old Tortoise left, a part of the space above the withered forest suddenly shattered without warning. Then, a figure walked out of the shattered space. The person who walked out of the void was a black-haired young man. He wore a white robe and was tall and straight. His long eyebrows reached his temples, and his eyes were like stars. Who else could it be if not Gu Fei? Although Gu Fei was very calm, when he walked out of the void, his body exuded an unusually strong sense of oppression. He did not deliberately reveal his powerful strength. It was a natural aura. The chaos rift on his forehead closed, cutting off the pseudo-space's connection with the outside world. Only a faint vertical mark was left between Gu Fei's eyebrows. However, the moment the chaos rift on Gu Fei's forehead closed, Gu Fei, who was high in the sky, suddenly fell from the sky. Gu Fei's shock was no small matter. He wanted to open the crack on his forehead again, but he couldn't do so for the time being. Although he could now communicate with the pseudo-space and the outside world, he was not proficient enough. Roar! Gu Fei roared, and a dazzling 5-colored light suddenly emitted from his body. It was as if his body was suddenly covered with a layer of 5-colored flame. An energy wave as majestic as the sea and as heavy as a mountain suddenly spread in all directions. The birds that were resting nearby were so shocked that they flapped their wings in panic and rushed out of the forest, flying into the distance. Gu Fei was at least 200 to 300 feet above the ground. Falling from such a high place, even Gu Fei could not help but feel nervous and did not dare to be careless. Like a 5-colored flame falling from the sky, it rapidly fell towards the withered forest below. Boom! With a bang, a large crater appeared in the forest below. Soil and tree fragments flew in all directions, and the earth trembled a little. A figure shrouded in 5-colored light walked out of the big pit. Although the force of falling from a high altitude was great, Gu Fei's body had been tempered to be extremely strong. The originally fragile 5 viscera and 6 bowels could not withstand the impact at this time. The chi of the 5 elements originated from the essence of the flesh and blood. It rose from the outside to the inside and rose between the 5 viscera. Gu Fei cultivated the most primitive and purest power in the human body. With Gu Fei's current cultivation base of awakening heaven peak 9th heaven, he was able to use the 5 elements and 5 energies to constantly refine his organs, flesh, tendons and bones. His body was strong enough to take on ordinary magic treasures head-on. However, in the end, he still did not take the step to break away from the mortal body. If he encountered a powerful magic weapon, such as a sword, immortal flying sword, Gu Fei would still be injured. Especially when he did not have the essence of the divine weapon in his body to protect his body. The magical power of transforming into a weapon and refining the body could allow Gu Fei to have the characteristics of a divine weapon. However, he had temporarily lost the essence of the divine weapon in his body. If he encountered a swordsman like Wuxia Xianxia again, Gu Fei's life would be in danger. There was no sun or moon in the pseudo-space. As soon as Gu Fei came out, he was shocked. How many days had it been today? Thinking of this, Gu Fei's expression changed dramatically, and his body trembled. If the 10-day deadline had passed, it meant that he was trapped in the ruined sky realm. Although the ruined sky realm was also like an endless world, Gu Fei did not want to stay in the ruined sky realm, which was like a barren land. There were countless places of great danger in the ruined sky realm. It seemed that the only outcome for being trapped in the ruined sky realm was death. In the ruined sky realm, all external forces higher than the awakening state were suppressed. Here, no matter how hard one cultivated, one's cultivation base could not break through to the transcending mortality realm. Without the cultivation base of the transcending mortality realm, one's lifespan was only 100 or so years. Those who were trapped in the ruined sky realm would never be able to survive for more than 2 60-year cycles. This was also the reason why none of the Dao disciples who had been trapped in the ruined sky realm had ever survived. Whoosh! Gu Fei no longer thought about it, and directly turned into a white shadow, rushing in the direction of the rising sun. He wanted to go to Heaven Burial Valley, because that was the place where the 9-colored grass grew as recorded in the jade slip. If it was not time yet, he would be able to meet the Dao disciples who were looking for the 9-colored grass in Heaven Burial Valley. If the 9-colored grass was picked, it meant that the passage to and from the ruined sky realm had been closed. Gu Fei passed through the primitive old forest where fierce beasts roamed, crossed the canyon across the land, and came to a waterfall at the end of a mountain stream at noon. Below the waterfall was a pool, and the water was so dark that the bottom could not be seen. It was obvious that the pool was very deep. The reason why Gu Fei came here was that he was attracted by a unique fragrance of plants when he passed by nearby. The fragrance came from behind the waterfall. He could vaguely see that there seemed to be an emerald green plant growing behind the waterfall, and the fragrance seemed to be coming from that plant. A natural treasure? Gu Fei's heart skipped a beat. The thing growing behind the waterfall seemed to be the essence of heaven and earth. The faintly discernible fragrance immediately refreshed one's spirit, and made one's mind much clearer. Gu Fei was about to go forward to see what it was, but just as he was about to move his feet, an extremely faint smell of blood suddenly drifted into Gu Fei's nose. Gu Fei was immediately taken aback. There were no traces of people here, and there didn't seem to be any powerful fierce beasts nearby. Why was there a smell of blood here? Something was wrong. With a thought, Gu Fei's muscles and bones immediately burst out with a thunderous sound, and an obscure power emanated from his body. His whole body was like a fully drawn bow, and the power hidden in his body would immediately erupt like a volcano at the slightest change. Chapter 195. A white stream hung down from the cliff and fell into the deep pool below. The water rumbled and splashed, and the surface of the pool was shrouded in a layer of faint mist. Under the midday sun, the layer of mist that shrouded the pool reflected a colorful glow. Vaguely, one could see a faintly discernible rainbow spanning across the sky above the pool. Other than the sound of water, the surroundings were very quiet, without any other noise. The pool was surrounded by crushed stones, and on both sides were lush flowers and trees. Perhaps because it was close to a water source, the surrounding vegetation grew vigorously. However, it should be strange that in such a place full of vitality, there was no sign of any other animals. This was very abnormal, and it made Gu Fei feel alarmed. He did not dare to rashly go forward to examine the plant behind the waterfall that emitted bursts of refreshing fragrance. He did not know what it was. However, one thing was certain, that thing was definitely a kind of spiritual essence, because Gu Fei sensed a trace of spiritual energy coming from behind the waterfall. Why is there a smell of blood here? What really made Gu Fei feel a sense of danger was an extremely faint smell of blood floating in the air. Gu Fei cultivated the martial way and walked the path of martial arts. It was particular about tempering one's own body, so that one could control all the minute details of one's body. Starting from refining one's qi and blood to produce spiritual energy, one would gradually refine the meridians, tendons, bones, muscles, skin and hair, and then from the outside to the inside, the spiritual energy would permeate into the internal organs and even the bone marrow, causing it to gradually transform. The inside and outside of the body would be transparent, and the tendons, bones, flesh, and spirit would be integrated into one, so that one could control the body's skin, pores, muscles, meridians, tendons, and bones, without missing anything. Gu Fei, who was at the peak of the 9th heaven of the awakening realm, had already refined his tendons, bones, flesh, and internal organs. His body had produced the 5 elements and 5 qi, refining his body to an incomparably powerful level. The transformation of his body caused Gu Fei's 5 senses and 6 senses to become extremely sharp. Every part of his body was constantly sensing the situation in the outside world and making accurate judgments. This was the terror of a cultivator. They could see in all directions and listen in all directions. Even the pores on their skin could sense the strange movements in their surroundings. Even if someone showed hostility towards Gu Fei from a distance, he would be able to sense it at the same time. Of course, unless the person who was hostile to Gu Fei had a much higher cultivation level than Gu Fei and hid very well, he wouldn't be able to escape Gu Fei's detection. Gu Fei scanned his surroundings. There didn't seem to be anything wrong with his surroundings. However, with his sharp eyesight, he still noticed that there were a few black spots on the pebbles beside the pool. Bloodstains, dried bloodstains. Gu Fei could tell at a glance that the dark brown spots on the cobblestone were blood splattered on it. Cautiously, he walked to the edge of the pool and swept his eyes over it. Suddenly, Gu Fei saw a pale face appear in the pool. This face was submerged in the water. If he hadn't come close, he would never have noticed it. Gu Fei was taken aback. A chill ran down his spine, and all the pores on his body opened up. Goosebumps immediately appeared on his skin. Gu Fei stretched out his right hand and made a grabbing motion with his 5 fingers. Pung! A head was immediately sucked out of the water and fell onto the gravel beside the pool. In fact, this head that was submerged in the water only had a face left intact. There was a big hole on the top of the skull, as if something had pierced through it and sucked out the brain matter inside. It looked very horrible. A Daoist? Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this person's face. He had met this person once before. This person was one of the high-ranking disciples who had entered the ruined sky realm. In addition to Gu Fei and the 33 people from the 3 great Taoist sects who had entered the ruined sky realm, there were more than 10 high-ranking disciples in the transcending mortality realm who had entered the ruined sky realm. Why did he die here? Gu Fei was shocked. It seemed that this picturesque place was not a good place. It was inexplicably dangerous. Pung! Gu Fei didn't dare to be careless. His gang qi came out of his body, as if he was wearing a layer of colorful divine armor. A powerful aura also burst out of his body without any concealment. Just then, the deep pool under the waterfall suddenly exploded with a bang. A pillar of water shot up high into the sky. Amidst the splashing of water, a black shadow rushed out of the pool. Whoosh! Without thinking, Gu Fei moved his legs and quickly retreated, leaving an afterimage that hadn't dissipated in time. Bam! The ground shook with a bang. The monster that had suddenly rushed out of the pool without any warning jumped onto the shore. At this time, Gu Fei had already retreated to a big tree 20 zhang away. After he steadied his body, he looked at the monster, and his pupils immediately shrank. It was a ferocious beast that looked like a pangolin. It was as big as a tiger, and covered with pitch-black scales that flickered with black light. It had a snake tail that was 30 to 40 zhang long, like a divine whip. It had 4 thick, powerful, and incomparably sharp claws under its abdomen. There was no doubt that the sharp claws of this ferocious beast had the terrifying power to pierce through stone and metal. And the most peculiar thing was that this pangolin-like ferocious beast had a sharp mouth that looked like a spear. The ferocious beast's blood-red eyes were staring fiercely at Gu Fei. What kind of monster is this? Gu Fei hadn't seen any description of this ferocious beast from the books. In his opinion, this was an unknown ferocious beast. Gu Fei had no idea what kind of terrifying ability this ferocious beast had. Obviously, the unlucky guy from before had his body torn apart by this ferocious beast, and died tragically in the pool after his brain was sucked dry. He ended up with a tragic ending without a corpse left. The ferocious beast suddenly made a hissing sound. Then, a layer of black light was emitted from the ferocious beast's body. An extremely tragic aura immediately spread from the ferocious beast. Demonic aura? Gu Fei's expression changed. This monster didn't seem to be a ferocious beast, but a demonic beast. Although there was only a word difference between ferocious beast and demonic beast, the difference in strength between the two was like heaven and earth. The fact that it could emit demonic aura proved that the ferocious beast's crystal core in this monster's body had been transformed into a demonic pill, and it had embarked on the demonic path to gradually get rid of its bestial nature. The strength of this kind of demonic beast was comparable to a cultivator in the transcending mortality realm, and Gu Fei's cultivation was only at the peak of the awakening mortality 9th heaven. This made Gu Fei's expression change. Hiss. The beast that looked like a pangolin but had a snake's tail and a sharp mouth like a spear, let out a roar, and the 4 short but thick legs under its abdomen slammed on the ground. Pung! The incomparably hard gravel ground suddenly exploded, and the gravel on the ground under the beast's feet was immediately blown away, shooting in all directions. At the same time, the beast seemed to have turned into a black lightning, directly rushing towards Gu Fei. The distance of more than 10 feet was crossed in an instant, and the jet-black mouth, like a big spear, directly pierced towards Gu Fei's chest and abdomen. Whoosh! The demonic beast had not yet pounced, and a strong gust of wind with a fierce aura had already hit him. So fast. Gu Fei was shocked. The demonic beast's speed had already exceeded his imagination. He quickly used the desolate steps, showing the extreme speed of 8 steps, and dodged to the side. Then, Gu Fei used his palm like a blade, and a bright blade light surged out from the edge of his palm, sweeping towards the demonic beast. The blade's aura was vast, and the blade light was like a rainbow, like a passing shadow. Gu Fei did not hold back, and attacked with all his strength. This was a martial artist, although there was no blade in their hands, but the blade was in their heart, and every move was a blade. The path of martial arts also emphasized intent, and the more profound the cultivation, the more inclined it was towards martial intent. Blade intent, sword intent, fist intent, when used to the extreme, they would return to the same destination, returning to the Great Way. Therefore, on the path of martial arts, there was a saying that the skill is close to the Great Way. Of course, Gu Fei did not have the terrifying cultivation of the skill is close to the Great Way. He had only just started on the path of martial arts. However, when used in his hands, the power of martial arts was also unparalleled. Boom! Without any suspense, Gu Fei's blade fiercely struck the demonic beast's body, causing it to fall to the side. However, Gu Fei did not feel happy at all. Because he realized that the unparalleled blade's aura could not break the layer of pitch-black scales on the demonic beast's body, and instead, his palm was shaken to the point of numbness. Such a strong defense. Gu Fei was secretly surprised. Whoosh! When the demonic beast was struck down, the snake tail behind it, like a divine whip, turned into a black shadow, tearing through the void, and lashed at Gu Fei's waist. Humph! With a cold laugh, Gu Fei pushed his feet off the ground and shot up into the sky like a sharp arrow, dodging the whip's attack, and then took a step toward the demonic beast below. This time, it was not the 8 steps extreme speed, but the 8 steps 8 kill, the 8 desolation 8 kill steps. With the first step, the void under Gu Fei's feet immediately trembled, and the vast power caused the space to tremble. As he exerted the cultivation technique with all his strength, Gu Fei once again felt a strong sense of oppression in his heart, which came from heaven and earth. It must be said that Gu Fei's strength was already infinitely close to the transcending mortality realm. Moreover, he was a martial artist, and his cultivation base was at the peak of the 9th heaven, which was comparable to a cultivator who had just entered the transcending mortality realm. Therefore, even though Gu Fei's cultivation base was still in the range of the transcending mortality realm, he could still feel the oppressive power from the ruined heaven realm. The demonic beast seemed to have sensed the danger, and before Gu Fei could take the step, it turned into a black light and dodged at the critical moment. Rumble. The ground shook, and then collapsed. When Gu Fei's step landed, the terrifying power immediately created a huge pit in the ground within a radius of 10 zhang under his feet. While Gu Fei was fighting the demonic beast, a blue figure stood silently under a tree in the forest in the distance, looking coldly at the scene. Chapter 196. Gu Fei's 8 steps 8 kills. The first step of the 8 desolation steps could not step on the demonic beast. Therefore, he immediately left an afterimage in the air and quickly fell to the ground. At this moment, swoosh! With a soft sound, a black light shot from the side and suddenly dispersed the afterimage of Gu Fei. As long as Gu Fei hesitated a little, the black light would hit him. Hiss! With a hiss, the demonic beast's body suddenly surged with a black mist. The black mist quickly spread, and in the blink of an eye, it became a black cloud that covered half of the sky. The figure of the demonic beast was hidden in the black ink like black clouds. Suddenly, the demonic aura around the pool soared into the sky. It was like falling into the dark night, making people feel endless pressure. The speed at which the black demonic cloud spread was too fast. Gu Fei had only just landed on the ground when he was enveloped by the black mist. Gu Fei couldn't help being startled by what he saw. With a thought, the five-colored light rushed out of his body and blocked all the black mist. However, in this way, Gu Fei fell into an absolute passive position. The enemy was in the dark, and he was in the light. Gu Fei could not help but secretly complain. Swoosh! The sound of the air tearing sounded in the black mist, and a vast demonic aura quickly approached Gu Fei from the right. Fire Fist. Gu Fei did not think too much. His body naturally made a counterattack. He punched forward with his right fist, and a fire suddenly appeared in front of Gu Fei's fist. The unparalleled fire element fist force swept out like stormy waves. Under the blazing red aura, the black qi and demonic mist were all evaporated and dissipated by the terrifying heat. A black light lashed at Gu Fei like a big whip. It was the demonic beast's snake tail, like a divine whip, lashing at Gu Fei. The demonic beast, hiding in the black mist, launched an attack at Gu Fei. The demonic beast's behavior seemed to be no longer dominated by its bestial instincts. It should have already developed some intelligence. This was the fundamental difference between ferocious beasts and demonic beasts. Ferocious beasts did not shed their bestial nature, and their actions were dominated by bestial nature. Demonic beasts, on the other hand, had already developed some intelligence and were no longer ignorant. They knew to seek fortune and avoid calamity. Boom! The ferocious and violent fire element fist force instantly collided with the black light. Gu Fei retreated. His raging fire fist force was dispersed by the demonic beast. He had no choice but to retreat. Facing the demonic beast head-on, Gu Fei was at a disadvantage. Another cry came from the black demonic fog. Bang! 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 The ground trembled as if a huge creature was charging towards Gu Fei. Preposterous. Great Five Elements exterminating seal, fire seal. Gu Fei formed a seal with both of his hands and a vast amount of fire elemental energy gushed out from his fingers. At this moment, Gu Fei used his martial skill to communicate with the fire elemental energy inside and outside. A monstrous flame swept out from the seal and surged forward. The surging black qi and demonic mist turned into green smoke and dissipated. Being suppressed by the demonic beast, Gu Fei was very depressed. Gu Fei used this ancient combat skill and the power of fire in his body to draw the spiritual qi of fire from the outside world to push the power of the fire seal to the apex. However, he had some scruples. The black mist in front of him was dispersed by the power of fire, and the figure of the demonic beast was immediately revealed. This demonic beast, like a black lightning, rushed towards Gu Fei. The sharp mouth at the front of the demonic beast, like a long spear, emitted bursts of black light, and the vast and terrifying demonic power fluctuated, directly broke through the layers of power of fire of Gu Fei, and like a sharp arrow, stabbed towards Gu Fei. The power of the fire seal could not withstand the impact of this demonic beast. What a powerful beast! Gu Fei could not help but change his expression, and retreated again. This demonic beast seemed to have suppressed Gu Fei, making his unique skill useless. Gu Fei was very unwilling, because his power was suppressed. However, Gu Fei was not a person who would give up so easily. The strength of the demonic beast, on the contrary, aroused his fighting spirit, and made him high-spirited. Kill! Gu Fei shouted, and his feet used the desolation steps. The 8 steps were extremely fast, and actually left 8 illusory figures in the air, and then he took a second step towards the demonic beast. Rumble. Gu Fei took a step forward, and the space under his feet suddenly made a muffled sound, as if the space under his feet had collapsed. Even though the demonic beast was hidden in the black mist, but Gu Fei's 5 senses were extremely sensitive, and the vast demonic aura from the body of the demonic beast was as eye-catching as a bright light in the night. Even without using his eyes, Gu Fei could accurately determine the position of the demonic beast. With the second step, the black mist immediately dissipated, and the figure of the demonic beast appeared. But, this time, the demonic beast was not so easy to be pushed away. Gu Fei's movement speed was extremely fast, and the demonic beast was directly stepped on the back of the demonic beast. Bang! The demonic beast was directly stepped on by Gu Fei. Even if your body is as hard as iron, you still have to eat my foot. Gu Fei did not give the demonic beast any chance to breathe, and took a third step. With a rumble, the ground collapsed, and dust flew. Under the terrifying destructive power, the ground undulated violently like waves, and cracks spread into the distance. Gu Fei's third step actually had the terrifying power to shake the earth and the mountains. However, Gu Fei was not happy, because he could still sense a strong demonic power coming from the ground, and the demonic beast seemed to have not been trampled to death by Gu Fei. Moreover, in this ruined sky realm, Gu Fei's power was suppressed, and he could not fight the demonic beast at his peak state at all. The power of the desolation steppes could not be fully displayed, and the power of the 9 heavens could not kill this demonic beast whose strength was comparable to that of a transcending mortality cultivator. This made Gu Fei very depressed. This demonic beast was born in the ruined sky realm, and was not an outsider, so the power of the demonic beast was not restricted by the ruined sky realm. Pung! As the soil and gravel flew, the demonic beast that Gu Fei had stomped into the ground broke out of the ground, and then opened its mouth, shooting out a black bead that was surrounded by rays of black light towards Gu Fei. The black bead was only the size of a pigeon's egg, but the terrifying demonic power it exuded made even Gu Fei's heart palpitate. A demonic beast's inner core? Gu Fei could not help but be shocked, but there was no time for him to think about other things, because the black bead was smashing towards him like a mountain. The small bead actually emitted a terrifying power fluctuation as vast and mighty as a mountain. However, what really shocked Gu Fei was that a force field constructed from demonic power enveloped the surroundings and sealed off a part of the world, making it impossible for him to dodge. This demonic beast indeed had an extraordinary divine ability, which forced Gu Fei to confront it head-on. The demonic beast seemed to know that in a head-on confrontation, this human who had intruded into its territory was definitely no match for it. However, the 2 steps that Gu Fei had taken had also seriously injured the demonic beast. Traces of blood seeped out of its pitch-black scales, and there was actually a bloody footprint on its back. The scales on the footprint had disappeared, revealing the flesh and blood inside. The demonic beast was furious. It had never been so seriously injured before, so it spat out the inner core that it had cultivated for countless years in its stomach, and fought desperately against Gu Fei. Roar! Gu Fei let out a furious roar. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and the 5-colored aura around him rose like a 5-colored divine flame. He formed a seal with his hands and pushed it forward at a steady pace. Boundless blue water immediately enveloped heaven and earth. Gu Fei seemed to be standing in the middle of the waves of the sea, and his body was surrounded by surging blue aura. The water element seal of the 5 elements exterminating seal art. There seemed to be water waves everywhere between heaven and earth. The power of the water element seal art seemed to have really drawn in a vast ocean, and the power of the seal art seemed to have taken a tangible form. Boundless water was drawn in, surging between heaven and earth, breaking through the layers of black aura and demonic mist, and engulfing the inner core of the demonic beast that was smashing towards him. This was the amazing power of the 5 elements exterminating seal art. However, when he performed the seal art, Gu Fei's mind was impacted by heaven and earth. The power of the seal art was already infinitely close to the level of the transcending mortality stage, and the omnipresent sealing power in the ruined heaven realm immediately reacted. Gu Fei's strength could not be improved any further. If he did, he would be attacked by the sealing power from the ruined heaven realm. At that time, if he could not escape into the space he had created in the Mudpill Palace in time like last time, his life would be in danger. Gu Fei felt very helpless and depressed. He had a powerful battle prowess that was comparable to the transcending mortality stage, but he could not use it to fight the demonic beast, which made Gu Fei very unhappy. It was not a Dao law, nor was it a divine ability, but it was better than a Dao law and a divine ability. The combat skill that Gu Fei displayed was a kind of Dao that was cultivated and comprehended from martial. This was the sublimation of a martial skill, and then the martial Dao that it evolved into was a kind of invisible manifestation of the great Dao. The power of the water element was the softest in the world. Facing the desperate attack of the demonic beast, Gu Fei took a defensive stance. The current situation forced him to do so. If his strength was not suppressed by the Ruin Heaven realm, Gu Fei was confident that he could take on this demonic beast head-on, but now, it was a fact that his strength was suppressed. Endless water-blue aura surged like waves, and thunder rumbled in the sky, as if thousands of soldiers and horses were galloping, or as if the Milky Way had fallen from the ninth heaven, and 3,000 streams of water were pouring down. The vast power was blocking, moving, and counteracting the terrifying demonic power that was surging out of the demonic beast's inner core. The two forces kept colliding and rubbing against each other, causing the sky to tremble and the earth to tremble. Boom! With a loud bang, as if the sky was falling and the earth was cracking, the demonic beast's inner core that was smashing towards Gu Fei suddenly burst out with a shocking demonic power, directly shattering the water element power that was protecting Gu Fei. Ugh! Gu Fei let out a miserable cry and was sent flying backward while vomiting blood. Chapter 197. With his strength suppressed, it was difficult for Gu Fei to contend with this strange demonic beast that looked like a pangolin, but had an arrowhead mouth and a snake tail. The attack of the demonic beast's inner elixir directly caused him to be seriously injured. The mighty power of water from the water seal of the 5 elements exterminating seal instantly collapsed, and Gu Fei flew back while vomiting blood. The demonic beast, like a black lightning, rushed over and swallowed the inner elixir that emitted a mighty and terrifying demonic power. Then, the snake tail, which was 30 to 40 feet long and covered with pitch-black scales, swung towards Gu Fei like a long rope. The pitch-black long tail, which was shaped like a snake's tail, rapidly swept through the void, tearing the air, making a hissing sound of friction, and suddenly entangled Gu Fei, who was flying backward. Hiss! The demonic beast let out a strange hiss, and its mouth, which was as sharp as an arrowhead and as sharp as a spear, immediately stabbed towards Gu Fei's chest. From swallowing the inner elixir, to the long tail entangling Gu Fei, and then to the sharp arrow stabbing towards Gu Fei, these attacks were extremely fast. Gu Fei, who was entangled by the demonic beast's long tail, was instantly shocked. He felt his entire body tighten, and then the long tail violently constricted, causing the bones in his body to emit a burst of popping sounds. Gu Fei's left hand and body were entangled by the demonic beast's tail, but his right hand could still move freely. When the demonic beast's sharp mouth stabbed towards him like an arrow, Gu Fei stretched out his right hand and grabbed the demonic beast's sharp mouth. Roar! Gu Fei roared, and endless power of fire immediately surged out from Gu Fei's right hand. A fire immediately engulfed the demonic beast. Hiss! The terrifying temperature made the demonic beast roar, and its 4 sharp claws pounced on Gu Fei, pouncing on Gu Fei from the air. Like a meteorite shrouded in raging flames, one man and one demonic beast entangled with each other. With a boom sound, they ruthlessly smashed into the ground. The ground shattered as the man and the demonic beast smashed a huge crater into the ground. The 4 limbs of the demonic beast were short, but they had thick, sharp claws. They ruthlessly tore at Gu Fei, who was entangled by its tail. Gu Fei's clothes were immediately torn to shreds, and his bronze skin was covered with streaks of blood. The demonic beast's sharp claws, which could pierce through stone and gold, emitted a faint black light. As they clawed at Gu Fei's body, it was as if countless divine weapons were cutting at Gu Fei's body. Although Gu Fei had tempered his flesh, blood, and bones to the point that they were as tough as refined iron, he was still injured. The sharp claws of the demonic beast tore open his skin, causing blood to ooze out. The claws of the demonic beasts were even sharper than ordinary divine weapons. However, the demonic beast's claws could only cause so much damage to Gu Fei's body. The sharp claws could not hurt his muscles, bones, and internal organs at all. One man and one demonic beast rolled on the ground, struggling and tearing at each other with all their might. The hard rock ground was as fragile as flour. Under the unparalleled power of the man and the demonic beast, it collapsed one after another. The ground undulated violently like waves. Dust flew everywhere, and gravel flew everywhere. Evil beast! Gu Fei roared. His right hand grabbed the demonic beast's sharp beak, and a blazing aura with a terrifying temperature enveloped the demonic beast, burning it fiercely. The vast power of fire surged violently. The man and the demonic beast seemed to be trapped in a ball of raging flames. Everywhere they passed, the soil was burnt, and the flowers and trees were all charred. It was a real hand-to-hand fight. Gu Fei was fighting with an extremely powerful demonic beast with his bare hands. If this news spread, no one would believe it. The body of a demonic beast was many times stronger than that of a human. No one was willing and no one dared to fight with a demonic beast in close combat. This was using one's weakness to attack the enemy's strength. It was an extremely stupid behavior. The azure-robed Daoist who was spying in the dark was also extremely shocked when he saw this scene. His eyes flickered, and no one knew what he was thinking. But one thing was certain, this person would definitely not help Gu Fei. Roar! Gu Fei desperately roused the yuan qi in his body to resist the long tail that was strangling him. After struggling with all his might, he finally broke free from the entanglement of his left hand. With a thought, the power of the metal element gathered on his left palm. Then, he ruthlessly struck the long tail that was wrapped around him with 17 or 18 palm strikes. Only when the scales on the long tail were broken and blood splattered, did the demonic beast's tail gradually loosen its grip on Gu Fei. Gu Fei took the opportunity to struggle free from the long tail that was wrapped around him. With the 8 desolation steps, Gu Fei loosened his right hand that was grabbing the demonic beast's sharp mouth. Like a bolt of lightning, he instantly retreated, leaving afterimages in the void. In the process of retreating, Gu Fei spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. His internal organs had been injured in the hand-to-hand fight with the demonic beast. Both the man and the demonic beast were injured, and they seemed to be equally matched. However, Gu Fei knew that he was at an absolute disadvantage. Because his strength was suppressed by the ruined sky realm, he was in a passive position. And that demonic beast's strength was not suppressed by the ruined sky realm. Its strength was definitely much stronger than that of an ordinary transcending mortality realm cultivator. Gu Fei's defeat seemed to have been decided long ago. 8 steps extreme speed. Gu Fei moved very fast, but the demonic beast's speed was not slow either. The demonic beast's ferocity was also aroused by Gu Fei. Vast demonic energy surged out of its claws and chased after Gu Fei like a shadow. Hissing sounds came from the demonic beast's mouth. Its sharp claws emitted a black light that was as sharp as a demonic sword as it pounced towards Gu Fei. Those terrifying claws emitted a vast amount of demonic energy, tearing through the void and emitting ear-piercing sounds. This demonic beast was much more ferocious than before. Swish! 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 Gu Fei and the demonic beast moved like 2 bolts of lightning, one gold and one black. Rumble! The demonic beast's claws repeatedly struck at Gu Fei. The demonic energy surging out shook heaven and earth, shaking the sky and the earth. The demonic beast's strength was not suppressed by the ruined sky realm at all. Incomparably violent, Gu Fei had no choice but to retreat and block the powerful demonic energy with the metal element fist. The 2 forces collided violently, and the eruption of an energy storm wreaked havoc, shaking heaven and earth, as if this part of the world was about to collapse. There was no doubt that Gu Fei was at an absolute disadvantage. Wherever the man and the demonic beast passed, loud noises rang out. The earth sank, huge rocks were sent flying, and countless huge rocks rolled down from the cliffs and smashed into the deep pool below the waterfall. It was as if the end of the world had come. However, both Gu Fei and the demonic beast deliberately avoided the cliff waterfall because they did not want to affect the fragrant spirit extract behind the waterfall. Wherever the spirit extract appeared, there was bound to be an extremely powerful spirit beast guarding it. This demonic beast should be guarding the spirit extract behind the waterfall. When the spirit extract ripened, or when its effects came to an end, the spirit beast guarding the spirit extract would immediately enjoy the spirit extract it had guarded for countless years. All humans or other beasts who dared to covet the spirit extract were the demonic beast's enemies. This demonic beast would never allow other humans or other beasts to touch the spirit extract it was guarding. The broken head Gu Fei had found in the pool earlier should have been attracted by the strange fragrance, just like Gu Fei, and died tragically in the pool. Go to hell! Gu Fei let out an explosive roar, and the metal element power inside his body surged. With a clang, a dazzling golden sword light appeared in each of his hands. He did not want to retreat. He wanted to become stronger and stronger, and press forward bravely. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. However, he used the 8 desolate steps and soared into the sky, no longer retreating. Golden light filled the sky, and the vast, sharp metal power condensed into unparalleled sword chi that filled every inch of space, making it difficult to open one's eyes. As Gu Fei moved his hands, the golden sword chi that filled the sky crisscrossed and interwove into a golden sword net that enveloped the pursuing demonic beast. The sword chi soared into the sky with unparalleled sharpness. However, the power of the sword technique was still suppressed to the 9 heavens awakening, which made Gu Fei so depressed that he almost vomited blood. Hiss! The demonic beast let out a strange hissing sound, waved its sharp claws, and directly shattered the sword net, and charged at Gu Fei. Gu Fei performed the 8 desolate steps to the limit, which made him look like he was flying, and flashed past the demonic beast's charge like a bolt of lightning. However, the demonic beast's long tail swept Gu Fei away. The powerful whip force made Gu Fei vomit a large mouthful of blood. I can't accept this. Gu Fei's power was suppressed by the ruin heaven realm, so he could not fight this demonic beast to his heart's content. This feeling of having all his power but being unable to use it drove him crazy. Boom! Gu Fei's body smashed into the gravel ground and slid for 7 or 8 feet before coming to a stop. A sense of helplessness rose in Gu Fei's heart. He did not lose in terms of strength, but in the power of this pseudo-realm. If it were not for the irresistible suppression from this heaven and earth, Gu Fei was absolutely confident that he could kill this demonic beast. Whoosh! As the fierce wind rose, the extremely fierce aura emitted by the demonic beast once again surged towards him. Bang! 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 Extremely heavy footsteps moved towards Gu Fei, and the ground shook along with the footsteps. A dangerous aura enveloped Gu Fei. At this moment, an idea suddenly flashed in Gu Fei's mind. He immediately flipped over from the ground, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and stared coldly at the demonic beast that was approaching him step by step. A hint of a cruel smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Then, the vertical mark between Gu Fei's eyebrows began to shine brilliantly, like a closed vertical eye that was about to open. A strange fluctuation began to spread out from the vertical mark. Heaven and earth are created in the Mud Pill Palace, and the laws of heaven and earth are created by me. Gu Fei muttered to himself. The fluctuation that came out from between his eyebrows instantly enveloped him. At this moment, the place where Gu Fei was seemed to have become a world of its own, as if he had jumped out of the 3 realms and was no longer part of the 5 elements. His aura, and even the fluctuation of power, all disappeared in an instant. The void around Gu Fei seemed to be a space independent of the ruin heaven realm. If one did not look with the naked eye, no one would be able to sense his existence. He seemed to have entered another world. Gu Fei's strength was increasing, and he was no longer under any restrictions. The power of the ruin heaven realm could no longer affect him. Just as I thought. Gu Fei could not help but feel ecstatic. Meanwhile, the demonic beast that was approaching Gu Fei suddenly stopped. This demonic beast's spiritual intelligence had gradually been awakened, and it sensed a dangerous aura from Gu Fei. This was a dangerous aura that was enough to threaten its life. This made the demonic beast vigilant, and it stopped moving towards Gu Fei. Chapter 198. Gu Fei was unable to contend against the bizarre demonic beast that had rushed out of the deep pool of the waterfall, and was forced to retreat while coughing up blood. Just when he thought that he had lost and had no choice but to retreat, an idea suddenly flashed across his mind. He remembered the divine ability that the old turtle had displayed in the primordial ominous city. By enveloping himself with the pseudo-power of heaven and earth that he had refined, it was as if he was in a pseudo-world, and was not suppressed by the ruin heaven realm, and could fully display his cultivation base. He had also opened up a space in his body in the chaos of his mud pill palace. So, as long as he guided the power of the inner space out, he could get rid of the suppression of the ruin heaven realm. It seemed that Gu Fei had succeeded. He had successfully guided the power of the inner space in his mud-pill palace. As the vertical line on his forehead flashed with rays of light, the spreading power of the inner space enveloped Gu Fei. Roar! Gu Fei threw his head back and roared, his black hair fluttering wildly. The suppressed power in his body suddenly erupted like a volcano, and his body slowly rose from the ground. The powerful aura emanating from his body made the demonic beast feel fear and involuntarily retreat. The power of the inner space had completely removed the shackles on Gu Fei, and the power of the ruined heaven realm could no longer affect Gu Fei. This allowed Gu Fei's real power to be completely released, and was no longer suppressed. Shrouded by the power of the inner space, Gu Fei got rid of all the interference from the ruined heaven realm. In the space around him, he was like a god who ruled over everything, giving him a feeling that the whole world was in his hands. Boom! Like a five-colored divine flame, a five-colored aura rushed out of Gu Fei's body, making Gu Fei look like he was wearing a five-colored divine armor. The power of the five elements interweaved, pushing Gu Fei's aura to the peak. The vast power of the five elements surged within his body, and at a momentum that originated from the spirit, but was also higher than the spirit, emanated from Gu Fei's body. Gu Fei felt that his entire body was filled with an inexhaustible amount of power. Under the envelopment of the inner space's power, every move he made could shake a part of the world and destroy a part of the void. The power of the inner space allowed Gu Fei to stay in the void for a short period of time and move within the void. Even though Gu Fei was not a great cultivator of the imperial void realm, he was already able to soar into the sky without the help of external objects. Although Gu Fei's strength did not increase by much after opening up his own internal space in his Naiwan palace, he had obtained a new ability that allowed him to soar into the sky. The demon beast grew more and more uneasy. Suddenly, it let out a strange hiss and spat out the inner core in its belly. It wanted to completely destroy the source of its uneasiness. The inner core, which was only the size of a pigeon's egg, was black and shiny. It was surrounded by rays of black light that resembled lightning, and the terrifying demonic power that emanated from it caused the surrounding space to distort. The power emitted from the small inner core was as heavy as a mountain, and its power was unparalleled. It charged towards Gu Fei in the sky like a huge mountain. Rumble. The entire heaven and earth shook, producing a sound that sounded like muffled thunder. Humph. Gu Fei sneered, and took a step forward. Swoosh. He disappeared from where he stood, and appeared directly above the inner core that was emitting endless waves of demonic power. The desolate steps, the first step. A terrifying power surged under Gu Fei's feet, and he directly stomped down on the inner core below him. He broke through the layers of demonic power, and stepped on the demon core that the demon beast had spat out. Boom! A loud sound shook the sky, and the surging power shook the heaven and earth. The dazzling light caused the noon sun to lose its color. The huge airwave caused a tornado to form in the sky. A great pressure enveloped the surroundings, and the aftermath of the mighty airwave caused the entire region to tremble. Although they were already far away from the waterfall pool, the place was still affected. The strong tremors caused a large number of rocks to roll down from the cliff, smashing into the pool below and causing water to splash in all directions, causing water pillars to rise. As if a huge mountain had been crushed, the powerful demon core was stepped down from the sky by Gu Fei, and the heaven and earth shook. The demon beast seemed to have suffered a great impact at the same time, and its body swayed, and it could not stand steadily. Boom! The second step was taken, and it also stepped on the demon core. The demon core immediately dimmed, and it quickly flew back to the demon beast. The demon beast opened its mouth and swallowed the demon core. The demon beast seemed to have suffered a heavy blow, and the demonic power in its body actually showed signs of weakening. Rumble. The third step was taken, and Gu Fei was like a god of death. The vertical scar between his eyebrows emitted a bright light. The earth trembled under his feet, and the terrifying power seemed to cause the space to collapse. In an instant, the demon beast below was enveloped. The desolate steps included the extreme speed of 8 steps, which could be used to escape if one couldn't win. There was also the unparalleled power of 8 steps, which could be used to kill 8 steps. When Gu Fei took the 3rd step, what he displayed was not extreme speed, but killing. Destructive energy surged beneath his feet. The space beneath his feet was sealed by a terrifying domain that could seal the heavens and earth. The demonic beast couldn't dodge Gu Fei's 3rd step at all. The vertical scar between his eyebrows vibrated, and the light flowed, as if a closed eye was about to open. The power of the space in the Naiwan Palace was vast and mighty, and it enveloped Gu Fei. At this moment, Gu Fei used all his strength, and the situation was reversed in an instant. Bang! Like a divine kick, Gu Fei's 3rd step landed solidly on the demonic beast's body. The demonic beast's pitch-black scales, which were flowing with dark light, immediately shattered and blood and flesh splattered everywhere. The demon beast immediately cried out in pain, and fell to the ground, sliding backwards. What goes around comes around, and what goes around comes around. Previously, this demon beast had also forced Gu Fei into an extremely embarrassing situation. The ancient combat skill displayed great power. Taking the 3rd step, Gu Fei was already exhausted, but he did not stop and took the 4th step. 8 steps, 8 kills, with each step, the power was superimposed. If the power of the 2nd step was twice that of the 1st step, then the power displayed by Gu Fei's 4th step would be 8 times that of the 1st step. Then the power displayed by Gu Fei's 4th step was 8 times that of the 1st step. Swoosh! As if he had teleported, Gu Fei directly appeared in the sky above the demon beast that had just stabilized its body. He took the 4th step, and a terrifying power surged under Gu Fei's feet. The space was distorted, and the space shook violently, as if it could collapse at any time. The terrifying power displayed by this ancient combat skill actually had the power to shatter the void. This made the azure-robed Daoist, who was watching from the side, feel his heart palpitate. Before he could take his 4th step, the weather had already changed. Bolts of lightning seemed to be faintly discernible beneath Gu Fei's feet. A biting cold astral wind swept down like a heavenly blade. The incomparably hard cobblestones on the ground were all turned into dust by this astral wind. The demon beast had already been pressed to the ground by the terrifying pressure that was like 100,000 mountains. Its 4 short, thick legs desperately pushed up, but it could not move. The power of the 4th step had been raised to the limit. This was the ultimate killing step that Gu Fei could use with his current cultivation. It was actually very difficult to take the 4th step. The terrifying power that erupted from his legs was already the limit that Gu Fei could withstand. If he were to take the 5th step, Gu Fei's legs would explode from the powerful force that would erupt from his body. Bang! Without any suspense, a muffled sound rang out as Gu Fei's right leg stepped on the demonic beast's back. In that instant, the sound of bones shattering could be heard from the demonic beast's body. Hiss! The demon beast let out a sorrowful hiss, and its incomparably hard black scales were suddenly covered with cracks. Blood spurted out from the cracks. One of the demon beast's spines suddenly shattered, and then, without a pang sound, its entire body exploded into pieces. Blood evaporated, and flesh and bones flew everywhere. The pungent smell of blood immediately filled the air. As the blood spurted out, a black, shiny pearl flew out from the demon beast's body. A demon beast's inner core, good stuff. Gu Fei made a grabbing motion with his right hand towards the black bead, and the bead was immediately sucked into his palm. Gu Fei floated down from the sky, and the inner space energy that enveloped his body retreated like the tide, entering the vertical mark between his eyebrows. So what if it was a powerful demon beast that was comparable to a transcending mortality cultivator? Under Gu Fei's full strength, his battle strength was unparalleled, and he still crushed it under his feet. Gu Fei, who had landed on the ground, staggered and almost fell. Gu Fei, who had expended a large amount of yuan qi, actually felt a little unsteady on his feet. Although he had killed this demon beast, it could be said that Gu Fei had won a Pyrrhic victory. His clothes were torn into pieces by the demon beast's sharp claws, revealing his bronze-colored upper body. His skin was covered with crisscrossing claw marks, and each of the claw marks was bleeding. After Gu Fei stood up, he immediately felt a wave of dizziness. Drawing out the inner space energy from his Naiwan palace had consumed a large amount of his divine sense, causing him to feel dizzy. Gu Fei was very clear about his own situation. His divine sense was too weak, and he could not communicate with the treasures in the chaotic zone in his Naiwan palace to regain control of it. Even drawing out the inner space energy from his Naiwan palace was very strenuous. After the battle with the demon beast, Gu Fei had expended a lot of energy, and his internal organs were also injured. Therefore, he put the demon beast's inner core into his magic treasure pouch, and then sat down beside the deep pool at the bottom of the cliff. He circulated his Xian Qi, drawing out the large amount of Yuan Qi in his body to heal his injured body. Just as Gu Fei sat on the ground and circulated his Xian Qi, an extremely faint light blade, so faint that it was almost invisible to the naked eye, shot out from the dense forest in the distance, and silently strangled the back of Gu Fei's head. It was a sword light that was almost transparent, and it did not emit any sword qi. The one who attacked Gu Fei was the green-robed Daoist who was hiding at the side and spying on the scene. Chapter 199. Gu Fei sat cross-legged beside the pool, operating his qi to heal his injured body. The muscles all over his body were surging silently, and the claw marks on his body were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The 5 qi in his chest were vibrating in his internal organs. There was a faint sound of thunder in Gu Fei's chest and abdomen. The clotted blood in his internal organs was being forced out of his body through his pores. However, just as Gu Fei was operating his qi to heal his injuries, an almost transparent sword light, like a transparent ripple, quickly crossed the void and silently slashed at the back of Gu Fei's neck. There were no signs, and there was no fluctuation of sword qi. The sword light seemed to have escaped into the heaven and earth, and did not cause any abnormalities. If it was an ordinary cultivator, his 5 senses and 6 senses would not be able to detect the existence of this sword light. He would definitely be killed by the sword light, and he would not even know what happened when he died. However, Gu Fei was different. He did not practice Taoist magic, but martial arts. When one reached the peak of martial arts, he would have the absolute reaction, and the qi activity of the whole body would constantly sense everything around him. Even the slightest movement of grass in the wind would be immediately detected. Just as the invisible sword light suddenly appeared and flew toward Gu Fei, who was lying on the ground, immediately felt the skin at the back of his neck go numb, as if he had been pricked by a bone-piercing cold needle. A chill suddenly ran from his tailbone, along his spine, all the way to the top of his head, and all the pores on Gu Fei's body instantly exploded. Oh no! Gu Fei was greatly alarmed. Without a second thought, his body abruptly crouched forward. In that split second of life and death, an almost transparent and sharp sword light flew past Gu Fei's scalp. A lock of hair fell from the air. The next moment, Gu Fei's body rolled to the side like a python, and at the same time, he stood up from the ground. He quickly touched the back of his neck and sucked in a breath of cold air. Only then did Gu Fei feel a faint killing intent coming from the forest in the distance. Someone had launched a sneak attack on him, wanting to kill him instantly. The invisible sword light made a turn in the air and shot back silently into the forest on the other side. Then, a Taoist in indigo walked out of the forest on the other side. Who are you? Gu Fei had already vaguely guessed the origins of this azure-robed Daoist. Among the 3 major Dao sects, only the people from the Guanxing Immortal sect cultivated the sword Immortal Dao. Upon seeing the people from the 3 great Daoist sects, Gu Fei felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. He knew that the Ruin Heaven realm hadn't been resealed, and the 10 days hadn't passed. Although this person wanted to kill him, Gu Fei was still very happy. The person who suddenly attacked Gu Fei was the azure-robed Daoist who had been watching from the side. The azure-robed Daoist looked to be in his 30s or 40s. His eyes shone brightly as he blinked. His entire person was like a divine weapon that hadn't been unsheathed. Obscure sword qi surged from his body. His killing intent towards Gu Fei was undisguised. You don't need to know who I am, because in my eyes, you're already a dead man, the middle-aged Daoist said indifferently. The middle-aged Daoist said calmly. His expression was still calm, as if he was talking about something that couldn't be more ordinary. The middle-aged Daoist was extremely domineering as he approached Gu Fei step by step. His aura gradually increased with each step he took, and the obscure sharpness on the Daoist's body began to reveal itself, like a divine weapon that was slowly being unsheathed from its scabbard. The Daoist's long hair fluttered despite the lack of wind, and his indigo robes swayed slightly. There seemed to be a gust of wind shrouding his body. That was definitely not a gust of wind, but an extremely sharp, invisible sword chi. Humph. Want to kill me? Just you? Gu Fei couldn't help but sneer. In the next moment, a vast and powerful force erupted from Gu Fei's body, and a five-colored light swirled around his body. Gu Fei's eyes shot out two solid rays of light that shone on the approaching middle-aged Daoist. A monstrous murderous aura swept out from his body, filling every inch of the space. The surrounding temperature dropped sharply. Even under the scorching sun, a chill lingered around the waterfall and pool. Stop putting on an act. I've been watching your battle with that demonic beast from start to finish. I didn't miss a single detail. You've been severely injured. The middle-aged Daoist said disdainfully. Is that so? Gu Fei's expression remained calm and there was even a hint of a smile on his face. It was true that he had been severely injured in his battle with the demonic beast. However, the middle-aged Daoist seemed to have overlooked the most important point, and that was, Gu Fei was not a cultivator, but a warrior. In the cultivation world of the soaring sky continent where martial Dao had completely declined, there were not many people who still knew how terrifying a successful martial artist was. The middle-aged Daoist did not seem to know this either. The vast primordial qi in Gu Fei's body had long suppressed his injuries. In fact, his strength had not decreased by much and he still had the strength to fight. The physical body of a warrior was extremely strong and was not something that a cultivator could imagine. On the surface, it seemed that Gu Fei was constantly being attacked by the demonic beast and vomiting blood as he retreated. His injuries were very serious, but the surging primordial qi in his muscles, bones, flesh, and even his organs was constantly nourishing his organs, flesh, and bones. One could say that Gu Fei's injuries were healing as he was injured. Although he would not be completely healed in a short period of time, he was indeed improving rapidly. You're already exhausted from your injuries, but I'm full of vitality. The outcome has long been decided. You'd better accept your death. The middle-aged Daoist continued to use words to destroy Gu Fei's fighting spirit. By then, the middle-aged Daoist had already arrived less than 4 feet away from Gu Fei and stopped. However, his words did not have any misleading effect on Gu Fei. Gu Fei's mental fortitude was unimaginable to ordinary people. If you want to fight, let's fight. There's no need to talk so much nonsense. Don't tell me that the people of the Guangxing Immortal sect only know how to talk. Gu Fei said as he glanced at the middle-aged Daoist with disdain. Humph. The middle-aged Daoist did not say anything else. He took a step forward. In an instant, ripples appeared on his body and his figure blurred. It was as if he had transformed into a sharp sword that charged towards Gu Fei. At this moment, the middle-aged Daoist was the sword, and the sword was the middle-aged Daoist. One with the sword? Gu Fei was shocked. The other party's cultivation realm seemed to be terrifyingly high. He was definitely a rare expert in the sword Dao. If he had encountered this fellow outside the Sky Ruin realm, he would probably have been killed in an instant. Fortunately, the power of the Sky Ruin realm had suppressed the strength of this expert in the sword Dao, so he could only use the power of the 9 heavens awakening. This was Gu Fei's good fortune. Buzz! A crisp sword cry rang out from the body of the green-robed middle-aged Daoist who seemed to have transformed into a sword. His faint and illusory figure pierced through the air like a sharp sword, emitting a vast and mighty wave of sword chi. The void seemed to be on the verge of being split apart wherever the sword passed. The softest thing in the world is water. Water is boundless. Gu Fei let out a low cry and punched forward with his right fist. A water-blue aura immediately surged out from the front of his fist. The surging power of the water element instantly met the middle-aged Daoist who had become one with the sword and turned into a divine sword. Gu Fei's punch seemed to have attracted a monstrous flood. The power of the water element fluctuated and vibrated, constantly blocking, wearing down, and guiding the astonishing sword qi emitted from the faint and illusory figure. The middle-aged Daoist directly rushed into the power of Gu Fei's fist, soundlessly breaking through the surging fist power. The edge of his sword pointed straight at Gu Fei. No matter how Gu Fei blocked and guided it, he could not stop the middle-aged Daoist. Boom! Gu Fei's fist collided with the middle-aged Daoist's divine sword and made a loud noise. The vast power of the water element fist collapsed in an instant, and the peerless sword qi also collapsed at the same time. The space around them shook violently, and the ground between them was blasted into a large crater by the mighty invisible force. Gu Fei retreated, and the middle-aged Daoist could no longer maintain the state of one with the sword. His faint figure then became clear. You actually have such strength. This is really surprising. The middle-aged Daoist said in surprise. At the same time, an almost transparent sword gleam rushed out of the Daoist's magic treasure pouch. The sword gleam circled around the Daoist's body silently. Gu Fei recognized at a glance that this fellow had used this sword gleam to sneak an attack on him just now. With a sword in hand, I can break all techniques. Invisible flying sword. As the middle-aged Daoist shouted, the almost transparent sword gleam that circled around the Daoist's body immediately grew by 50 feet. It cut through the void and rushed towards Gu Fei. Why can't I feel the fluctuation of the sword qi? Gu Fei saw the sword gleam shooting towards him like a bolt of lightning. However, what shocked him was that the peerlessly sharp sword gleam did not emit any sword qi at all. He could not help but wonder if the seemingly transparent sword gleam was transformed from a flying sword. The sword Dao that the middle-aged Daoist cultivated was very unique. The sword gleam was invisible and did not emit any sword qi, making it impossible to guard against. It was no wonder that Gu Fei was almost injured by the sword gleam just now. In truth, if the sword qi in his body had not been suppressed by the ruined sky realm, the middle-aged Daoist's flying sword gleam would not have been visible to the naked eye. This was because he cultivated a unique sword Dao of the Guanxing immortal sect called the Invisible Flying Sword. Unfortunately, the middle-aged Daoist's cultivation was suppressed to the self-awakening realm, making it difficult for him to use the invisible flying sword in the ruined sky realm. Dazzling light erupted from Gu Fei's nearly transparent body. He leaped into the air like a flood dragon and dodged to the side with the 8 desolation steps. ZZZT. A sword mark over 30 meters long appeared where Gu Fei had been standing a moment ago. Wherever the sword gleam passed, the soil and rocks were all reduced to dust. Gu Fei was seriously injured after all, so he could not move as fast as before. Fighting with his injured body, he could not resist the middle-aged Daoist's invisible flying sword. In the end, he was forced to flee. He had no other choice. Gu Fei had used up a lot of his divine sense during the battle with the demonic beasts, and could no longer open the inner space in his mud pill palace again to draw out the power of the inner space and break free from the suppression of the ruined sky realm. However, it was no different from a fool's dream for the middle-aged Daoist to kill him. He could only choose to retreat. This time, Gu Fei could be said to have made a wedding dress for someone else, which made him so depressed that he almost vomited another mouthful of blood. Needless to say, the natural treasure behind the waterfall must have fallen into the hands of this despicable, shameless, and scoundrel middle-aged Daoist. Chapter 200. Gu Fei was no match for the middle-aged Daoist who had suddenly appeared. He had no choice but to retreat. The heaven-earth spirit extract behind the waterfall was about to be obtained, but he was forced to leave. This made Gu Fei go crazy. Even if he was unwilling, Gu Fei had no choice. The situation was stronger than him. Since that damned guy's fist was harder than his, the wisest choice was to retreat. Ha! Gu Fei quickly passed through the forest. He was furious. That guy was too despicable. He could not let him go like this. It was one thing for the heaven and earth spiritual essence to be snatched away, but Gu Fei could not take this lying down. That guy from the Guanxing celestial sect had obviously been watching from the side. Otherwise, he would not have been able to grasp the timing so accurately and appear so timely. After all, after killing a demonic beast that was comparable to an ascended mortality cultivator, Gu Fei was at his weakest. Humph. Let's wait and see. Today's humiliation, I will return it to you tenfold in the future. Gu Fei was filled with hatred. He identified the direction and headed east. Under the waterfall, the middle-aged Daoist who had forced Gu Fei away looked in the direction where Gu Fei had disappeared. He was lost in thought and only recovered after a while. This little guy from the Taishan sect is not simple. If I can't kill him this time, it will be very troublesome in the future. The middle-aged Daoist frowned, then turned and walked towards the waterfall. The limitless potential that Gu Fei had displayed made him apprehensive. No one was willing to make an enemy with limitless potential. If this enemy grew up in the future, he would be a huge threat. After breaking through the water curtain and entering behind the waterfall, the middle-aged Daoist finally walked out with a satisfied expression. Who would have thought that it would be a 9-leaf ginseng? It was not in vain that I waited for so many days to refine it into a cauldron of immortal pills. It will also increase my lifespan by 100 years, so that I can adventure in Heaven Burial Valley. The middle-aged Daoist smiled, then disappeared from the bottom of the cliff. Gu Fei, who had been forced away by the middle-aged Daoist, finally found a suitable place to recuperate in the forest. It was a cave on a mountain wall. The mountain walls were surrounded by thriving vegetation. The tall and dense forest blocked the scorching sun, casting a large area of shade. The cave was not big and could only accommodate one person. This was enough for Gu Fei. Now, what he needed to do was to heal himself. Gu Fei was sitting cross-legged in the cave, running his mysterious technique to heal his injured body. Amidst his long and steady breathing, tiny rays of light that were almost invisible emerged from his skin. The 5 elemental qi in Xiao Chen's body washed through his flesh and blood, entering his internal organs and bones. Every inch of his body glowed with multicolored light. Then, when he exhaled, the impure energy in his internal organs, bones, and flesh would be expelled from his body through his pores. The impure vital energy brought out the impurities in the body and the clotted blood between the organs. As his flesh trembled, the claw marks on Gu Fei's body began to heal and form scabs. His body, which had been tempered by endless spiritual energy, had an amazing healing ability. As long as he did not suffer a fatal injury, Gu Fei's injured body could quickly recover. The exuberant vital energy in his body made Gu Fei's life force abnormally strong. The vast vital energy surged in his body with the frequency of his breathing. His internal organs, muscles, and bones all faintly emitted the sound of thunder. This meant that Gu Fei had already refined his body to the point that it was transparent from inside out. With a thought, the 5 elemental vital energy in his body could reach every inch of his body. In fact, as long as he broke through the last cultivation bottleneck, he could enter the realm of transcending mortality and become the first person in the green spirit peak of the Taishan sect to cultivate this ancient martial art to the realm of transcending mortality in hundreds of years. With Gu Fei's strength, he was already qualified to break through the cultivation bottleneck. Unfortunately, he was in the ruined sky realm, which was not a place for cultivation. Not only was he suppressed by the power of the ruined heaven realm, but Gu Fei also had no time to cultivate. After all, there was a time limit for him to enter the ruined heaven realm. With the passage of time, the surface of Gu Fei's body began to flicker with a sparkling luster. His body seemed to be shrouded in a layer of hazy radiance. Under the guidance of the Xian skill, the surrounding world essence continued to gather. The small cave became dense with spiritual qi. In the void, there was a faint glow that seemed to be lingering. In the primitive mountain forest, there was endless essence qi and all kinds of energy. Gu Fei circulated the ancient qi refinement art, gathering and absorbing the essence of heaven and earth to nourish his injured body. Unknowingly, 4 hours passed and Gu Fei awoke from his meditative state. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of stinky congealed blood. In the short span of 4 hours, Gu Fei's internal injuries had all healed. The scratches on the surface of his body had also scabbed off, revealing his smooth skin. His weak divine sense had also become stronger. penetrating both inside and out, full of spiritual qi. Gu Fei stood up from the ground. His whole body suddenly emitted a series of crackling sounds like popping beans. After taking out a set of clean clothes from his storage bag and changing into them, Gu Fei walked out of the cave. The red sun was setting in the west. The afterglow shone on the mountains, making the western sky look bright red. It was already evening. Humph. Suddenly, Gu Fei let out a cold snort. His eyes suddenly became as sharp and threatening as the edge of a blade. A chilling murderous aura immediately emanated from his body. Swish! Gu Fei's body directly disappeared from outside the cave. He quickly passed through the dense forest and went back the way he came. After recovering from his injuries, the first thing he did was to find that despicable and shameless guy to settle the score. Gu Fei took it as a fart that a gentleman could wait 10 years for revenge. If there was a grudge, there was a grudge, there was a grudge. If there was a grudge, there was a grudge. Since he could get his revenge, why wait until tomorrow? Repaying kindness and enmity quickly. This was Gu Fei's principle. Soon, Gu Fei's figure once again appeared under the waterfall where he found the spiritual essence. What he saw was a mess. These were the traces left behind by the battle between Gu Fei and the demonic beast. The demonic beast's corpse was still scattered on the ground in front of the deep pool. The smell of blood still lingered in the surrounding air. Gu Fei directly broke through the waterfall and entered the back of the waterfall. Soon, he rushed out from the back of the waterfall. The spiritual essence being taken away by that despicable guy was already within his expectations. However, Gu Fei was still incomparably angry. That spiritual essence should have been his. He was the one who put in all his effort to kill that powerful demonic beast with the strength of the transcending mortality realm. However, someone else actually took advantage of it. This made it hard for Gu Fei to swallow this anger. Even if that person was an expert from the Guanxing immortal sect, Gu Fei still wanted to wash away this humiliation. If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. If people offend me, I will definitely kill them. He was a decisive person, and not one who was afraid of trouble. He would settle this score with that despicable guy sooner or later. Even if he had to spill blood, he would definitely not let it go just like this. Gu Fei scanned his surroundings. After identifying the direction, he continued heading east. Heaven Burial Valley. Rather than calling it a valley, it would be better to call it a sinkhole. A sinkhole that had suddenly sunk in the boundless primordial forest. When the afterglow of the sun disappeared under the mountains in the west, Gu Fei arrived in the vicinity of Heaven Burial Valley as described on the map in the jade slip. Along the way, he discovered many traces left behind by humans in the forest. The younger generation of disciples from the three great Daoist sects had entered the ruined sky realm for the longevity grass, which was also the 9-colored immortal grass described on the jade slip. In the area that had been explored in the ruined sky realm, there was only one place where the 9-colored immortal grass grew, and that was Heaven Burial Valley. In addition to the people of the Taishan sect, the people of the Guanxing immortal sect and the Xianxia sect had all converged on Heaven Burial Valley. Even the high-ranking disciples of the transcending mortality realm had come for the longevity grass. This was already a tacit understanding among the three great Daoist sects. Low-ranking disciples like Gu Fei were not qualified to know about the longevity grass. They only knew that it was a kind of 9-colored immortal grass. However, those high-ranking disciples had cultivated in the sect for many years, and more or less knew some of the secrets of the sect. The purpose of these high-ranking disciples taking the risk to enter the ruined sky realm was to find a way to break through the bottleneck of cultivation, and to find a chance of survival when their lifespans were about to end. Therefore, the purpose of these high-ranking disciples was to find an opportunity to break through the bottleneck of cultivation and find a miracle pill that could extend their lifespans. However, although the high-ranking disciples had the cultivation of the transcending mortality realm, they had no advantage in the ruined sky realm. Heaven Burial Valley was surrounded by cliffs that were thousands of feet tall without any slope. Moreover, Heaven Burial Valley was so large that Gu Fei could not see the end of it when he stood on the edge of the cliff and looked across. Below, clouds and mist lingered, and now that night had fallen, the mountain mist was rising, making it even more difficult to see the scenery below. However, intuition told Gu Fei that Heaven Burial Valley was not a good place. It was probably more terrifying and dangerous than the ancient battlefield of bones and the ancient ominous city. Since he had already come here, it was impossible to retreat. Gu Fei could only bite the bullet and jump off the cliff. Of course, even Gu Fei could not bear the huge impact of jumping off a cliff. Every time he fell 1,000 feet, Gu Fei had to hit the cliff wall to neutralize the force of the fall. After hitting the cliff wall 17 or 18 times, Gu Fei finally passed through the mist and landed at the bottom of the cliff. The height of the cliff was much higher than he had imagined. Gu Fei found that the place where he was surrounded by a faint mist. His vision seemed to be unable to see through the mist, and the scenery in the distance was blurry. There was a forest in front of him. Even with Gu Fei's eyesight, he could only see about 100 feet around him. Gu Fei did not dare to be careless. He fully activated his 5 senses and 6 senses. In an unknown area, maintaining the highest level of vigilance was the guarantee of survival. Gu Fei was about to step forward. Roar! Suddenly, a faint roar that made Gu Fei's scalp tingle came from the distance. Although the sound was already very weak, it still made Gu Fei's hair stand on end, and goosebumps rose on his skin. This was a martial artist's premonition of danger and vigilance against unknown dangers. Damn it, this is indeed not a good place. As the roar entered his ears, Gu Fei's expression immediately became solemn. Chapter 201. After Gu Fei entered the Heaven Burial Valley, he had already walked several miles in the dense forest. The dense primitive forest was filled with huge trees that required several people to wrap their arms around. Beneath his feet was a thick layer of withered leaves. Walking on them was like walking on a layer of cotton. There was a rotten smell lingering in the forest. Mist drifted in the air, and with the help of the night, the surroundings were hazy. It was as if one had walked into a dream, giving off an unreal and illusory feeling. This place is not an immortal place where spiritual energy gathers. Why does the 9-colored immortal herb grow here? Gu Fei couldn't help but suspect. Any place that could nurture spiritual energy of heaven and earth was a land of immortal spiritual energy. Just like the waterfall and deep pool in the mountain, it was also a rare and beautiful place. Although the Heaven Burial Valley was not barren, it was definitely not a place of immortal spiritual energy. Logically speaking, it should not be able to nurture spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The deeper he went into the Heaven Burial Valley, the more Gu Fei felt that something was wrong. This was because among the withered leaves on the ground, white bones began to appear. White bones that were as clear as jade. These white bones were no different from the white bones that he had seen in the primordial battlefield and the primordial savage city. They were crystal clear like white jade. Although they had been corroded by the passage of time, there was still a layer of luster flowing on the bones. It was a luster that could only be seen on the finest jade. These were not ordinary bones. They seemed to be the jade bones that only immortals had. They were the bones left behind by immortals after they died. Gu Fei was shocked to discover that there were actually many bite marks on the bones that were scattered among the withered branches and withered leaves. Even though countless years had passed, the bite marks were still clearly visible. This reminded Gu Fei of the beast's roar that he had heard from the depths of the Heaven Burial Valley when he had just descended. He felt a chill in his heart. These immortal bones were like some animal that had thrown them on the ground after it had finished eating. Treating immortals and gods as food was simply too terrifying. One should know that in the Tinglong continent, even a demigod rancor was a rare existence. Gu Fei carefully traversed through the forest. The unknown dangers made him feel incomparably oppressed. About 10 kilometers into the forest, they still hadn't reached the center of Heaven Burial Valley. At this moment, Gu Fei suddenly sensed a great danger approaching rapidly. Gu Fei's heart trembled. In the next moment, a black light, like the scythe of the Grim Reaper, shot out from the fog in front of him, stabbing towards him. Swoosh! Gu Fei was shocked. He used the 8 desolation steps and dodged to the side, leaving behind an afterimage. That streak of black light instantly dispersed the afterimage. Boom! At the place where Gu Fei had been standing, a large tree was swept by the black light. The tree trunk, which was so thick that it would take several people to wrap their arms around it, immediately snapped and fell. Rumble. The ground shook. Withered branches and withered leaves rolled up along with the soil. A huge creature was crawling out of the ground. Under Gu Fei's shocked gaze, two huge pincers stretched out of the ground. The pitch-black pincers were thicker than the trunks of the trees in the forest. Then, a gigantic scorpion crawled out from the soil. It was a gigantic black scorpion the size of a house. A layer of black light flowed on its thick black shell, and a ferocious aura immediately pervaded the forest. Only now did Gu Fei see clearly that the black light that attacked him was the long tail of the huge scorpion with a poisonous sting. The poisonous sting at the tip of the huge scorpion's tail emitted a cold black light. Not only was it extremely sharp, but it was also highly poisonous. Whoosh! The huge scorpion waved its two big pincers and swept towards Gu Fei. A strong wind suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Immediately, a strong wind blew in the forest. The withered branches and withered leaves on the ground were also swept up into the air and flew randomly. Such a huge creature made Gu Fei feel that it was difficult to resist. He took a step forward and instantly moved several feet horizontally, avoiding the sweep of the huge pincers. Then, a dazzling golden light burst out of his right fist and blasted towards the huge scorpion. The metal element fist seemed to have aroused the power of the metal element between heaven and earth. The golden light surged forward like a stormy sea, illuminating a part of the world. The mighty power of the metal element came out. The trees around Gu Fei were like ice and snow under the scorching sun. They all collapsed and the sky was filled with sawdust. Boom! With a loud noise, the space trembled. The vast fist strength of Gu Fei's metal element fist solidly blasted on the huge scorpion. However, the huge body of the huge scorpion, which was as huge as a house, actually remained motionless under Gu Fei's fist strength. Gu Fei's fist strength was actually unable to shake the huge scorpion. Gu Fei gasped. This huge scorpion was much more powerful than the demonic beast that he had killed before. No one knew better than Gu Fei the power of his fist strength. Whoosh! The long tail of the huge scorpion once again stabbed towards Gu Fei. The poisonous sting at the tail turned into a black light, tearing the void and shooting at lightning speed. He couldn't fight it. Gu Fei instantly judged the current situation. He made a prompt decision and chose to retreat. His body retreated like a phantom. The huge scorpion chased and attacked. The trees in front of the huge scorpion were immediately broken. The whole forest was suddenly in chaos, startling countless birds in the forest. Gu Fei did not stop and directly rushed into the depths of the dense forest. Soon, he completely got rid of the huge scorpion's pursuit and escaped far away. Such a huge monster was not something that Gu Fei could deal with his current cultivation. It was not easy for him to retreat calmly. How could he dare to fight against it? After a thrilling encounter with the huge scorpion, Gu Fei became more cautious. In the primitive old forest, danger was everywhere. Many people died because of carelessness. Roar, howl. After advancing for a few kilometers in the forest, Gu Fei faintly heard the roars of beasts coming from the right ahead. In the beginning, Gu Fei did not pay attention to it. Because in this primitive old forest that seemed to have returned to the primordial times, the jackals, wolves, tigers, and leopards were too weak, and there were countless ferocious beasts that were 100 times more formidable than them. But after that, a wave of lion roars, ape cries, and other wild beasts that he was unable to recognize sounded out. In this way, Gu Fei felt that it was slightly strange. It seemed that there were a large number of ferocious beasts fighting in the depths of the forest ahead on the right. This was rare. Something extraordinary must have occurred. Gu Fei's curiosity was aroused, and he instantly changed the direction he was heading in. He wanted to see what was going on. Needless to say, Heaven Burial Valley was truly enormous. It was enormous to the point that it didn't seem like a sinkhole that had suddenly appeared in the boundless forest, and it was more like a region. The terrain ahead on the right gradually rose and fell, and it seemed to be a low mountain ridge. It seems to be not far from here. It seems to be on the other side of the mountain ridge. Gu Fei distinguished the direction of the sound and silently passed through the dense forest. Following the beast roars, Gu Fei passed through an ancient primitive forest and went over a low mountain ridge. When he carefully walked out of a thistle, his field of vision suddenly widened, and everything that he saw shocked Gu Fei to the extreme. What appeared in front of him was actually a large canyon. This canyon seemed to have been formed by a mountain ridge that had suddenly split open. This canyon appeared very abruptly. The surrounding terrain was all low mountain ridges, and it seemed to be impossible for such a canyon to appear. It didn't seem to be formed naturally. Gu Fei was standing on the cliff of the canyon. Under the night sky, he saw that there was actually an enormous skeleton that was like a mountain ridge lying in the canyon. The enormous skeleton seemed to have no end in sight. The enormous trees that were tens of meters tall and the 1,000-year-old wild vines that were hundreds of meters long were unable to cover it. At the end of the canyon, more than 10 kilometers away, a huge dragon's head completely stunned Gu Fei. It was the skull of a dragon that was as large as a mountain ridge. How amazing was this? The skeleton of a giant dragon actually appeared in front of him. This was the legendary divine dragon. The legendary godly dragon actually existed, causing Gu Fei to lose his ability to think for a moment, as he was utterly shocked. The beast roars that shook the mountains came from below the canyon. This canyon seemed to be about 20 to 30 kilometers long, and it was not more than 1 or 2 kilometers wide. In the middle of it, there was a huge skeleton that was more than 10 kilometers long. One could imagine how terrifying this powerful divine dragon was when it was alive. In the hinterland of the canyon, there seemed to be a great battle between fierce beasts. When Gu Fei recovered from the shock, he directly jumped down from the cliff into the canyon. The cliffs on both sides of the canyon were not high, only about 2 to 3 kilometers high. This was the height that Gu Fei's body could withstand. At such a height, the force of the fall would not be able to hurt Gu Fei. After descending to the bottom of the canyon, he saw that in the forest, among the weeds, there were the corpses of wild beasts. The dragon skeleton that was as large as a mountain, under the reflection of the night sky, glowed with a pure white light, and the huge skeleton seemed to be shrouded in a faint layer of light. With one look, one could tell that even though this divine dragon was dead, the skeleton that was left behind was not ordinary. The closer to the middle of the dragon skeleton, the more corpses there were, and the blood of the beasts was splattered all over the forest. When Gu Fei approached the middle of the canyon, the battle between the fierce beasts had already come to an end. In the forest, among the rocks, there was a large number of beast corpses. Blood mist rose, and a large part of the forest had been destroyed. The pungent smell of blood permeated the forest. 2 saber-toothed tigers that were as large as giant elephants had their heads shattered, and their corpses were lying in the forest. 7 to 8 gray wolves with wings under their ribs had their bodies torn apart, and their corpses were lying in the grass. 2 giant golden eagles that were 5 to 6 meters in length had their chests pierced through, and they hung on a broken tree. A giant one-horned bear that was as large as a small mountain had its head separated from its body, and it fell into a large pit. There were actually dozens of strange beast corpses lying here. This was a rare massacre between fierce beasts. Even for Gu Fei, who grew up in the mountains, he had never seen such a tragic scene. The law of the jungle, where the weak were prey to the strong, was vividly displayed at this moment. No wonder he did not encounter any powerful fierce beasts along the way. Perhaps all the fierce beasts in this area had already gathered in this narrow canyon. An earth-shaking roar came from ahead, and a desolate aura surged in the forest. In front, there seemed to be a battle between tyrannical fierce beasts like the Beast King. The truly powerful fierce beasts, or rather, demonic beasts, were still fighting. The forest in front of him began to tremble. Chapter 202. In the ruined sky realm, it seemed that anything could happen. There were ancient ruins, ancient battlefields, and places of great danger. There were simply too many incredible things. In less than 10 days, the things that Gu Fei had experienced could be said to be soul-stirring, and he had risked his life. However, there had never been anything that had shocked him as much as what had happened today. In the Heaven Burial Valley, there was actually a place where dragons were buried, and a divine dragon was buried in a low mountain ridge. The huge skeleton that looked like a winding mountain greatly stimulated Gu Fei's nerves, and impacted the scope of his knowledge. The skeleton of a dragon that was more than 10 miles long was lying in a long and narrow valley. There was nothing more shocking and inconceivable to Gu Fei than this. Even a dragon could appear here. Of course, what appeared in front of Gu Fei was only a huge skeleton, but it also proved that there used to be dragons in the ruined sky realm. The ruined sky realm was far more mysterious than Gu Fei had imagined. According to the old tortoise, the so-called ruined sky realm was only a false realm that was refined by an almighty expert in the ancient times. Because it was not a complete world, the almighties of the primordial era called the world that was created with great magic power and divine power a false realm. Gu Fei was in such an incomparably real world. This world was not an illusion, but a real existence. However, it was not a perfect world. If the master of this world returned, this world would be taken away and controlled again. It would even become a tool of the master of this world. Gu Fei could not help but look forward to this world. He wanted to see what other incredible things he would encounter and see in this strange world. Under the night sky, in the middle of the long and narrow valley, there was a woodland in the middle of the dragon skeleton. There were broken trees everywhere, and the whole woodland was in a mess. Blood dyed the ground red. The corpses in front of them were a ghastly sight. They were killing each other for the sake of a strange plant in the dragon bones. In the middle of the dragon bones that were as large as a mountain ridge, there was a strangely shaped rock. On the rock grew a small tree that was only around 2 meters tall, but it was red like coral. It had vermilion stems and green leaves, looking extremely clean and neat. The tree trunk was only the size of an adult's finger, but it seemed to be flowing with light. On the tree was a golden fruit that looked like both a dragon and a snake. This fruit was very mystical. There was only one fruit growing on the entire tree. Rays of golden light swirled around the dragon-shaped fruit. Vaguely, there seemed to be a hazy golden shadow of a dragon coiling around the dragon-shaped fruit. Gu Fei was shocked. He could feel that this dragon-shaped fruit was emitting an enormous wave of spiritual energy, causing the spiritual energy around the magical tree to fluctuate. Although Gu Fei did not know what kind of spirit herb this dragon-shaped fruit was, he was certain that it was a rare spirit herb in this world. No wonder all the wild beasts, and even demonic beasts in this area would go crazy over it, risking their lives to fight for it, leaving corpses lying in the wild. The war between the demonic beasts was incomparably fierce. Boundless beast power surged out, and there were still 3 or 4 incomparably powerful demonic beasts fighting each other. However, those demonic beasts purposely didn't want the explosive power to affect the magical tree in the dragon bones, and only fought in the distance. Gu Fei didn't dare to get too close. He just hid in the distance, watching the soul-stirring war between the demonic beasts. There were 4 demonic beasts fighting for the last piece of the battle. One was a huge, earthy yellow snake with a single horn on its head, one was a golden lion with 2 heads, and the last one was a beast that looked like a crocodile, covered in scales and spewing out divine flames. What surprised Gu Fei the most was the 4th demonic beast, or rather, it wasn't a demonic beast. It was hiding in a clump of green mist, emanating an endless amount of wood power. The true form of the shape-shifting demonic beast seemed to be a spirit tree, as if it was a spirit tree that had cultivated itself into a demonic beast. When a spirit tree became a demonic beast, it didn't mean that a beast had attained the Tao. It could no longer be called a beast, but a demonic tree. The 3 demonic beasts and the demonic tree fought fiercely, risking their lives to kill each other. The single-horned serpent's horn kept emitting hazy, earthy yellow lightning bolts, bombarding the other 3 demonic beasts. Thick earth power kept rising from the ground and converging towards the serpent, forming the mighty earth element divine thunder on its horn. Its demonic essence seemed to be endless, and it was extremely frightening. The 2-headed golden lion's body, which seemed to be made of metal essence, was extremely powerful. It waved its claws, and 10 beams of golden light shot out from its sharp claws. They tore through the void like divine swords, shattering the earth element divine thunder and fiercely attacking the vital spot of the single-horned serpent. The fire crocodile that emitted boundless fire chi and the tree demon also unceasingly launched extremely swift and fierce attacks at the other three opponents. This chaotic battle shook the heavens and the earth, and the vast and mighty demonic energy seemed to be on the verge of shattering, as if doomsday had arrived. Gu Fei was secretly shocked. The power displayed by the three demonic beasts and the demonic tree was too strong. The demonic beasts he had encountered before couldn't be compared to them at all. These four fellows were definitely powerful demonic beasts. Conservatively speaking, their cultivation bases had already reached the shape-shifting stage, which was equivalent to the terrifying cultivation bases of the ninth heaven of the ascended realm. How could there be such powerful demonic cultivators in the Heaven Burial Valley? Then, wouldn't the people of the three great Daoist sects who had entered the Heaven Burial Valley be doomed? In the ruined sky realm, the power of outsiders would be suppressed by the power here, and their cultivation bases would be sealed within the range of the ninth heaven of the awakened realm. However, the powerful demonic beasts that had grown up in the ruined sky realm weren't subject to this restriction. In this way, even Dan Shenzi, Lu Ruhai, and Ding Yangzi, who were experts at the ninth heaven of the ascended realm, wouldn't be able to fight back when they encountered such terrifying demonic beasts, and would only end up being killed by them. Gu Fei didn't dare to be careless. He slowly activated the power of space in his mud pill palace with his divine sense, and the vertical mark between his eyebrows immediately lit up. Then, the power of the inner space was guided out and enveloped Gu Fei. Gu Fei's aura was immediately isolated and completely disappeared from the ruined sky realm, as if he had jumped out of this world. If one didn't look with the naked eye, even a void-controlling cultivator would not be able to detect his existence, let alone the four demonic beasts that were fighting in front of him. However, just as the four monsters were fighting fiercely, causing the sun and moon to lose their luster, a figure silently scuttled out from the shrubbery beside the dragon bones and stealthily made his way toward the strange tree in the dragon bones. Someone actually dared to covet the dragon-shaped fruit under the eyes of the four great demonic beasts? Gu Fei couldn't help but be taken aback when he saw this scene. And when he saw the reckless fellow clearly, he was even more surprised and overjoyed. The fellow who was sneaking toward the strange tree in the dragon bones was shaped like a tortoise, but instead of a tortoise's head, it had a dragon's head. Who else could that sneaky fellow be but the old tortoise? Gu Fei was overjoyed to see the old tortoise all of a sudden. He almost wanted to rush out from his hiding place, but he resisted the urge in the end. He didn't know if the four fighting demonic beasts really couldn't detect the old tortoise's presence, or if the old tortoise was just lucky. But the old tortoise actually managed to sneak into the dragon bones and arrived in front of the strange red coral-like tree. The old tortoise stared at the dragon-shaped fruit with greed in its eyes, and a crystal-clear liquid could even be seen flowing out from the corner of its mouth. Without any hesitation, the old tortoise plucked the golden dragon-shaped fruit from the strange tree, then with a whoosh, it scuttled out of the dragon bones and ran up the cliff without looking back. Roar! A lion's roar was earth-shattering, and the huge sound waves caused the heaven and earth to tremble. The two-headed golden lion emitted a golden flame-like demonic aura and turned into a golden lightning bolt, streaking across the void and chasing after the old tortoise. The three demonic beasts and the tree demon immediately noticed the abnormality in the dragon bones. When the dragon-shaped fruit was plucked, the strange red coral-like tree withered in an instant. As if it had been weathered in an instant, a gentle breeze blew past, and the withered tree turned into dust that drifted into the air. At this time, the old tortoise had already rushed to the cliff beside the canyon. Rumble. A huge golden beast claw descended from the sky, emitting a terrifying demonic aura that could make one's heart palpitate as it fell on the old tortoise's head. At the same time, streaks of earthy yellow lightning interweaved into a terrifying electric net from the bottom of the cliff and bombarded the dragon turtle. The sky was filled with raging flames that burned the void and rushed towards the old tortoise. The tree demon directly turned into a pale green demonic cloud and wrapped around the old tortoise. Countless vines rushed out from the demonic cloud and entangled the old tortoise. The three demonic beasts and the tree demon attacked at the same time. The demonic aura sealed the heaven and earth, and the attack was so powerful that it shook the heaven and earth. In an instant, all the old tortoise's escape routes were cut off. Ah! You little brats who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. I didn't want to attack at first. Why did you force me? The old tortoise said with a sigh. Then, the old tortoise unhurriedly took out his ever-victorious killer weapon, the stone tortoise shell, out of nowhere. It had to be said that this was a killer weapon. Although it was very inconspicuous, once the stone tortoise shell appeared, it was like a bottomless black hole that sucked in the vast demonic aura that was rushing towards it. The golden beast claw that shrouded the old tortoise from the sky quickly faded, and the mighty terror and demonic aura was forcibly sucked away. The earthy yellow lightning also disappeared into the stone tortoise shell. The tens of thousands of vines that rushed out from the green demonic cloud and entangled the old tortoise were shattered and turned into green demonic aura that was absorbed by the stone tortoise shell. The sea of flames that the fire crocodile had created was also sucked into the stone tortoise shell. The terrifying attack of the 4 demonic beasts was completely dissolved in an instant. What made the 4 demonic beasts extremely depressed was that the unparalleled demonic aura that they had unleashed seemed to have become nutrients for the stone tortoise shell, providing it with a vast amount of demonic aura. Not only were the 4 demonic beasts dumbfounded, but even Gu Fei, who was watching everything in the dark, could not help but be dumbfounded. The old tortoise, the great demon, was pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger again. Chapter 203. Bang! 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 The old tortoise swung the stone tortoise shell and smashed it in all directions, sending the 4 attacking monsters flying hundreds of feet away. The stone tortoise shell displayed a great power that could smash anything. Look, I said I didn't want to fight with you little guys. You've hit me too hard. Sigh, I'm really sorry. The old tortoise carried the stone tortoise shell and looked compassionate. The 2-headed golden lion was so enraged that it spat out a mouthful of blood with specks of golden light from its 2 bloody mouths. In just one move, the 4 extremely powerful monsters were easily defeated by the old tortoise. Hiss! The khaki-colored single-horned giant snake suddenly let out a hair-raising roar, and its body erupted with a misty khaki-colored light that flickered continuously. Then, the giant serpent's head dived straight down towards the ground. When the horn on its head touched the ground quickly melted away. In an instant, a hole large enough for the giant serpent to crawl into was formed. After swinging its tail in the air, with a whoosh, the snake's tens of meters long body disappeared from the ground at an astonishing speed. Even the hole it made disappeared without a trace after its tail burrowed into it, as if it had never been there. Earth burrowing? Interesting. When the old tortoise saw this, he could not help but show a mocking expression on his face. He then directly stomped on the ground with his right leg. Boom! The entire ground suddenly shook violently. The next moment, the ground cracked, and soil flew everywhere. The khaki-colored single-horned giant snake that had burrowed into the soil was directly shaken out of the ground. Whoosh! The thick khaki-colored body of the snake swung violently in the air like a khaki-colored divine whip. It cut through the void with a sharp piercing sound and lashed at the old tortoise. This fierce snake was extremely ferocious. Of course, this also meant that the dragon-shaped golden fruit in the old tortoise's hand was very important to the fierce snake. It was so important that it did not hesitate to risk its life to snatch it from the old tortoise. Sigh. Why bother? Old tortoise shook his head helplessly. However, Gu Fei, who was hidden at the side, almost laughed out loud when he saw old tortoise's expression. This old tortoise was really good at acting. The old tortoise helplessly waved the butcher's knife. No, it should be a tortoise shell, a stone tortoise shell. Then, the body of the khaki-horned snake broke into 17 or 18 pieces, and a mist of blood erupted in the air. This vicious snake was sacrificed heroically just like that. Amidst the bloody mist, the snake's body, which had been broken into 17 or 18 pieces, fell from the sky. A yellow light rushed out of the bloody mist, wanting to break through the sky and fly away. Demonic beasts in the transformation stage had already nurtured their primordial spirits from their demonic cores. Even if their physical bodies were destroyed, they would suffer heavy injuries. However, as long as their primordial spirits were not destroyed, they could be reborn. However, Since Old Tortoise was able to smash the snake's body and shell into 17 or 18 pieces, it would definitely not let the demonic snake's demonic core fly away. Old Tortoise opened its mouth, and suddenly, as if a black hole had suddenly appeared in the void, a boundless suction force directly sucked the yellow light into its mouth and swallowed it. Quack. Not bad, not bad. Old Tortoise looked at the remaining 3 demonic beasts. The 3 demonic beasts immediately trembled with fear and turned to flee without looking back. Old Tortoise's bloody means of killing the snake demon and devouring its demonic core immediately shocked the 3 demonic beasts. How would they dare to stay here? The 3 demonic beasts, who were already bitterly disappointed, immediately fled. There's nothing else to play with. It's so boring. Old Tortoise opened his pseudo-heaven and earth, then split the dragon-shaped fruit in his hand into 2 halves. He threw one half into his mouth, chewed it a few times, and swallowed it. Old Tortoise threw the other half into his pseudo-heaven and earth. Vaguely, a green shadow could be seen flashing in Old Tortoise's pseudo-heaven and earth, collecting the other half of the dragon-shaped fruit. Old Tortoise's endless vitality had been worn away by the power of the formation day and night in the stone forest formation. His realm was still there, but what he lacked was power. Therefore, whether it was the demonic core that contained pure demonic aura or the huge spiritual yuan nurtured by the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, they could all replenish the depleted power in his body. The demonic core also nurtured the snake demon's primordial spirit, which was also a great tonic for Old Tortoise. The primordial spirit was transformed from the snake demon's natal essence and was the purest power. That was also why some demonic cultivators often exorcised the souls of living creatures to improve their own cultivation base. However, this kind of behavior of killing to improve one's cultivation base was against the harmony of heaven and was not tolerated by the righteous path. Old Tortoise closed his pseudo-heaven and earth, put away the stone turtle shell, and was about to leave. However, at that moment, Old Tortoise seemed to have sensed something and looked doubtfully at the forest next to him. The stone turtle shell that he had just put away silently appeared in Old Tortoise's hand. Hee hee. Old Tortoise, how come you don't even recognize me? A voice rang out from the forest. Then, a white figure walked out from the forest. You are. Old Tortoise's eyes immediately lit up as he looked at the figure that slowly walked out of the forest with surprise and joy. The figure that walked out of the forest was a black-haired young man dressed in white, with long eyebrows that reached his temples and eyes that were like cold stars. The strangest thing was that there was a vertical mark that was flashing brightly between the young man's eyebrows. The vertical mark was like a closed vertical eye that could open at any time. A strange power spread from the vertical mark between the black-haired young man's eyebrows and shrouded him in a strange fluctuation. No divine consciousness could sense any aura from this young man. It was as if he had escaped into the void, or as if he did not exist in this space at all. Brat, so it's you. Old Tortoise's expression gradually became extremely surprised. He looked up and down at the black-haired young man and then said, hee hee. Unexpected, really unexpected. Unbelievable, unbelievable. The black-haired young man in white who walked out of the forest was none other than Gu Fei. Old Tortoise's burning gaze kept moving back and forth on him, causing him to feel a little creeped out. Old Tortoise's expression was as if he had seen a treasure. He looked as if he could not wait to swallow Gu Fei into his stomach. He was just short of drooling. Old Tortoise, what are you looking at? Haven't you seen a handsome man before? Gu Fei said cautiously. Pfft. Old Tortoise immediately gave Gu Fei the middle finger. What haven't I seen? Back then, I dominated the 3 realms. Alright, I know you have a glorious past, but you don't have to keep talking about it all day long. Gu Fei could not help but despise the old tortoise who always talked big. By the way, why are you here? Gu Fei asked. Humph. Let me ask you this instead. When did you come out of your fake world, and why did you suddenly appear here? Old Tortoise said. It's been less than a day since I came out of the inner space. As for why I'm here, don't you already know? Why ask when you already know the answer? Gu Fei looked at Old Tortoise and said. I don't know why you guys are so desperate to get those few grasses, even to the point of fighting. Old Tortoise thought for a moment and then said. What? They found the 9-colored grasses? Gu Fei was shocked. Of course, if I hadn't driven those beasts away, you guys would have become their food. You guys really don't know what's good for you to come to a place where beasts run rampant. Old Tortoise's words were filled with pride and disdain. What happened next? Gu Fei quickly asked. What next? Old Tortoise asked. After you drove the beasts away. What happened next? Gu Fei hurriedly asked. He vaguely felt that things were not going well. Old Tortoise glanced at Gu Fei and then said snappily, what else could it be? It seems that those people had a conflict, and then they started fighting over those grasses. No way, Old Tortoise. Why didn't you pick those 9-colored grasses for me? Gu Fei couldn't help but glare at Old Tortoise. Old Tortoise shrugged and said indifferently, how would I know if you didn't tell me? If you wanted them, you should have told me. You. Gu Fei couldn't help but go crazy. This 10,000-year-old tortoise is doing this on purpose, absolutely on purpose. This is outrageous, purposely trying to anger me. Inhale, exhale, inhale, exhale. Gu Fei kept chanting in his heart, trying hard to suppress the anger in his chest. Old Tortoise secretly glanced at Gu Fei, and a proud expression appeared on his old face. After calming down the anger in his chest, Gu Fei asked calmly, why didn't you leave the ruined sky realm with those people? Why did you appear here alone? I came for the dragon yuan fruit. This is the land of dragon burial. After a divine dragon dies, its dragon aura does not dissipate, and its essence does not dissipate. Its blood essence can give birth to a rare spirit of heaven and earth, the dragon yuan fruit. Dragon yuan fruit? Gu Fei was surprised. This was the first time he had heard of such a spirit of heaven and earth. When Gu Fei heard about the origin of the dragon yuan fruit from Old Tortoise, he realized why he hadn't seen any description of the dragon yuan fruit in any ancient records. In truth, the origin of the dragon yuan fruit was truly astonishing. The conditions for it to become such a wondrous fruit were simply too harsh. Even in the 3 realms and 6 paths, it had only appeared a few times. In ancient times, celestials roamed the land, and wild beasts roamed the land. The dragon race was one of the few divine beasts that could contend against the celestials born from heaven and earth. The wondrous fruit grown from dragon essence contained a trace of true dragon aura, and after countless years of absorbing the essence of the sun and moon, as well as the chi of the earth veins, it possessed an incomparably wondrous effect.